By the end, like another soldier, Hans Hahn, he had become a pacifist and a socialist. Hahn had been wounded in the lungs. In Bonn, before he took up the chair in Vienna, he caused a minor scandal by handing out pacifist leaflets. Neurath's commitment to socialism also came out of the war. The left-wing instincts of the Circle found expression in a variety of ways. It was most conspicuous in adult education. In the 1920s and early 1930s, adult education was a thriving sector. Adult education lecturers had more license to address a range of topics eschewed in the stuffy university, and the lecturers themselves were often drawn from groups that were, to a greater or lesser extent, shut out of the university: Jews, women, socialists. Almost all members of the Circle taught at the adult education centers, the Volkshochschulen, at one time or another, and several, Feigl, Hahn, Kraft, Neurath, Rand, Weissman, and Zilsel, taught regularly. Neurath lectured on the planned economy, on housing, and on urban design. Zilsel ran many courses, including one on the cult of personality. His book, The Development of the Concept of Genius, was dedicated to the People's University of Vienna. Schlick and Carnap gave lectures too. Gustav Bergmann was actually inducted into the Circle after attending evening classes on philosophy and mathematics delivered by Weissman. Hahn, the head of the Union of Socialist University Teachers, publicly espoused the cause of adult education and school reform in newspaper articles. He objected to the lowly status of students and the lofty disregard in which academics held them. Wittgenstein, though he did not himself teach an adult education, was swept up in the reform movement. When he taught in village schools in southern Austria, he adopted the methods of the reform movement, pushing pupils to work out answers for themselves rather than being spoon-fed. For the very best pupils, he was clearly inspirational. His passion for education is shown by the Wörterbuch für Volksschulen, a spelling dictionary for elementary schools, which he wrote out for his pupils and which was published in 1926. The involvement of Circle members in adult education was neither entirely ideologically motivated nor entirely selfless. Several Circle philosophers found their academic careers blocked either because of their adherence to logical empiricism or their ethnicity or both. The Volkshochschulen offered an alternative to the university and a much-needed source of income. The conservative establishment regarded it as subversive. But adult education was not the only intersection between Circle members and politics. Neurath wrote articles for Der Kampf, the journal of the Social Democrats. In one issue, in 1928, he entered into a debate about proletarian lifestyles. SDAP attempts to shape preferences, discouraging tobacco, encouraging women to wear their hair bobbed, were, he argued, trivial and silly. These were just temporary fashions and had nothing to do with the class struggle. Hahn also supported Der Kampf by contributing articles, as did Zilsel, who wrote about the sociology of philosophy and science and the social roots of romantic ideology. The journal reciprocated by consistently championing the role of science in modern society and trumpeting scientific breakthroughs. The public face of the Circle, the Ernst Mach Society, was another channel for the dispersal of left-wing ideas. Members of the public could show up to lectures on the connection between Marxism and modernist architecture, for example, or the link between Marxism and the Unity of Science project. Well-known left-wing figures, most notably Austro-Marxism's leading intellectual Otto Bauer, addressed the society. To give the impression that the Vienna Circle served as some kind of intellectual front line for the Social Democrats would, however, be misleading. Neurath pushed for the Circle to take a more explicitly combative stance, but on this he was overruled. He was forced to concede that other circle members were not, nor were they required to be, committed to the cause. This was even made explicit in the manifesto. Of course, not every single adherent of the scientific world conception will be a fighter. Some, glad of solitude, will lead a withdrawn existence on the icy slopes of logic. Some may even disdain mingling with the masses and regret the trivialized form that these matters inevitably take on spreading. The irony was that by the time Schlick received a police summons to be questioned about the Ernst Mach Society, it had indeed become much more apolitical. With extremist right-wing sentiment bubbling to the surface in the early 1930s, and with the SDAP revealing itself as vacillating and timid, the Society chose to shun confrontation, refocusing its lecture program toward the range of abstruse topics debated by the Circle members themselves each Thursday evening. Out went social policy and Austro-Marxism. In came talks about the problem of induction, the meaning and significance of protocol sentences, and the status of ethics. Not uncontentious, but not directly threatening either. There had always been aspects of logical empiricism that militated against a doctrinal approach. It was vital for the Circle that the findings of science were not preempted. Science would take us down paths that could not always be predicted in advance. They adopted a neutral stance with regard to what scientists would someday discover. Although even the most apolitical of citizens could not ignore the rise of extremism in Austria, several members of the Circle were, initially at least, largely disengaged from the political scene. They included Weissmann, who was both distrustful of Marxism and dubious about the scientific claims of social science. Others were on the left, but wary of inserting politics into philosophy. Carnap represented this attitude, at least from around 1928, when he adopted the position that absolute value statements were cognitively meaningless. A letter he wrote to Bertrand Russell, however, wonders whether Russell's socialism and his work in logic were related. Is it mere coincidence that the people who achieve the greatest clarity in the most abstract area of mathematical logic are also those who oppose, clearly and forcefully, the narrowing of the human spirit by means of affect and prejudice in the area of human relations? The most vociferous champion of a separation of philosophy and politics was Moritz Schlick. It was only natural that Schlick, a Gentile from a patrician family, financially and socially secure, would not be as sensitive as others to the impending political catastrophe. He had started off on the left, but by the late 1920s he was certainly no socialist. He also believed that the Circle should, as a matter of policy, remain impartial in the political arena. He thought the links between the Circle and the Ernst Mach Society were worrying and gave a misleading impression. In his quietly effective way, Schlick pushed through his own agenda. A reading of the Circle's minutes make it clear that, in Boltzmann-Gasse at least, the Circle did not discuss politics with a capital P. The world may have been imploding around them, but there was no debate about the shootings of July 15, 1927. Constitutional democracy may have been under threat, but paramilitary groups, hyperinflation, and the rise of unemployment were never on the agenda. Hitler's appointment as German Chancellor in January 1933 was front-page news internationally, but apparently only to be discussed later in the coffee house after the proceedings in Boltzmann-Gasse had been brought to a close. The puzzle, then, is why the nationalists and the Nazis regarded the Circle as such a pernicious force, as the Circle was to quickly discover after the 1934 coup. Across the border in Germany, the Berlin Society, whose interests were so closely aligned to the Circle's, was winding up. Many of its members went into exile, including the Society's leader Hans Reichenbach, who took a job in Istanbul in 1933. The Turkish leader, Ataturk, wanted to energize the University of Istanbul, was quick to employ refugee professors from Nazi Germany. Reichenbach's lectures were delivered in German and translated into Turkish. In 1935, a new physics institute was established in the German university city of Heidelberg, led by Philipp Lenard, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist. Lenard opposed relativity theory on the grounds that it was Jewish physics. Significantly, a speech at the opening targeted the so-called Vienna Circle. It was described as a club of mostly persons of foreign race, largely of Near Eastern and Oriental race, and it was propagating a new logic that distinguishes itself from Aryan logic. There was a rationale to this hostility, for if there was nothing inherently socialist about logical empiricism, there was something inherently anti-fascist and anti-Nazi about it. The varied intellectual roots of Nazism included a romantic German nationalism, German blood fused with German soil in a mystical bond. This ideological strand was deliberately, unashamedly anti-rational. Magic and sentiment were privileged over experience and reason. In the search for truth, emotion was more reliable than dry intellectualizing. Nazism was steeped in nostalgia and tradition, and a commitment to what was called Völkisch thought was integral to it. Many political thinkers, such as Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Karl Marx, had identified a malaise within modern man, an alienation brought about by urbanization, industrialization, and specialization, the wrenching of the worker from the land and from the product of his labor. One way of understanding Völkisch ideology is a response to that challenge. It acted as a balm against individualist anxiety, by stressing the group, the race, the people, das Volk. There were the individuals, and then there was the set of individuals, and this set of individuals was to be understood as something more, something greater than its constituent parts. Among the Volk, however, there were some special individuals. Part of the romanticism of Völkisch ideology was the glorification of genius, particularly German genius, exemplified by Goethe and Beethoven. This genius was nurtured in and arose out of a uniquely German spirit. Geniuses were in a category all their own. They could and should play by different rules than ordinary mortals. They were to be held to different standards, with special duties and obligations. They possessed some indefinable transcendental gift. There were some powerful and influential proponents of social values within the University of Vienna, most particularly Ottmar Spahn, a sociologist and economist. Spahn ran his own circle, was a popular lecturer and a prolific writer, and had many disciples. In some ways, he went even further than Völkisch thinkers. He held that the whole precedes the parts, and that only the whole was truly real. The individuals within it were not. These, then, were some ideological strands underpinning fascist and Nazi ideology. And logical empiricism stood in opposition to each of them. Positivism was an outgrowth of the Enlightenment. It revered science and technology, which represented progress. It embraced modernism, which many conservatives regarded as decadent and destabilizing. It attacked tradition, which conservatives believed was the bedrock of community. It was contemptuous of superstitious thinking. Although there was nothing explicitly pro-democratic about logical empiricism, it was implicitly anti-elitist. The priestly caste claimed some special insight into God, while the metaphysician claimed some special understanding of the world beyond appearance. It is easy to see why the declaration that all knowledge was empirical, and so potentially open to examination by all, was perceived as threatening both to the Church and to a certain kind of philosophical thinker. Logical empiricism was also skeptical about the ontological status of the group. The base unit for explaining action was thought to be the individual. This thesis, methodological individualism, went back at least to Karl Menger's Principles of Economics, 1883, and would later be more fully developed by, among others, Karl Popper. It was absurdly misinterpreted by British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who notoriously claimed that there was no such thing as society. Of course, the methodological individualist did not hold that society did not exist. What they believed was that society was not a causal agent. If you wanted to explain why an action took place, you should do so by identifying why one or more individuals had acted in a certain way. A class of people does not cause action. Individuals within a class cause action. Positing a causal whole, a group that was somehow over and above the elements from which it was made, was metaphysical nonsense. In fact, the problem with metaphysics went further. In a pamphlet Hahn wrote in 1930, he called it world-denying and a way of conning or appeasing the masses. If we were forced to confront the idea that the empirical world constituted our only reality and that there was no true reality behind this veil of appearances, then social reform would take on added urgency. We would have to confront the here and now. We could not, for example, take solace in the promise of an afterlife. He proposed a version of Occam's razor, that we should not endorse more principles or assumptions than was necessary to explain the problem at hand. And he linked this to democracy and the attack, for example, on the divine right of kings. As for the deification of genius, this was subjected to a sustained critique by Edgar Zilsel. Like almost all the Circle members, Zilsel loved music. He also loved literature. But he was more interested in the art than in the artist. He traced the rise of the cult of genius to the erosion of, and threats to, a religious worldview. We were, the claim was, in need of new gods to replace those abandoned. As we have heard, the Circle was not immune to its own romanticism of genius, and the person most associated with that label, Wittgenstein, was himself preoccupied with what it meant to be a genius. In a letter to Bertrand Russell on August 16, 1912, he wrote that Beethoven and Mozart were the actual sons of God. Wittgenstein was tortured by incompatible fears. On the one hand, that whatever qualities were demanded of genius, he did not possess them, and on the other, that since he was a genius, he was required to interact with the world in a particular way. Zilsel insisted the notion of genius was shrouded in metaphysical obscurity. Carnap delivered a couple of revealing talks in the first half of 1934, one in Brno and the other in Prague. The sketchy notes for these are now housed in Carnap's archive in Pittsburgh. He argued that it would be a mistake to conclude that just because statements are meaningless, they are without effects. On the contrary, pseudo-sentences can generate powerful emotional responses. He went on to claim that governments can profit from cultivating in particular a sense of sanctity and the sublime. It is no coincidence that those countries in which the dominant class is most opposed to social change, including Germany and Austria, are also those in which mythology and metaphysics are most prevalent. The masses, Carnap said, are the main target for metaphysical bamboozlement, because metaphysics keeps them in their place. The message from his talks was that metaphysics was not merely an academic matter, it was political weaponry, Kampfmittel. Metaphysical remained the favored insult of the empiricists. They were scornful of all metaphysics, including fascist metaphysics. They were also hostile to religion. The link between religion and fascist ideology remains a topic of historical controversy. Incontrovertible, however, is the fact that millions of ordinary citizens in Germany, Austria, and elsewhere saw no contradiction between a belief in God and support for fascist or Nazi governments. For the majority of Austrians, regular church attendance was the norm. The Vienna Circle, on the other hand, denounced most statements about God as cognitively meaningless. Almost all the Circle philosophers were secular. Some were avowedly anti-religious. As a young man, Karl Menger had made an entry in his diary, "God has outlived himself." This was written before the Circle was formed, but it neatly sums up sentiment among many Circle members. Carnap, who always worked incredibly hard, made a point of working on Sunday, apparently out of atheistic conviction. And we should recall Feigel's description of abandoning his faith as one of emancipation. Gödel was an exception. He later claimed to have proved God's existence through logic. So, against Völkisch ideology, disparaging of romanticism, suspicious of tradition, critical of the glorification of genius, pro-modernism, pro-individualism, and above all, dead set against metaphysics. The Circle was also, as we have described, heavily Jewish and left-wing. This was obviously not a basket of ingredients likely to appeal to Austro-fascists or German Nazis. 13. Philosophical rows. The nothing itself annihilates. Martin Heidegger. To unite a group, it helps to have a common enemy. Hostility to Kant united the Circle, but long dead, he was not the most satisfactory of foes. There was, however, one figure who aroused their universal contempt. To this day, he divides philosophers, with some regarding him as one of the great philosophical titans of the 20th century. To members of the Circle, however, he was a portentous fraud. On one occasion, there was a reading at the Circle of Martin Heidegger's writings on death. The merriment elicited by the attempts to resolve the posed task of transcribing the text into scientific language was tumultuous and universally shared. A.J. Ayer reported of the Circle that they regarded all contemporary German philosophers as rogues or fools. Even to think of Heidegger makes them sick. Born a few months after Wittgenstein in 1889, Heidegger studied at the University of Freiburg, taught at Marburg, and then returned to Freiburg. Notoriously, he joined the Nazi Party, and after Hitler came to power, prevented his former teacher, Jewish philosopher Edmund Husserl, from entering the university. There is incontrovertible evidence, much of which has come to light since his death in 1976, that Heidegger was an enthusiastic Nazi and an ideological anti-Semite. Popper rightly thought him a swine and a swindler. It was said of Carnap that he read Heidegger much as the devil would read the Bible. In fact, it was Carnap who took on Heidegger most directly. On July 24, 1929, a year after Heidegger succeeded Husserl in the chair of philosophy at Freiburg, he delivered his inaugural lecture, What is Metaphysics? It was just over 2 years since he had published the tome that made his name and for which he is still primarily known, Being and Time. In it, he had addressed the question of what being is. What is it for something to be? The investigation of being was not principally a scientific one. He argued that humans should not be seen as something apart from the world, but as part of the world. The convoluted prose made the Tractatus seem like a children's picture book, but like the Tractatus, the book was soon hailed as a work of genius. There was a corresponding question to what it was to be, what it was not to be. Heidegger had always been interested in what he called the nothing. The ultimate metaphysical question, he believed, was why is there something rather than nothing? And Heidegger made the case that our awareness of death was what made freedom and authenticity possible. The What is Metaphysics lecture included the phrase, "The nothing itself annihilates, das Nicht selbst nichtet." An uncorroborated but plausible story has it that the lecture was followed by silence before one brave soul put a question, "Mr. Heidegger, what is metaphysics? Herr Heidegger, was ist Metaphysik?" To which Heidegger responded, "Gute Frage," good question. In 1932, Carnap published an essay in Erkenntnis, Overcoming Metaphysics Through Logical Analysis of Language, in which Heidegger and his 1929 lecture were the prime targets. He took the classical logical positivist line. At first glance, statements about spirit or the absolute look as if they are saying something. We may even be persuaded that they are on to something profound. We may feel the same when Heidegger asserts the nothing is prior to the not and the negation. But, asks Carnap, where do we seek the nothing? How do we find the nothing? What about this nothing? The nothing itself nothings. Here was where verificationism was needed. Metaphysical propositions could not be verified, even in principle. The claims made by metaphysicians were therefore not wrong, but senseless. They were not best characterized as deep or as shallow, but as rubbish. They had no cognitive meaning. They should be understood as statements groping toward certain feelings. But feelings were more effectively captured through the arts, through poetry or music. It's fine to do metaphysics as a poet, Carnap used the example of Nietzsche, but not as a scientist. His caustic verdict was that metaphysicians are musicians without musical ability. The real task of philosophy was not to grapple with metaphysical questions, but to bring some logical clarification to the method and statements of the sciences. Heidegger's political outlook had yet to reveal itself. Whether or not there is a link between his philosophy and his politics is a contentious matter, and one vigorously denied by his philosophical devotees. Certainly not all metaphysicians were fascist. At the 1934 Congress in Prague, there was a skirmish between the empiricists and Hans Driesch, an expert in the embryology of sea urchins. Driesch was no Nazi. The Nazis would force him to retire, but someone who wanted to retain a place for metaphysics and who rejected the notion that life can be explained entirely as physical or chemical phenomena. In his plenary session, he explored the idea of vitalism, of there being a force that cannot be reduced to physical stuff. One or two empiricists objected, and the following day, Schlick delivered a lecture entitled On the Concept of the Totality, which was taken as a rebuke to Driesch and pushed the circle line that there was no whole distinct from the sum of its parts. By the time Carnap's diatribe against Heidegger had appeared, Carnap had left Vienna for the German language university in Prague. This was a route taken 2 decades earlier by physicist Philipp Frank, another figure associated with the circle. The philosophers at the university opposed the appointment, but Frank had cunningly pushed for a chair in the science faculty as opposed to the philosophy faculty, on the grounds that a philosopher was required to help make sense of the developments in the natural sciences. In this way, he bypassed the objections. Initially, Frank had hoped the chair would be taken by Hans Reichenbach, but he complained that the salary was too low for him and his family to survive. Carnap took up his new post in 1931. Life in Prague was not to prove as intellectually stimulating as in Vienna, and a depressingly small number of students turned up at his lectures, often only 5 people, one of whom was Elisabeth Stuger. He had met her in Vienna. She called herself Ina, always with a small I, a made-up name. They married in a civil ceremony on March 5, 1933, with Philipp Frank serving as the witness and, because Carnap did not understand Czech, translator. Carnap, ever the logician, kept interrupting the proceedings to ask for clarification of a particular statement, eventually forcing an outburst from Franck. "Do you want to get married or not? If so, just answer and don't ask questions." Maybe it was middle age, or maybe it was because this union was a happy one, but Carnap apparently no longer indulged in extramarital affairs, although there is evidence that Ina herself was not entirely faithful. With the Carnaps' relocation, Prague, along with Berlin and to a lesser extent Warsaw, became another strategic garrison of the Circle. In January 1931, while still in Vienna, Carnap had developed a fever. He had one particularly unpleasant night, but in his agitated state had thought up the basis of The Logical Syntax of Language, his second major work. This he would write up in Czechoslovakia, but the Circle was presented with the ideas in nascent form. The project was to develop a formal language that would provide the tools to define basic logical notions, such as analyticity, all bachelors are unmarried men, and logical consequence. From 1, for all x's, if x is a mammal, then x is warm-blooded, and 2, for all z's, if z is a whale, then z is a mammal, to 3, for all x's, if x is a whale, then x is warm-blooded. We can separate the rules of language from the claims that can be made about the world once these rules are adopted. Only after the logic and the language have been established is it possible to make claims about knowledge of the world. The most important intellectual move in the book was its principle of tolerance. While still maintaining that logic was vital to philosophical inquiry and that the logician must state clearly the rules of the game, Carnap now held that there was not one true logic. We were free to adopt any framework we wished. In logic, there are no morals. Everyone is at liberty to build up his own logic, that is, his own form of language, as he wishes. All that is required of him is that, if he wishes to discuss it, he must state his methods clearly and give syntactical rules instead of philosophical arguments. What made one framework superior to another was not that it was true while the other was false, but that it was simpler or more useful. There were clear affinities here with the American pragmatist tradition, represented by thinkers like William James, John Dewey, and Charles Sanders Peirce, who held that theories or beliefs were to be evaluated according to whether they worked, their practical application. Neither Franck nor Carnap could be described as escaping or fleeing Vienna. They moved for what in normal times are normal reasons: pay, career advancement, a change of scene. The first man who left for other than day-to-day motives was Herbert Feigl. Schlick believed that Feigl could secure a Privatdozentur at the university, but Feigl was the most clear-sighted of the Circle. 2 years before the Nazis came to power in Germany, and before his 30th birthday, he had concluded that there was no future for a young Jewish academic in Austria. After a fellowship at Harvard, he took up the offer of a job at the University of Iowa and set sail with his new wife Maria in 1931. Several times over the next few years, he would return to Vienna during the summer holidays. He would never again, however, call Vienna home. Feigl had not been long in the States when he published an article with an American philosopher, Albert Blumberg, in the Journal of Philosophy. It was entitled Logical Positivism, a New Movement in European Philosophy, and it introduced the Circle's ideas to an American readership. It is the first known use of logical positivism, a term that did not please everyone. Franck, for one, objected, because he disliked all isms. But he also acknowledged the importance of being able to attach a term to an intellectual approach. A long life among views and theories has shown me that if we want a view to be regarded as a respectable tree in the garden of opinions, it must have a label just as much as the elms and oaks in our public gardens. Feigl had represented the circle's future. Hans Hahn embodied its past. He had established the circle's prototype in the first decade of the century through his discussions with Frank and Neurath. He had been instrumental in bringing Schlick to Vienna. He had helped shape the circle's agenda as its most passionate advocate of Russell and Whitehead's Principia Mathematica. His voice had been influential in the wording of the manifesto. During a lecture at the university in the summer of 1934, Hahn collapsed with stomach pain. It was cancer. The significance of his premature death following a botched emergency operation is difficult to overstate. In an obituary published in Erkenntnis, Frank described him as the real founder of the Vienna Circle. Meanwhile, Hahn's former student, Kurt Gödel, had established a link with the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, visiting there between October 1933 and May 1934, and again in 1935. He was becoming increasingly detached from Schlick's circle. So, by the mid-1930s, the circle had effectively lost 4 of its key members in 3 years, blows from which it would never recover. Mathematician Olga Taussky also departed, becoming a fellow at Girton College, Cambridge in 1935. Splits within the circle, which had always existed, had begun to deepen. The manifesto certainly played a role in this. To give the impression that the circle had ever been a cozy and united alliance of like-minded individuals would be misleading. There were both profound disputes and marked personality clashes. Going public served to exacerbate arguments, for, in a sense, there was now more at stake. If members belonged to a club that overtly stood for a set of specific ideas, then they had a greater interest in ensuring that these ideas mirrored their own. Some differences had long existed. Although almost all circle members became convinced that, drawing on Wittgenstein and Ramsey, they had solved the problem of mathematics, that mathematical truths were a type of tautology, Gödel had sat quietly at circle meetings without believing a word of this. He was a mathematical Platonist, an unadulterated Platonist in Bertrand Russell's description. There were truths out there, thought Gödel, that were not constructed by human minds. They existed independently of minds and could be discovered by mathematicians. Not surprisingly, Gödel took a more skeptical approach to Wittgenstein than did some others in the circle. Attitudes to Wittgenstein were a source of tension. While Schlick and Weissman revered Wittgenstein, Gödel was among several bemused by the cult-like deference he inspired in his acolytes. Neurath was another prominent skeptic. When the circle discussed Wittgenstein's philosophy, he would repeatedly bellow, "Metaphysics!" To placate Schlick, who found these interjections annoying, Hahn proposed that Neurath simply say M instead. Neurath responded that he thought it will save time and trouble if I say non-M every time the group is not talking metaphysics. The most important personality clash within the circle was between Schlick and Neurath. 2 men could scarcely have been more different. Schlick was calm and reserved, happiest in a seminar room or reading quietly at home. Neurath was voluble and gregarious. Schlick was an apolitical abstract thinker, Neurath a Marxist man of action. Schlick was a compromiser, Neurath a polemicist and proselytizer. There was a degree of class tension, with Schlick the patrician German versus Neurath the workers' champion. They did not have boundless respect for each other's academic output. Neurath detected a mystical strain in Schlick's thought, influenced as it was by Wittgenstein. Schlick regarded Neurath as dogmatic and lacking rigor. Neurath was acutely sensitive to this charge. He feared that he was seen as a kind of jumped-up secretary, an organizer and campaigner, but not a first-class thinker. In an unsent letter to Carnap, Neurath wrote, "Poor Schlick, depressed me. Such an aggressive person, full of unfriendly habits." All this came to a head when Schlick turned down Neurath's manuscript that had been due to appear in the Writings on the Scientific World Conception series. It was on the scientific foundations of history and economics, and Schlick complained that it was pure propaganda and had too many sentences ending with exclamation marks. Neurath, in turn, accused Schlick of being a bourgeois thinker, for believing philosophy could remain aloof from the real world, and for denying the relevance to philosophy of social and political context, and threatened to sue him. In the end, Neurath was persuaded to shelve the book in favor of another one on sociology. Although Schlick was used to entertaining people in his elegant flat, not once did he invite Neurath. He had too loud a voice, Schlick complained. There was virtually no topic on which the Circle achieved uniformity, but the most public disagreement within the Circle was the protocol sentence debate. This has to be understood in context. The logical positivist project can be seen as having two components. On the one hand, there was an investigation into the link between words and propositions. This was not merely of the all bachelors are unmarried men kind. This is a case of one term being reducible to or synonymous with another. But there are other kinds of relationships. For example, sometimes sentences logically follow from others, as in the conclusion that if the pH strip turns red in the solution, then the solution is an acid. The pH strip does turn red in the solution. Therefore, the solution is an acid. Some sentences can be inconsistent with others. Neurath has a beard and Neurath is clean-shaven are contradictory. They cannot both be true. But beyond the analysis of language, there is the link between language and the world. If we define words only in terms of other words, then we can never escape language. We are trapped in a linguistic circle. So eventually we must make an escape and jump from language to the world. There must be some way in which words get their meaning not from other words, but from the world. But words do not get their meaning from standing for objects in isolation. Words get their meaning in the context of a sentence or proposition, and the way that proposition stands in relation to the world. And this is where protocol sentences came in. There was mostly agreement that the protocol sentences on which knowledge and meaningful language were to be constructed were fundamental observation statements. This object is blue. But that is about as far as agreement ran. Between 1929 and 1936, members of the Vienna Circle engaged in a prolonged debate on these protocol sentences. This was played out in circle meetings, within the pages of Erkenntnis and elsewhere. What was to count as a protocol sentence? Did protocol sentences really exist? Were they open to doubt? What was the relationship between protocol sentences and the empirical world? To what extent logical empiricism had foundationist ambitions is a matter of dispute. Foundationalism means, roughly, that there are propositions that are true and certain independently of other propositions, and the debate about whether knowledge could be put on rock-solid foundations goes back at least to Descartes in the 17th century. Within the Circle, there was a dispute about whether protocol sentences provided solid foundations. Schlick and initially Carnap had foundationalist instincts. The idea was that with valid inferences, we could move from these secure basic statements, these protocol sentences, to more complicated ones, and ultimately all the sciences, including the social sciences, would be united by their common underpinnings. The Tractatus, of course, had constructed its edifice on the notion that complex statements were built out of simple statements, which in turn pictured some arrangement of simple objects, states of affairs. Carnap's initial view was that protocol sentences captured immediate experiences and required no further justification or public confirmation. They were sense data, the things that are immediately present to my mind, like the redness of a tomato. He faced attack from two directions. His first opponent was Neurath. Neurath maintained that the observations had to be about the observable attributes of objects and the properties on which we could publicly agree. That a tomato was red or that a table or stick had certain dimensions was open to testing, to public scrutiny. That, in turn, was only possible if there was a language with a shared understanding of words and concepts and rules. The debate between Neurath and Carnap was at its most heated from 1930 to 1932. In the end, Carnap conceded ground. Philosopher Hilary Putnam admired Carnap's willingness to change his mind. For me, Carnap is still the outstanding example of a human being who puts the search for truth higher than personal vanity. But in so doing, Carnap was forced to acknowledge what Neurath had long asserted, namely that rock-bottom certainty was beyond reach. If protocol sentences were about the physical world, as opposed to sensations and impressions of that world, then it was always possible that they were mistaken. If I said, "That stick is bent," I might be wrong, for the appearance of its being bent might be a trick of the light. Enter Moritz Schlick. Schlick wished to reclaim the certainty that Neurath and now Carnap were prepared to ditch. He presented his case in a 1934 essay, setting off a further round of argument. Schlick insisted that protocol sentences had to be about how objects appeared to a particular person and take the form of here, now, this. For example, here, now, blue patch. The here and now ensured infallibility. A sentence that refers to an experience in the past, say, might be vulnerable to a deceptive memory. On the face of it, this seems like an arcane disagreement, an angels on the head of a pin quarrel. In fact, for the Circle, it had far-reaching implications. The advantage of the Schlickian framework is that it begins with statements that cannot be refuted, and that require no further confirmation. I cannot err in declaring here, now, blue patch. If I can then build up from this to more complex statements, I do so in confidence that the ground on which the edifice is based is firm. All well and good. But the drawback is that it is unclear how one can make the move from a subjective statement about me and my experience to a statement to which we can all assent. You might see a blue patch, but I might not. Such an account threatens to ensnare us into a kind of solipsism. Even worse, if all you can guarantee is the here and now, then you could not be sure that here, now, blue patch would hold 5 seconds later. Schlick's radical subjectivism, Neurath claimed, took protocol sentences down a cul-de-sac. It could never lead us to non-subjective claims about, say, the dimensions of the table or stick. The logic of their respective positions required Schlick and Neurath to supply different accounts of knowledge. Since Neurath had granted that protocol statements could be declared invalid just like any other empirical statement, he had to explain how science progressed. He proposed a metaphor for how our knowledge of the world was to be understood. He had used it before and would use it again. It has become known as Neurath's boat. We have to presume existing knowledge, he said. We cannot overturn all our assumptions at once. That would be nonsensical. But neither can we assume that there are any rock-solid foundations. We can always jettison bits of knowledge as we progress. We are like sailors who must rebuild their ship on the open sea, never able to dismantle it in dry dock and to reconstruct it there out of the best materials. Neurath's boat was far from the foundational certainty Schlick craved. And wrapped up in this row was another disagreement about the nature of truth. Take the statement, "The tomato is red." Is this true because it somehow resembles the world? Does this combination of letters and sounds present an accurate account of reality? Neurath thought this account was nonsense. The Wittgensteinian idea, endorsed by Schlick, that a sentence made up of words and sounds could be checked against the world, could conform with reality by sharing the same form of structure, was mysterious, or, to deploy his favorite jibe, metaphysical. The debate between Neurath and Schlick was characterized by hostility and mutual misunderstanding. In philosophical jargon, Schlick endorsed something close to a correspondence theory of truth. Neurath was not interested in what it meant for something to be true, and instead adopted a coherence theory of justification. Statements could not be justified by contrasting them with stuff that was extra-linguistic, thought Neurath. They could only be compared with other statements. For example, did they contradict other statements? If so, they could not coexist. Something had to give. Schlick objected, in turn, that Neurath's approach opened the door to relativism. Since Neurath could make no sense of the notion that statements can accurately or inaccurately portray reality, Schlick claimed, all that seems to matter to him is that they fit together. These fundamental intellectual differences exacerbated the tensions that had always been present in the Schlick-Neurath relationship. A 1934 essay by Neurath, Radical Physicalism and the Real World, in which he mocked Schlick's poetry. Schlick had talked of his protocol sentences being the source of all the light of knowledge, was the definitive breach in their relationship. They never spoke again. Alongside protocol sentences, the Circle's second major debate was about verificationism. If a statement was not analytic, true or false in virtue of its terms, then, according to the verification principle, it was only meaningful if verifiable. This was one crucial distinction between empirical and non-empirical inquiries and fields. It is what made many statements about ethics, aesthetics, and religion non-scientific and neither true nor false. Earlier, we noted a distinction between a Carnapian and a Wittgensteinian interpretation of the verification principle, the Carnap version stating that whether a synthetic sentence was cognitively meaningful depends on whether there are criteria for verifying it. The Wittgenstein version was that the meaning consists in the criteria. There was a deeper problem still. What counts as verification? As the logical empiricists attempted to get more precise about the verification principle, difficulties quickly began to emerge. Take statements about the past and the future. Had a member of the Circle in 1929 declared, "A man will land on the moon in 1969, how could this statement have been verified? And what about claims about the past made by historians? These did not seem to be open to verification in the same way as scientific propositions. We can test the hypothesis that water boils at 100 degrees centigrade by boiling water. But what predictions are entailed by historical propositions, such as Vienna was besieged by the Ottoman Turks in 1683? Intuitively, it feels like such a sentence makes sense. In which case, how does it achieve this status? There were various suggestions. Clearly, history relies on evidence, so one way to view the work of historians is to draw an analogy between their tools and the tools of the scientists. The scientist has a petri dish, the historian has an archive, and the historian does make predictions of a sort. If Vienna was indeed besieged by the Ottoman Turks in 1683, One might expect this fact to appear in documents, including documents that have not yet been but will be unearthed. That sounds like a plausible way out for the logical positivist. But do all statements about history really take this form? The claim, at 8:30 a.m. on January 1, 1920, Carnap shaved, appears to make sense. Yet, a century on, there might be no evidence to support or refute it, and no prospect of any relevant evidence ever emerging. What about the practical problems of verification? Suppose a Circle member had claimed water existed on the far side of the moon. Since space travel was not feasible in the 1920s and 30s, must they dismiss such a statement as meaningless? Initially, Carnap seems to have accepted this conclusion, but it was an unappealing route for many Circle members who came to agree that what mattered was that a claim was verifiable in principle. It was not practicable to fly to the moon, but it was possible in principle. But this then begged further questions. What did it mean to say something was possible in principle? For example, what of claims about the afterlife? The claims say that our souls will end up in either heaven or hell. Schlick and Carnap disagreed about whether such talk made any sense. Schlick thought if there was life after death, we would eventually find out, and thus some afterlife propositions were verifiable. Carnap and Ayer dismissed the notion that there could be thoughts held by a bodiless being. Then, trickier still, how are verificationists to account for unobservables? Much of modern physics posits unobservables. That is to say, to make sense of certain phenomena in the world, scientists conjecture that there must be entities that, given the kinds of creatures we are and the kinds of sensory apparatus we possess, we cannot directly perceive. They include atoms, electrons, viruses, radio waves. Astrophysicists believe the universe was created by a Big Bang. The Big Bang cannot, of course, be seen. Yet there is plenty of supporting evidence for it, including cosmic microwave background radiation. And surely we all want to say that the Big Bang theory is science. Could verificationists smuggle unobservables into their account of science and yet remain uncontaminated by dreaded and despised metaphysics? Then there was a linked problem of probability. Modern physics implied that there were certain statements whose truth could only probabilistically be determined. What does this mean, and how could it be verified? Once again, the logical empiricists were split. Hans Reichenbach from Berlin pushed what is sometimes called a frequency account. That is, to say that a thrown die has a 1 in 6 probability of showing a 5 is to claim that over many throws the die would land on 5 1 in 6 times. Carnap wrote that, in our discussions on probability in the Vienna Circle, we took for granted the frequency conception. In fact, the frequency approach faces various difficulties, including the problem of how to deal with single events. It seems to make sense to ask, what is the probability of an all-out nuclear war? But this is either going to happen or it is not, and if it happens, it is certainly not going to happen multiple times. Popper would later propose an alternative to the frequency account, propensity theory. He regarded probability as like a tendency or disposition. A die has a 1 in 6 tendency to land on a 5. Unlike the frequency account, this has the virtue of being able to make sense of single cases. But spelling out what is meant by a tendency or a disposition has always proved problematic. Another approach might be called subjectivist. This holds that a statement about probability is a statement about a degree of belief. It is not about the world, but about knowledge of the world. If I say that the probability that the rolling die will show 5 is 1 in 6, that is a reflection of my confidence, which would change if I discovered a relevant new piece of information, for example, that the die was weighted. Bayesian probability is a variation of subjectivist probability. In the 18th century, Thomas Bayes provided an account of how to represent probability given the available evidence. Carnap attempted to capture this in logical language. There was a logical relationship between a statement and the evidence for it. The probability that the die landing on 5 was 1 in 6 was given partial confirmation by evidence, for example, by its landing on 5 1 in 6 times. Protocol sentences, verification, probability, these were staples of circle debate. But then there was ethics. Ethics was a tricky one. Wittgenstein had proclaimed in the final line of the Tractatus, "Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent," encapsulating his verdict that ethics lay beyond language. This did not prevent people from straining to state ethical truths, but attempting to do so was like hunting phantoms. Failure was inevitable. Ethics was ineffable. Ethical statements were nonsensical. It took the Circle a long time to recognize that they had misunderstood Wittgenstein's central message. Wittgenstein thought that the aim of founding ethics in rationality was doomed. The obvious and yet incorrect conclusion was that Wittgenstein regarded ethics as trivial. The opposite was the case. Ethical statements cannot be compared to the world and found to be true or false, so ethics cannot be said, but it can be shown. In November 1929, Wittgenstein delivered a Cambridge lecture in which he expressed sympathy with those drawn to talk and write about ethics. What ethics says does not add to our knowledge in any sense, but it is a document of a tendency in the human mind which I personally cannot help respecting deeply, and I would not for my life ridicule it. Trying to explain the Tractatus, he wrote on another occasion, "My work consists of 2 parts, the one presented here, plus all that I have not written, and it is precisely this second part that is the important one." The Wittgensteinian notion that ethics was ineffable was one that even his loyal supporter Schlick contested. People clearly did make ethical claims, such as lying is wrong. Such claims are understood by philosophers and ordinary people alike. For the Circle, ethics was not meaningless in the sense that it was gibberish, but ethical claims were outside the net of things that were verifiable. You could not verify the claim, "It is wrong to lie." It was just that ethical statements did not have scientific meaning. This claim is sometimes called non-cognitivism. Ultimately, philosophy or science could not prove one value judgment superior to any other. The difference between the Circle on the one hand and Wittgenstein on the other can be put in this way. Most Circle members more or less agreed that when it came to ethics, there was a sense in which what was called for was silence. But for Wittgenstein, that silence was pregnant with mystical, Carnap and Neurath would say metaphysical, undertones. Since ethics could not be verified, the Circle largely ignored it. But there were some attempts by Circle figures to analyze ethics from a logical positivist perspective. Perhaps the best-known attempt came from A.J. Ayer. He proposed that we understand ethical statements as being not commands, but more like expressions. To say lying is wrong is merely to express a disapproval of lying. This became known as the hurrah-boo theory. Lying is wrong is like mentioning lying and then wagging a finger. It is like saying lying, boo. Just to state generosity is a virtue is equivalent to saying generosity, hurrah. Thus, if I say to someone, "You acted wrongly in stealing that money," I am not stating anything more than if I had simply said, "You stole that money." In adding that this action is wrong, I am not making any further statement about it. I am simply evincing my moral disapproval of it. It is as if I had said, "You stole that money," in a peculiar tone of horror, or written it with the addition of some special exclamation marks. Ayer's approach was briefly fashionable, but in the aftermath of World War II, and as more and more details of concentration camps and killings emerged, many critics found abhorrent the notion that the charge of immorality was merely the utterance of a feeling with no basis in objectivity. One well-known English philosopher, C.E.M. Joad, went so far as to accuse Ayer of inadvertently fueling fascism. Ayer's philosophy helped create a moral vacuum, wrote Joad, that was bound to be filled by irrational movements like fascism. A variation of objectivity in ethics was introduced by two circle thinkers. One was Schlick, in his book Problems of Ethics, Fragen der Ethik, 1930. Deviating uncharacteristically from a Wittgensteinian position, he argued that to acknowledge the meaningfulness of ethical statements meant treating ethics as a branch of science. It is a purely theoretical matter. If there are ethical questions which have meaning and are therefore capable of being answered, then ethics is a science. How could that be? The solution was to give the topic an empirical spin. It made no sense to say that something was desirable. That was meaningless. It could not be connected to anything in the world. But it made perfect sense to say that something was desired. That was a statement of fact, which might be true or false. To understand ethics, then, was essentially an empirical project, an investigation into what humans want from life and how they can best achieve what they want. In that way, Schlick claimed, ethics was a branch of psychology. From this emerged directions and strategies for how human happiness or well-being could be maximized. This was not utilitarianism, the theory that we should act so as to maximize human happiness or well-being, because it was descriptive rather than normative. Schlick was identifying ethics, not prescribing it. The scientific investigator of ethics, thought Schlick, must constantly be on guard against the risk of being moralistic, for there is no greater danger than to change from a philosopher into a moralist, from an investigator into a preacher. Carl Menger took this position on, publishing his own book on ethics in 1934. A mathematician, he decided to treat ethics as a branch of mathematics. Stripping out any normative element, he applied mathematical methods to group dynamics, to an analysis of what happened when you have one set of individuals with one ethical position and another set of individuals with a different position. The book had one significant impact. It was read by Oscar Morgenstern, an economist at the University of Vienna, and helped inspire the development of game theory, of which he was a founder. Beyond the empirical treatment of Schlick and Menger, there was clearly a role for philosophy in ethics in the logical analysis of ethical statements, such as drawing out distinctions between means and ends. The philosopher could identify inconsistencies and make clear the nature of any factual disagreement. Yet this was still not enough to resolve a puzzle at the heart of ethics, at least as it was understood by the logical empiricists. As we have heard, many circle members had strong moral views. Neurath was not alone in being voluble about his opinions. Carnap was politically engaged throughout his life. But if the logical empiricists were convinced that there was no truth about ethics, how could they take ethical matters so seriously? Some critics assumed that logical empiricism undermined ethics. One of Carnap's colleagues in Prague thought it so threatening to young minds that he pondered aloud whether to call on the authorities to put Carnap in jail. The logical empiricist answer to this puzzle may not convince everyone, but goes something like this. Ethics, as David Hume had declared, is ultimately a matter of sentiment and disposition. We humans are creatures with values, and our values do not always coincide. You may believe that equality is of the utmost importance. I may put certain rights above equality. That may result in disagreement, perhaps even heated disagreement. We may try to persuade each other in various ways, for example, by citing evidence in support of our case. But in the end, there is nothing we can do to reconcile our disagreement, and there is nothing to be gained by my claiming that my values are true and yours false. We may simply have to live with our difference of opinion. In extreme cases, clashes over values might turn violent. But ethics is not about truth, it is not science. And philosophers have no special ethical insight. I believe that philosophy will not help us decide the value questions themselves in one way or another, said Carnap. Does that drain ethics of its motivating force? No, or so the non-cognitivist claims. My values are likely to be very important to me, and I will want to see them applied. They reflect how I see myself and how I perceive the world. That they rouse me into action is entirely consistent with my ethical views being neither true nor false. It is perfectly legitimate for me to posit ethical judgments, so long as I acknowledge that they do not belong in the same category as empirical statements. This, then, is the logical empiricist position. No doubt some readers will find it compelling, others less so, or not at all. All one can point to is the fact that the empiricists themselves saw no tension in their taking strong ethical and political positions, while at the same time holding that these positions were no more true than positions to which they ran contrary. There were many other issues members of the Circle discussed, too many to go into, though a relatively minor one merits a note. There are several references in Circle writings about whether or not people should be divided into racial categories. Obviously, for members of the Circle, a few of whom found themselves placed in a category to which they felt little allegiance and a weak or non-existent identification, this was a highly personal matter. Broadly, the question was whether there was an empirical basis to the division of humans by race, whether propositions about racial groups picked out some observable difference. Nowadays, mainstream scientists claim there is no genetic distinction underpinning racial groupings, but the logical empiricists took a different stance. There seemed to be a consensus that race was not a pseudo-category. It did have empirical standing. Weismann even seemed to believe that racial dispositions could be inherited, and so race might be predictive of behavior. But beyond the question of whether a racial taxonomy was meaningful, there was a subsidiary matter. Was race a helpful way of dividing humans? What function did such a classification serve? In theory, Weismann, at least, thought it could be helpful. But in practice, race categories had been embraced and deployed for entirely evil purposes by Nazis, Austro-fascists, and later, in the American context, segregationists. Not surprisingly, therefore, there was opposition, sometimes strong, from, among others, Schlick, Carnap, Neurath, and Weismann, to their use. Here, then, was a distinction between the meaningfulness of a category and its purpose. One final, more fundamental debate needs mentioning. The Circle had begun with a common goal: to develop a philosophy of knowledge that was able to comprehend the latest revelations in physical science and, in the process, to slay metaphysics. This was the role of philosophy. But now, even this ambition began to divide the group. Since returning to Cambridge, Wittgenstein's thinking had evolved. This would see its fullest expression in the posthumous philosophical investigations. He came to regard philosophy as akin to a sort of therapy. He noted that people became bewitched and befuddled by certain questions. Could something be both red and green all over? If it was midday in Vienna, what time was it on the sun? But, he now believed, these were not deep problems. They were puzzles that dissolved with an analysis of language. That something cannot be both red and green is not a metaphysical truth, but instead a grammatical one. It makes no grammatical sense to claim that something is red and green at the same time. The idea that the task of the philosopher was to extract us from these linguistic traps was not one adopted by the Circle, but its influence was felt, particularly on Weissman, who alongside Schlick was the most loyal Wittgensteinian. Weissman insisted that philosophy could still assist in the progress of knowledge. Like his master, however, he now began to attend to how we use ordinary natural language. Carnap was bored by the focus on everyday talk and continued to explore the logic of formal language. On November 4, 1933, Schlick wrote to the English translator of Fragen der Ethik, "I am not going to have meetings of the Wiener Kreis this winter. Some of our old members have grown too dogmatic and might discredit the whole movement." The ruptures within the Circle were becoming irreconcilable. Their unity of spirit was splintering into factionalism, and their early optimism that together they could crush metaphysics was running into unyielding complexity. Responsibility for destroying logical empiricism once and for all, however, was claimed elsewhere by an outsider. 14. The unofficial opposition. I fear that I must admit responsibility. Karl Popper. Who killed logical positivism? It is a good question, and one Karl Popper poses in his intellectual autobiography, Unended Quest. Helpfully, he also provides an answer. I fear that I must admit responsibility. Born in 1902, Popper was nurtured in the same milieu as many Circle members. His father was a prominent lawyer whose family was from Bohemia. His mother came from a middle-class Viennese family. Both Jews, they converted to Lutheranism in 1900. As has been described, the family's savings, as with so many middle-class families, were wiped out by post-war inflation. Popper was no prodigy. He initially began attending mathematics lectures at the university without having graduated from school, but found the content too difficult. He then returned to the university in 1922, taking an eclectic mix of courses, but focusing on math. He had various false starts at a career as an apprentice cabinet maker, as social worker, and finally as teacher, for which he had enrolled in the Pedagogical Institute. It was there he met his future wife, Josefina Anna Henninger, Henny. He first heard of the Circle around 1926 or 1927 from reading a newspaper article by Otto Neurath. During his teacher training, he continued to attend university courses, and he earned his doctorate in 1928 on psychological methods. It was an impressive piece of work. His teaching career in math and physics began a year later. In his spare time, he was developing the thoughts for which he became famous. It would take a conference of Freudians fully to comprehend Popper's complex relationship with the Circle, though Popper, a skeptic about psychoanalysis, would disdain their analysis. He was obviously the sort of talent the Circle would normally have pulled into its orbit. Popper claims in Unended Quest that he would have considered it an honor to have been invited. So why was no invitation ever forthcoming? The answer was that offers lay in the gift of the mild-mannered Moritz Schlick, who abhorred conflict. He believed in civilized, urbane conversation. He thought Popper boorish, a grandstander, and an intolerant bully. He was not wrong. Popper was a forceful speaker, but an antagonistic listener. Science, he would write, should move closer and closer to the truth. But in debate, truth for Popper always had a lower priority than victory. What mattered was that he both vanquish and belittle opponents. In private, Popper had considerable charm and generosity, but in public he embodied the Nietzschean will to power. That this was driven by a deep insecurity is a hypothesis which cannot be tested. Schlick's relationship with Popper was always strained. Schlick had been one of the examiners of Popper's Ph.D., which was passed despite containing a philosophical attack on Schlick's writings on physicalism, the view that everything that exists is physical and that meaningful statements are all translatable into physical statements. Popper was probably the first philosopher to use the term physicalism. It was a doctrine supported by Neurath, who made use of the term himself in 1930, and then developed further by Carnap in particular, but also by Schlick. However, it was Popper's other examiner, psychologist Karl Bühler, who acted as his champion, although even he was half-hearted in his endorsement, regarding the thesis as clearly of a secondary and literary nature. This did not stop them from giving it the highest grade. It was one thing for Popper to criticize Schlick himself, it was another to disparage Schlick's idol. Popper's crucial error came at the Gomperz Circle, the discussion group led by philosopher Heinrich Gomperz, where in front of Schlick and several other circle members, including Carnap, he delivered a talk containing a withering critique of Wittgenstein, delivered in his trademark trenchant and unyielding manner. Although in his personal interactions he was the ultimate dogmatist himself, he now accused Wittgenstein of dogmatism. Schlick stormed out halfway through. The irascible young man had effectively torn up his future entry ticket to the circle. His approach to debate, Schlick concluded, was incompatible with the constructive and open-minded atmosphere he tried to foster. Like circle members, Popper was an empiricist. Science had to be rooted in evidence. But he came to believe the Vienna Circle had the relationship between theory and evidence upside down. Popper stressed that what he was interested in was not primarily about meaning, the difference between sense and nonsense. That issue bored him. Questions about language in general he thought tiresome. While he approved of the project to clarify problems, the pursuit of total precision, he believed, was futile, and he adamantly opposed the notion, emerging out of Wittgenstein's later philosophy, that philosophical problems were essentially the product of linguistic confusion. Rather than focus on language, his project was to demarcate science from pseudoscience, the empirical from the non-empirical. For example, he wanted to distinguish between astrology and the theory of relativity. It was not that one was true and one false. A scientific theory could prove false, a pseudo-scientific theory might be true. Nor was the issue that one was based on evidence and the other was not. Astrologers were not scientists, even if they pored over charts and diagrams and made use of complex equations. Wherein, then, lay the difference? Popper's key insight concerned inductive reasoning, the building up from individual facts to a general claim. The problem of induction went back to David Hume. Every day of my life the sun has risen in the east, so I conclude that tomorrow it will too. But according to Hume, this inference has no rational justification. Another famous example concerns the black swan. You see a white swan, then another. You then formulate a theory that all swans are white. Suppose you see more white swans. Have you thereby shown that all swans are white? No. In your research, you may observe 10,000 swans, all of them white, and that still would not be sufficient. For the following day, you might see a black one. That suggests an asymmetry. No number of sightings of white swans can settle the hypothesis that all swans are white, but just one sighting of a black swan can disprove it. The circle was not unaware of the problem of induction, of course, and mostly dealt with Popper's critique by turning to the idea of confirmability, that is, Even if something could not be conclusively proved, it could be supported by new evidence, it could be confirmed. It was a defense that left Popper unconvinced. He said that we must overturn the old model of how science operated. Science progressed in the following way, he said. First, scientists came up with a theory, then they set about testing it. The method is trial and error. The bolder the theory, the better, for the more it is then open to refutation. Science makes predictions, and these predictions may not come to pass, in which case the theory has to be modified or jettisoned altogether. What distinguishes the empirical from the non-empirical, science from non-science, is precisely that science, unlike pseudoscience, is open to falsification. Take psychoanalysis. Although throughout his life Karl Popper nursed a deep animus toward Wittgenstein, their critique of Freud bore striking similarities. Popper, like Wittgenstein, complained about the lack of agreed-upon criteria with which to judge the claims of psychoanalysis. Popper, like Wittgenstein, was not entirely dismissive of Freud and far more supportive than is often acknowledged. Indeed, in Conjectures and Refutations, he wrote that much of Freud's work is of considerable importance. Its theories describe some facts, but in the manner of myths. They contain most interesting psychological suggestions, but not in a testable form. That was the key: testability. Psychoanalysts had scientific pretensions. What, then, would, in Popper's terminology, falsify a psychoanalytic theory? If the analyst continued to insist that my dream should be interpreted as repressed anger at my father, there was ultimately nothing that could prove him wrong. Every action is capable of being given a psychoanalytic spin. If I become angry in an awkward situation, psychoanalysts can offer an explanation. If I remain calm, they can proffer an alternative explanation. This is not, insisted Popper, the scientific method. In Conjectures and Refutations, Popper recounted a conversation he had in 1919 with psychotherapist Alfred Adler about Adler's theory of inferiority. It's not the only Popper anecdote of this kind, centering on an intellectual dispute, with Popper emerging as wittily victorious. When Popper offered what he believed was a clear counterexample to the inferiority theory, Adler dismissed it. Slightly shocked, I asked him how he could be so sure. "Because of my thousandfold experience," he replied. Whereupon I could not help saying, "And with this new case, I suppose your experience has become 1001-fold." In later life, Popper would talk in grandiloquent terms about the so-called Circle legend, the false idea that he had been a member of the Circle. Imagining himself as the subject of a legend was all of a piece with his megalomaniac disposition. It is true, of course, that he objected to some of the Circle's principal tenets, but his accounts of distancing himself from the Circle were historical distortions. For one thing, it was premised on the false notion that the Circle was a homogeneous group and he alone was a critic. In fact, there were plenty of disagreements within the Circle, as we have heard. At the time, only Neurath considered Popper's position to be entirely incompatible with the Circle. It was Neurath who labeled Popper, probably half tongue-in-cheek, as the Circle's official opposition. Neurath launched a fierce attack on Popper, pointing out several major flaws in his critique. He scoffed at the idea that scientific theories were abandoned after one falsification. Negative results can shake our confidence in a theory, but does not reduce it automatically to zero. After all, you would not abandon a theory unless you had a better one to replace it with. Neurath aside, however, the rest of the Circle saw Popper, in Feigel's words, as making a valuable and helpful contribution. Popper's very first academic article appeared in the Circle's periodical Erkenntnis. Even Schlick, who could not abide Popper personally, came to value him as a thinker. Popper's Logik der Forschung appeared in the Circle's Writings on the Scientific World Conception series, and the decision to publish, once Popper had agreed to shorten the tome from its original length, was supported by Schlick and particularly by Carnap. Several Circle members, including Carnap, reviewed it generously. This reflected the fact that Popper's protestations to the contrary, he and the Vienna Circle operated in the same philosophical arena, struggled over similar questions, and were animated by similar concerns. Popper's intellectual heroes, especially Bertrand Russell, were equally the heroes of the Circle. Some of his intellectual villains, especially Martin Heidegger, were also the villains of the Circle. His interests and writings about the philosophy of science were a response to those in the Circle, not apart from or parallel to them. In that sense, he owed his entire philosophical career to the Circle, and it was a continued irritation to them that he overemphasized their differences. He would fiercely resist the characterization, but he must be considered a Circle thinker, despite being excluded from their meetings. It was only his furious dogmatism, or to put it more generously, his refusal to accept the authority of others, that set him apart. Then there were the personal links. Popper had many friends and associates who were Circle members, and with whom he engaged in intense discussions. They included Carnap, Feigl, Kaufmann, Kraft, Menger, Neurath, Rand, Weissman, and Zilsel. With Feigl, he struck up a particularly close bond. Their first meeting, says Popper, became decisive for my whole life. So absorbed in conversation about the philosophy of science did they become that they stayed up all night, and Feigl urged Popper to publish a book. Feigl thought Popper an outstanding mind. As for Menger, Popper knew him well enough to be invited to his mathematical colloquium. With Carnap, Popper jousted on and off for decades. Popper reserved probably his greatest admiration for the Circle associate, Polish logician Alfred Tarski. When Tarski visited Austria in 1935, he and Popper sat on a bench for 20 minutes, an unforgotten bench, while Tarski expounded on his theory of truth. No words can describe how much I learned from all this. Although Tarski was only a little older than I, and although we were, in those days, on terms of considerable intimacy, I looked upon him as the one man whom I could truly regard as my teacher in philosophy. Of all his perceived victories, his self-proclaimed triumph over the Vienna Circle was the one that meant most to him. He was always eager to stress his originality, though in recent years some scholars have traced the prominence of some of his key thoughts to others, notably Karl Buehler. In any case, it is worth noting that while the Circle took Popper's ideas seriously, they did not seem to Circle members to have shattered their Weltanschauung, worldview. In a letter from Schlick to Carnap in November 1934, Schlick wrote that Popper is completely of our persuasion. Popper's use of language when he raised his rhetorical question, who killed logical positivism, was unfortunate, because there was a literal killing, a murder that did much to finish off what was left of the Circle. 15. Now, you damn bastard. I can easily imagine, for example, witnessing the funeral of my own body. Moritz Schlick. In Vienna, on Monday, June 22, 1936, at around 8 in the morning, Johann Nelbuck left his apartment carrying a small automatic pistol. We know many of the details of what followed over the next 75 minutes, culminating in his shooting Moritz Schlick to death. Nelbuck's motive is less clear-cut. Later, after the Anschluss, he would alter his story. He had believed his victim to be Jewish, he would claim, and his actions were driven solely by ideology. But that was not the explanation he gave at the trial, nor was it the first time he had revised his account. Whatever drove Nelbuck, the murder of Moritz Schlick can be understood only in its political context. For, apart from anything else, the Austrian newspapers reacted to it in a highly politicized fashion. Nelbuck had known Schlick for almost a decade. In 1925, when he was a 22-year-old undergraduate at the university, he had enrolled in Schlick's class. He was a decent student, going on to earn a doctorate. Sometime in 1928, he came to know and develop an infatuation for another student of Schlick's, Sylvia Borovica. Nelbuck confessed his attachment to her, but was rebuffed. Worse, in 1930, she told him that she had a certain interest in Professor Schlick. Borovica claimed that her feelings were reciprocated, but there is no independent evidence for this. Schlick was certainly typical of married men in the circle in being routinely unfaithful to his wife. In any case, Nelbuck became convinced that Schlick and Borovica were in a sexual relationship, and his thoughts toward Schlick became both vengeful and obsessive. Sometime in 1931, Nelbuck warned Borovica that he would shoot Schlick and then kill himself. She found the threat sufficiently credible to pass it on to Schlick, and he found it sufficiently worrisome that he notified the authorities. After an investigation, Nelbuck was diagnosed with schizoid psychopathy and committed to Am Steinhof, a psychiatric hospital in Vienna. Borovica also came under suspicion and was arrested by the same psychiatrist, Professor Dr. Otto Putzel, who described her as a nervous girl of slightly eccentric character. After she had stayed in Dr. Putzel's clinic, he wrote to the rector of the university recommending that she be given a chance to finish her studies. Schlick must have hoped that this would be the end of the matter, but after 3 months, Nelbuck was released. With his doctorate, teaching was an obvious career path, and he studied for and passed a teaching examination. We do not know how often he and Schlick bumped into one another, but in 1932 there was another fierce confrontation, which again resulted in Nelbuck being detained, this time for only 9 days. The police would sometimes deploy a bodyguard to protect the professor, but then nothing would happen and the security would be withdrawn. Schlick noted, "I fear they begin to think that it is I who is mad." In 1934, Nelbuck delivered a lecture entitled A Critique of Positivism at an adult education center. Was his hostility to logical empiricism a product of his animus toward Schlick? Quite possibly. In any case, now he was barely earning his keep by tutoring students preparing for their doctoral exams. In the summer of 1935, he was due to begin teaching a course in adult education which promised a more stable income. Since the 1934 coup, power within the Adult Education Center had shifted from left to right. But in January 1935, just a few months earlier, he received notice that the job offer had been withdrawn. The explanation given was that logical empiricism was so out of fashion that a lecture series on the topic would not go down well with students. The real reason for the change of mind was Nelbuck's history of mental instability. How the center found out about this was, and is, a matter of dispute. Nelbuck claimed that behind his back, Schlick had objected to his appointment and recommended Weissman give the course in his place, and that another letter to the center, probably from Weissman, carried details of his, Nelbuck's, mental health history. The center's secretary-general denied this version of events, insisting that he discovered about Nelbuck's problems independently. Deprived of his teaching course and worrying that his period in the asylum would dog him for the rest of his life, Nelbook fell into depression. A few months later, his head once more full of murderous thoughts, he managed to purchase a Singer pistol and ammunition. First kill Schlick, then take his own life. That was the plan. But he had a change of heart and disposed of the ammunition in the Danube while retaining the pistol. In the summer of 1935, Herbert Feigl, now based in the United States, joined Schlick while he was on holiday in Bolzano in South Tyrol. He found Schlick in a gloomy mood, weighed down by recent disagreements with Otto Neurath and with the young cantankerous Karl Popper, and more seriously, by some menacing letters from Nelbook. Repeating his threats, Nelbook had also plagued him with calls at home. Just as unsettling, the younger man had developed the habit of sitting in on Schlick's lectures. He attended one lecture on immortality in early 1936. For the logical empiricists, there was a puzzle about whether claims to immortality were meaningless. The lecture stoked the Catholic Nelbook into a state of extreme agitation. He acquired 10 more bullets. Schlick was not supposed to have been in Vienna on June 22, 1936. The Second International Congress for the Unity of Science began on June 21st in Copenhagen, and he was to present a paper there. The star of the gathering was the Danish physicist Niels Bohr. Officially, the theme for the Congress was causality in biology and physics, and it would address the philosophical implications of some of Bohr's discoveries. It is not clear why Schlick did not attend. One letter to Neurath earlier in the month suggests that he was overworked, but it's also possible that his travel permit did not arrive in time. Instead, he would deliver his last lecture of the summer term. That same morning, shortly after he left his apartment, Nelbook seems to have reached a fatal decision, one that had been plaguing him all night. He returned to his residence to pick up his gun, loading it before tucking it into his jacket. Then he walked to the university and positioned himself close to the steps leading up to the School of Philosophy. Meanwhile, just before 9 a.m., Schlick left his own apartment in Prinz Eugenstrasse. His habit before heading off to deliver a lecture was to prepare himself mentally by walking around the breakfast table. As usual, after leaving his apartment, the professor took Tram D down the slope past the Belvedere Gardens and Park, bathed in sunlight, toward the center of Vienna. The trams were described in a contemporaneous account as highly efficient but suicidal-looking. This particular route was short and direct. Schlick arrived around 9:15 a.m. Students in room 41 were already awaiting him. We can assume that, as usual, the lecture room would have been packed. Schlick walked up the grand staircase at the main university entrance, through the iron gate, down the hall, and turned right up the stairs to his destination. There he walked past Nelbook. It is hard to imagine that he did not notice him. Nelbook rushed ahead of Schlick, turned round, and fired straight at him from barely a meter or two away. A witness heard him shout, "Now, you damned bastard, there you have it." The university administrator, Heinrich Drimmel, called the police on hearing the shots, but it was too late. The founder of the Vienna Circle was dead. The court documents reveal that he was hit by 4 bullets. 2 had gone straight through the heart. Nelbook waited placidly for his arrest. The dramatic news from Vienna was deemed of sufficient consequence to merit coverage in the foreign press, though the United States newspaper of record, the New York Times, accorded it only 1 paragraph, buried at the bottom of the page below a much larger space devoted to an advertisement for women's tennis clothing, including a knitted headband for only 95 cents. This was the eve of the Wimbledon Tennis Championship, in which the British sensation Fred Perry was competing to win his third successive singles title. Schlick's murder was summed up with typical Times economy. Professor Moritz Schlick, 54 years old, a distinguished faculty member of Vienna University, was shot and killed as he entered a classroom today. Police say the slayer was a mentally deranged graduate of Professor Schlick's course in philosophy. That was it. There was, to be fair, a lot going on in the world. In the U.S., the Democratic National Convention, at which Franklin D. Roosevelt would be renominated for a second term in the White House, was about to open in Philadelphia. With the U.S. economy still in the doldrums from a deep and prolonged depression, Roosevelt would tell the delegates in his acceptance speech that Americans had a rendezvous with destiny. Internationally, there were many stories to occupy the Times, though it was a fringe one from Germany that attracted the attention of their correspondent. The Nazi propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, was considering banning a recently released movie entitled The Country Doctor. This sentimental comedy about an unlicensed Canadian doctor in a remote lumber town starred the famous Dion quintuplets, the first quintuplets known to have survived infancy. Although there was no official explanation as to what lay behind Nazi disapproval of this apparently innocuous film, the Times pointed out that the scriptwriter was Sonia Levine and speculated that this may have led Berlin to consider it non-Aryan. Some British papers also covered Schlick's murder, including the Daily Mail, which provided the added and fictional detail that Schlick had been in conversation with a female student when the bullets were fired. But British papers, too, had other preoccupations. In the week of Schlick's murder, the British Parliament was debating the Italian invasion of Abyssinia and the lifting of sanctions. Meanwhile, another colonial adventure was costing British lives. Palestine, including Jerusalem, had come under British control in 1922 under a League of Nations mandate and following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Ever since, there had been an ongoing guerrilla war against the British troops, waged by first Palestinian Arabs and later by Jews as well. The Jews, mostly newly arrived, were pursuing Herzl's Viennese dream. The week of Schlick's murder, there was a rare British success story. After an Arab attack on a train, the British had used warplanes to track and kill the fleeing Palestinian terrorists at a cave near Nablus. In the papers, too, were reports of Viennese opera, theater, and cinema performances being disrupted by Nazis throwing stink bombs. This tactic was used to interrupt Richard Wagner's Tristan und Isolde, conducted by Bruno Walter, a Jew. Despite the simmering unrest in Austria, or perhaps because of and to counter it, the Austrian State Travel Bureau took out a big advertisement in the Daily Telegraph to lure British tourists to Austria for a perfect gemütlich holiday. With Schlick's murder, Austria lost one of its most renowned thinkers. Although German-born, Schlick had chosen to spend the most productive years of his academic career at the University of Vienna. He had gathered together a group of talented, like-minded mathematicians, logicians, and philosophers, and overseen a movement that had shaken the world of philosophy. He had made Vienna a beacon of critical thought about science and knowledge. Tributes, in Austria at least, were naturally to be expected. In fact, though several Austrian papers, such as the Catholic daily Die Reichspost, covered the news, Nelbuck was seen as the more compelling character in this bloody episode. So far as Schlick was mentioned, several editors judged that what their readers wanted to hear about were allegations that he had been involved in some sort of ménage à trois. Little was published about Schlick's achievements, apart from, as one would have anticipated, a shocked response in the house organ of the Circle, Erkenntnis, where friends such as Philipp Frank and Heinz Reichenbach paid their respects. "How is it possible that Schlick was killed by a human being?" wrote the distraught and bewildered Reichenbach. More surprising was the generous homage from Der Christliche Standesstaat, a journal associated with the Austro-fascist government. Professor Dietrich Hildebrand, a theologian, described Schlick as noble and amiable, and expressed deep pain over the loss, while acknowledging that his philosophical orientation was not ours. There was also a glowing homage in Die Neue Freie Presse from author Hilde Spiel, an ex-student of Schlick's. In a later book, she described how she had heard the news. "On June 22, 1936, I traveled to town on the number 71 streetcar and by chance glimpsed the headline of a newspaper over my neighbor's shoulder, 'The philosopher Moritz Schlick shot dead.' Even today, I sense how my knees became weak, my head dizzy. Involuntarily, my tears coursed down, there in the overcrowded streetcar. I got off and leaned for a long time against a house wall. It was the deepest of sorrows that I had yet experienced, not to be compared with the earlier pains of love." But elsewhere, the reaction was different. The lead was taken by the German daily, the Berliner Tageblatt. On June 23rd, it ran an article about Guatemala, where Jews and Negroes had been forbidden to open businesses, and nearly adjacent, it had news of Schlick's murder. There were some details of Schlick's academic background, what he wrote about, when he had received his habilitation, when he had arrived in Vienna, and in passing, readers were informed, or rather misinformed, that Schlick was Jewish. This set the tone. Back in Austria on July 10th, the Linzer Volksblatt ran an article condemning Schlick for corrupting the fine porcelain of the national character. Students had been forced to drink from positivism's poisonous vial. Then, 2 days later, in the intellectual weekly paper Schönere Zukunft, Better Future, came this: "The Jew is a born anti-metaphysician and loves logicality, mathemacality, formalism, and positivism in philosophy. In other words, all the characteristics that Schlick embodied to the highest degree. We would like to point out, however, that we are Christians living in a Christian German state, and that it is up to us to determine which philosophy is good and appropriate." This was one paragraph in a lengthy article whose author was too cowardly to reveal his true identity. He used a pseudonym, Professor Dr. Austriacus, and there was much more in a similar vein from Austriacus. Nelbuck had been turned into a psychopath by Schlick's radically destructive philosophy. This loathsome philosophy was anti-religious and anti-metaphysical. The bullet that had killed Schlick was not guided by the logic of some lunatic looking for a victim, but rather by the logic of a soul deprived of its meaning of life. The Vienna Circle, the article continued, had come to be seen abroad as representing Austrian philosophy, much to the disadvantage of Austria's reputation as a Christian state. Schlick had not pursued his philosophical project alone, of course. Among his collaborators was his close friend, the communist Otto Neurath. Nowhere in the article did it state that Schlick was of Jewish ethnicity. He was not. But the assumption, or allegation, was plain. If not a Jew, Schlick was at the very least a friend of the Jews, and he represented a Jewish strain of thought. Among other charges directed at Schlick in the article was the claim that he had Jewish research assistants, Weissman, and 2 Jewish women. The article concluded with the wish that some good come from the killing. "Let the Jews have their Jewish philosophers at their cultural institute, but the philosophical chairs at the University of Vienna in Christian German Austria should be held by Christian philosophers. It has been declared on numerous occasions recently that a peaceful solution of the Jewish question in Austria is also in the interest of the Jews themselves, since a violent solution of that question would be unavoidable otherwise. It is hoped that the terrible murder at the University of Vienna will quicken efforts to find a truly satisfactory solution of the Jewish question. Professor Dr. Austriacus was Johann Sauter, a philosopher at the University of Vienna, a Kantian and a Nazi, and an ally of Ottmar Spahn, the ultra-nationalist sociologist and economist who maintained that society represents a higher degree of reality than the individuals within it. Sauter would publicly come to Nelbuck's defense only later, but the vehemence of his onslaught against Schlick prompted one principled professor at the university, Dr. Richard Meister, to object. He wrote first to Schlick's son Albert for a comment on the Austriacus article. Albert was understandably defensive, but his response does not reflect well on him. He chose not to point out that the racial origins of his father's assistants were irrelevant, and instead disputed the facts. It was not true that his father employed 2 female Jewish assistants, and Weissman was merely a librarian, not a regular research assistant. Nor was it true, wrote Albert, that his father was an atheist. He was a devout Protestant. And then, in the desperate attempt to salvage his father's name, he delivered a spiteful attack on Neurath. Neurath was not my father's friend. He never ever visited us at home, for example, but rather was in opposition to him. I remember occasional remarks of my father which clearly indicated that he did not think very highly of Neurath. He also claimed that his father was not the clubbable kind, had accepted the chairmanship of the Ernst Mach Society only out of a sense of duty, and had had little to do with its activities. As to another claim made by Austriacus that his father had become a member of the Fatherland Front purely to protect himself, this was ridiculous. It was out of genuine conviction. These remarks were forwarded by Meister to the university authorities. Meister felt that, out of loyalty to their murdered colleague, the university's academic senate had an obligation to respond to the personal attacks on Schlick. That body duly met on November 28, 1936, and passed on their objections to the Austriacus piece to the Federal Ministry of Education. It was a small but honorable act. The vain hope was that the ministry would offer an official defense of Schlick. They did not. Nelbuck's trial began on May 24, 1937. Schlick had introduced the death penalty, and for murder this would be the expected punishment. Nelbuck was not a stupid man. He clearly understood that his best prospects for a lenient sentence rested on stressing an ideological as well as a personal aspect to his motivation. Schlick had promoted a treacherous Jewish philosophy, he argued. Nonetheless, after 3 days, he was found guilty. No other verdict would have made any sense. Still, the judge was sympathetic. The guilty man was sentenced to 10 years. With his conditions to be aggravated 4 times a year by having to sleep on a hard bed. In July 1936, an article appeared in the prestigious journal Philosophical Review about the principle of verification. Verifiability meant the possibility of verification, it explained. In theory, it was possible to verify statements about what it was like on the other side of the moon, even if in practice it was not feasible to fly to the moon. Then the article moved on to statements about immortality. After my death, I will continue to exist. Such statements were not meaningless either, it argued. After all, the author could imagine witnessing the funeral of his own body. I will survive the death of my body was a statement that, in principle, was verifiable. This article was published posthumously, and its author was Moritz Schlick, grappling with verificationism until the very end. 16. The Inner Circle. All the evil and the tragedy to come to Vienna was foreshadowed when in June 1936 Moritz Schlick was murdered. After this, anything could happen, and almost everything did. Hilda Spiel. Like the show, the Congress must go on. The Second Unity of Science Congress had gathered in Copenhagen. The event opened on a wonderfully sunny day on Sunday, June 21st, and ran to June 26th. The United States was only slowly emerging from depression, and another trip to Europe was too costly for some Americans. Still, there were between 80 and 100 participants there. The reception was held at the home of Niels Bohr. It was he who had proposed Copenhagen as the location, and he was the central figure, delivering the first paper. He was a terrible lecturer, difficult to hear because he ignored the microphone, swallowed his words, and spent half the time scribbling on the blackboard with his back to his admiring but exasperated audience. In theory, the conference had a specific focus, though some speakers chose to address the attendees on completely separate topics. How are we to understand causation in physics and biology? New puzzles had emerged with quantum mechanics. Bohr, for example, had proposed the complementarity principle. Take light. Depending on the experiment, it exhibits either wave or particle behavior. To understand light completely, you have to acknowledge both these aspects of light, but they cannot be measured simultaneously. Heisenberg had discovered that it was impossible to measure the position and the speed of a particle at the same time. The world, at least at the quantum level, appears to be indeterminate. There are some things about it one cannot know or predict. So how does causation fit into this picture? The idea that physical stuff operated according to causal laws was basic to Newton's laws of motion and classical mechanics, whereas the new science introduced a degree of subjectivity into science. The measurer became inextricably intertwined with the measurement. Popper, a conference attendee, was a realist. There was an underlying reality out there that existed independently of human minds. During the conference, Popper befriended Bohr and could be seen in intense discussion, the two men standing on the stairs, with Bohr sucking on his unlit pipe, looking down at Popper. The paper Schlick had been due to read at the Congress, had he been granted the right to travel, was called Quantum Theory and the Knowableness of Nature, Quantentheorie und die Erkennbarkeit der Natur, and was read by Philipp Frank. It was Frank who informed the delegates of Schlick's murder. They had been on a bus outing to the quaint city of Helsingør, home of Kronborg Castle, the setting used by Shakespeare for Hamlet. Frank received the news just before they sat down for dinner. There does not seem to have been any proposal to call off proceedings, though Frank said a few words and a telegram of condolence was organized and sent to Blanche, Schlick's wife. The remainder of the Congress was naturally subdued, the only mini-drama being a typical Popper explosion in response to Neurath criticizing his friend Tarski. It may not have stopped the conference, but Schlick's murder concentrated minds. Austrian-born author Hilda Spiel wrote that the death of her beloved teacher heightened her sense of insecurity and hastened her departure out of the country. She was not alone. For Kaufmann, the assassination of Schlick was a horror story that he could never forget. Schlick had always been a vital support to Weissman, whose situation had become desperate. He had already lost his poorly paid job, and there was another mouth to feed after his wife, heavily pregnant at the time of the murder, gave birth to a boy, Thomas, in September. He raised some money by giving a private seminar on the Tractatus, but it was not enough. he now began to look at options abroad. Popper too wanted out, as did Karl Menger, who ceased attending circle meetings. In normal times, he was the obvious candidate to succeed Schlick, but the Appointments Commission determined that henceforth philosophical studies were to focus on the history of philosophy, and so the chair, graced by both Schlick and Mach, was to be abolished. Menger also had a growing family to provide for. He had married a student, Hilda Aksamet, in 1935, and the first of their 4 children was born in 1936. In 1937, he became a visiting professor at the University of Notre Dame in Indiana. The murder had still more serious consequences for Gödel, precipitating a possible suicide attempt, a mental breakdown, and a lengthy spell in a sanatorium. In Prague, Carnap, who was not Jewish but was left-wing, was increasingly nervous about the rise of the right in Europe. After 4 years in Czechoslovakia, he moved to the U.S., and with the support of Charles Morris, landed a job at the University of Chicago in 1936. 11 days before Schlick's death, he had written to Neurath, "Over here the anti-Semitism is pretty bad too, particularly in the universities. For example, I have heard that no non-Aryan has even the remotest chance of obtaining the position in Princeton that I've turned down." Wittgenstein was in Ireland when he heard the news of Schlick and wrote to Weizmann, "Schlick's death is really a great misfortune. You and I, too, have lost a great deal with him. I do not know how to express the sorrow that I, as you know, really feel to his wife and children." He asked Weizmann to do him a great favor and visit Mrs. Schlick or one of the children, to tell them that I think of them warmly, but that I do not know what to write to them. Weizmann visited Wittgenstein's eldest sister, Hermine, to see if she would help persuade her brother to return to Vienna. The idea seems to have been that he would replace Schlick. Hermine passed on the news to Ludwig, reporting that, in friendly terms, she had told him that the family would never let ourselves be used like that, and if we ever did, that you would strike us dead, and that if you didn't strike us dead, then you would never consider it anyway. Nonetheless, Weizmann was determined that circle discussions continue, and so they did for another 2 years. Sometimes they were convened by Weizmann, at other times by Josef Schachter, now a trained rabbi, having completed his dissertation under Schlick in 1931. Edgar Zilsel also attempted to keep the circle's spirit alive by often inviting a group to his apartment. Beyond the seminars, other Vienna Circle projects limped on. A year after Copenhagen, in 1937, Paris played host to the Third Unity of Science Congress. For the Fourth Congress, in July 1938, the strong links forged between Vienna and Cambridge were cemented in the decision to select the English university town with the focus on the language of science. G.E. Moore delivered a talk, but Wittgenstein was absent. Surprisingly, despite his hostility to the Circle's manifesto in particular and his discomfort in formal gatherings in general, Wittgenstein had initially contemplated attending. With just a few days to go, he decided against it, writing to his friend Rush Rees that even Rees's presence could not compensate for the nastiness of having to sit there among logical positivists. In addition to G.E. Moore, Neurath, Frank, Weizmann, and Zilsel all spoke. Publication of Erkenntnis persisted for a time, as did plans for the International Encyclopedia of United Science series, published by the University of Chicago Press and masterminded by Neurath, who had been in The Hague since 1934. There had been no flagging of his energy. Home was an upper maisonette in Obrichstraat, not far from the center of town. On the first floor was a study area and a bedroom where Otto and his wife Olga slept, while Marie Reidemeister, his long-term collaborator at the Museum of Society and Economy, occupied a bedroom on the top floor. Their chief picture designer, Gerd Arnst, had also fled to The Hague, and together they established the International Foundation for Visual Education. It was in The Hague that Marie Reidemeister came up with a name for their pictorials, the International System of Typographic Picture Education, or ISOTYPE. Neurath worked on his contribution for the Encyclopedia series, for which he doubled up as co-editor with Carnap and Charles Morris. He also joined the Dutch Peace Movement, which had its own building, including a library, where he delivered lectures. As always, he acted as a magnet for talent. Leading scholars sought him out. He became particularly friendly with economist Jan Tinbergen, who in 1969 would win the first Nobel Prize in economics. Like Neurath, Tinbergen believed in technocratic socialism and the power of planning. Starting all over again in an alien place was bound to be tough, in this case exacerbated by serious money worries, the principal reason for which was the failure by Moscow to honor their contract. A letter from the Soviet authorities claimed that it somehow violated Russian law. Neurath was owed $6,000, but even he acknowledged that he would not win a fight with the Soviet state. Still, after adjusting to his exile, Neurath quickly returned to his default psychological state, exuberance. Here in the Netherlands, it was like being on holiday every day, he wrote in a letter back to Vienna. He brushed aside their penury. We eat sugar snap peas when the cucumber is too expensive and applesauce when the jam is too expensive. Eventually, they began to win some commissions. The National Tuberculosis Association in New York wanted them to produce charts on infection with advice on how people could protect themselves. A traveling exhibition crisscrossed the country, educating people about the disease. Then they received an invitation to lecture in Mexico for 6 weeks. They also started to win jobs in the Netherlands itself, including from the Department of Health. The irony was that while the Vienna Circle was winding down in Austria, its reputation abroad was growing. The international congresses were helping to spread the word, as were some of the Circle's prominent foreign visitors. Quine delivered a series of lectures at Harvard in 1934 on Carnap and campaigned successfully for him to be awarded an honorary degree, which Carnap received in 1936. At the ceremony, Quine claimed that the philosophy represented by the Vienna Circle must be recognized as one of the decisive movements of modern times. In Britain, the movement had several champions. Crucial among them was a self-effacing woman whose role usually goes unacknowledged. London-based logician Susan Stebbing first met Schlick in 1930 at an Oxford conference and was struck by his talk on the role of philosophy. She endorsed the idea that philosophy was about logical clarification. In 1933, she became the first female philosophy professor in Britain and co-founded the journal Analysis, which established itself as the place to publish analytic philosophy and still exists today. That same year, she was at the British Academy to deliver what may have been the first lecture in the UK specifically on logical positivism. She invited Carnap to lecture at the University of London in the fall of 1934. Although sympathetic to logical empiricism, she was by no means uncritical. Still, she invited several figures linked to the Circle to lecture in the UK, including Carnap and Popper, and at the Paris Conference in 1935, she was asked and agreed to join the organizing committee for the International Congress for the Unity of Science. It helped that she spoke German. It was she who organized the Cambridge Gathering at Girton College in 1938 and gave an opening address. She, however, is not the British academic popularly associated with the Circle. A.J. Ayer was considerably more assertive than Stebbing. When he returned to Oxford in 1933, still full of Vienna, he wrote a paper for the journal Mind. Isaiah Berlin suggested he lengthen it into a book and persuaded publisher Victor Gollancz that it would be the most significant philosophy book since the Tractatus. Ayer gave it the title Language, Truth, and Logic, borrowing from Weissmann's unpublished Logik, Sprache, Philosophie. It took him 18 months to complete, during which he wrote to Neurath, "At Oxford, where I work, metaphysics still predominates. I feel very isolated here." The book's self-assurance, bordering on arrogance, alienated many scholars. When some Oxford students suggested it be taken up by a philosophy discussion group, the master of Balliol, A.D. Lindsay, dropped the book from the window and proposed a different, more suitable topic. Ayer's dismissal of moral statements as pseudo-concepts antagonized many, who regarded him as not just wrong, but wicked. Yet the book's clarity and combative and swaggering nature were also qualities that readers found so appealing and refreshingly different from the stuffiness of traditional Oxford philosophy. The regular Thursday evening gatherings were no more, but the Circle was still meeting sporadically when it could. One Saturday in early 1938, Gödel was invited to address those members still in Vienna. The meeting took place at the apartment of Edgar Zilsel. It is thought to be the last gathering before Austria lost its independence. 17. Escape. One blood demands one Reich. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf. Italy had provided some reassurance to Austria that it might be able to retain its independence. But with its ally now moving politically closer to Germany, Austria was squeezed. In July 1936, a month after Schlick's murder, Austrian Chancellor Kurt Schörnig secured a deal with Germany that, in theory, guaranteed Austrian independence. It was a typically cynical maneuver by Hitler. In fact, encouraged by Berlin, the Austrian Nazis escalated their campaign of terror. Violence on the street became commonplace, demonstrations routine. As relations between Austria and Germany deteriorated, Schörnig made a number of concessions, including the appointment in February 1938 of a Nazi, Arthur Seyss-Inquart, as Minister of Security. But after another menacing speech by Hitler later that month, Schörnig finally snapped. He announced on March 9th that there would be a national plebiscite on the issue of Austrian independence. Hitler's reaction was instant and furious. Threatening military intervention, he demanded that the plebiscite be cancelled, Schörnig resign, and Seyss-Inquart be appointed his successor. On the evening of Friday, March 11, 1938, much of Austria tuned in to the radio to listen to a speech from Schörnig. To avoid bloodshed, Schörnig said, he had surrendered Austria to Hitler's Germany. He ended his speech with an appeal for divine protection. God protect Austria. Gott schütze Österreich. After Schörnig's resignation, events evolved rapidly. Austrians did not need to await the arrival of German tanks, which were already rolling toward the border. As bystanders jeered, Jewish businesses were ransacked, synagogues smashed, Jude and Juden scrawled on Jewish-owned shops. Jews were seized from their homes, kicked, punched, and spat at, forced on their hands and knees to scrub pavements. Work for the Jews at last, chanted the mob. German troops entered Austria on Saturday, March 12th. Austria was incorporated into Germany on Sunday, March 13th. Every non-Jewish Austrian was now a German citizen. Hitler arrived on Monday. Reflecting the mood of the masses, there was glorious spring sunshine. Ecstatic crowds waved flags adorned with swastikas as he drove around the Ringstrasse. People struggled to get a better view. Branches of trees doubled up as dress circle seats. The bells of Austria rang out, courtesy of Cardinal Innitzer, or Heil Hitler Innitzer, as Neurath called him. To say that the crowds which greeted him along the Ringstrasse were delirious with joy, wrote one British journalist, is an understatement. On Tuesday morning, Hitler spoke to a vast throng, estimated to be 250,000, from the balcony of the Habsburg Imperial Palace. I can, in this hour, report before history the conclusion of the greatest aim in my life, the entry of my homeland into the German Reich. For several weeks, the violence against Jews continued, the ferocity of it taking even the Germans by surprise. No Jew was safe. Bourgeois Jews were to discover that money, status, and assimilation were illusory shields. The doctor and the peddler, the lawyer and the artisan, the lecturer and the rabbi were indistinguishable to the rabble. Professor Dr. Freud's sign was removed from his Bergasse apartment. Now hanging across the door was a swastika flag. For students of psychology interested in the limits of human depravity, 1938 in Vienna was the time and place to be. The organs of the state initially gave free rein to primeval hate and the craving to humiliate. There was a lustful merriment in the cruelty. Jews were compelled to goose-step, the beards of the pious were clipped, demeaning placards were strung around necks, professors pushed to the floor and made to clean toilets with tefillin straps. Jewish children were forced to abuse their parents. Ex-diplomat turned MP Harold Nicholson was in Vienna and saw men stripped naked and made to walk on all fours on the grass. Old women were ordered to climb into trees and chirp like birds. The pogrom continued unabated for several weeks. Between March and April, 160 Jews killed themselves. Although at first they did not intervene, some high-ranking German Nazis had reservations about the sadism the Anschluss had unleashed. They preferred organized to chaotic destruction. They preferred their plunder to be pseudo-legal rather than ad hoc. Order was eventually restored. Meanwhile, the first few thousand non-Nazi political activists, criminals, and Jews were dispatched to Dachau, outside Munich, the Nazis' first concentration camp. The Nazis arranged their own plebiscite for April 10th. Austrians were asked whether they acknowledged Hitler as their Führer and endorsed the Anschluss. Jews were ineligible to participate. The Austrian bishops released a statement appealing for the faithful to approve the union. Some Austrians were silently aghast at events, and historians dispute what the result would have been had there been a free press in the run-up to the vote and had proceedings been genuinely free of intimidation. But given the euphoria with which the German arrival was greeted, the discomforting truth is that, even so, the result would almost certainly have gone Hitler's way, though not with the 99.75% yes vote the Nazis declared. The University of Vienna had been closed since the Anschluss. On April 25th, it was reopened under new conditions. Henceforth, Jews could constitute a maximum of 2% of the university's students and faculty, and Jewish students could only enter the university with a permit. Most of the medical faculty were dismissed. A petition was sent in for clemency for Schlick's murderer, Johann Nelbuck, on the grounds that Schlick had been an unsuitable educator of young people. It was rejected, but in July, Johann Sauter, the academic who had published the pseudonymous poison on Schlick after his killing, submitted another appeal that added yet more calumnies. In philosophy, Schlick had been an exponent of Jewry, the appeal said. Nelbuck, whom Sauter had known for several years and who came from humble rural origins, was a man of strong national motives and explicit anti-Semitism. His actions were driven by ideological and political necessity. In October, Nelbuk received a conditional release. Meanwhile, over the summer of 1938, Austria's legal system was absorbed within Germany's. Numerous regulations took effect to dehumanize the Jews further. Jews were forbidden to enter parks, sit on benches, go to the theater. Jewish professionals, lawyers, teachers, orchestral musicians, lost their jobs. In May, the German 1935 Nuremberg laws, which declared that only those of German blood could be Reich citizens and forbade intermarriage between Jews and Germans, were extended to the new Austrian province of Greater Germany. On August 17th, a German law prohibited Jews from taking Aryan names. Jewish men had to adopt the name Israel, and Jewish women, Sarah. All Jews were required henceforth to carry identification cards. In early October, there was a new decree. All Jewish passports had to be stamped with a J. On a parallel track, Jewish wealth was systematically plundered. All Jews had to declare their material assets. It was the job of the Asset Transfer Office, Vermögensverkehrsstelle, to reassign Jewish property to non-Jews. Those apartments which had not been confiscated now had to house several Jewish families. Then, on November 9, 1938, came Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass. That week, a young Jew shot dead a German diplomat in protest at the expulsion from Germany of his Polish Jewish family. The response was a wave of state-sanctioned anti-Jewish violence. Cemeteries and synagogues were desecrated and burnt. Jewish-owned businesses smashed. Thugs kicked in the doors of Jewish homes, beat up the occupants, and threw them out of windows or downstairs. Thousands of Jewish men were carried off to concentration camps for protective custody. The rampage was nationwide, but once again, Austrians outcompeted their German brethren in viciousness. In Vienna alone, 95 synagogues were set alight. Before the rubble was cleaned away, new measures were introduced to ban Jews from concerts and cinemas. Hermann Göring, responsible for a large part of the economy, declared that German insurance companies need not compensate Jews for damage to their property on Kristallnacht. Instead, he announced, Jews must pay for it themselves. What was more, they would also fund the cost of clearing up the mess. A third of the bill was levied on Austrian Jews. As further punishment for the murder of the German diplomat, it was later announced that Jews were prohibited from driving cars. Kristallnacht was the final proof that for Jews, life in the German Reich was untenable. Some had already left, but the rush to flee now became a stampede. Meanwhile, an office for Jewish emigration had been set up with the power to grant Jews permission to leave the country. It was run by Adolf Eichmann, who used it to develop a career-enhancing reputation for efficiency and for his knowledge of Jewish affairs. This was the period in which official policy was not yet to exterminate the Jews, but rather to legalize the expropriation of their property, goods, and money. In exchange for almost everything they owned, Jews were allowed to go. It was an indication of life in post-Anschluss Vienna that for most Jews, escape at the cost of almost all their savings was self-evidently the only option. But go where? In July 1938, Franklin D. Roosevelt convened an international conference in Evian-les-Bains in northern France to discuss the Jewish refugee crisis. When Hitler heard about it, he offered to help. I can only hope and expect that the other world, which has such deep sympathy for these criminals, will at least be generous enough to convert this sympathy into practical aid. We, on our part, are ready to put all these criminals at the disposal of these countries, for all I care, even on luxury ships. In fact, the Evian Conference, attended by representatives from more than 30 countries, made no progress. There was no loosening of immigration controls. Politicians feared increasing Jewish immigration would be hugely unpopular. 4 in 5 Americans were opposed to allowing in a large number of refugees. A poll shortly before the conference in the United States revealed that a majority of Americans believed that the Jews bore at least some responsibility for their persecution. The Australian delegate at the conference summed up his government's attitude and probably the attitude of others. It will no doubt be appreciated that as we have no racial problem, we are not desirous of importing one. An indirect consequence of failure at Evian was that the Nazis came to believe that if foreign states would not take their Jews, they would have to find another solution to the Jewish problem. For the Jews left in Austria and Germany, these were traumatic times. They had the right to leave with virtually nothing, but no automatic right to arrive. There was a strict quota system in the U.S. The minimum requirement to gain a visa was a demonstration of adequate means of support. That privileged the well-to-do, the well-connected, and the in-demand. For the rest, letters were sent to distant relatives asking for the necessary financial guarantees. There were lengthy queues at the U.S. Embassy in Vienna. There were long queues, too, at the UK Embassy, for the UK was the other attractive option. Those queuing were frequently targets of verbal and physical harassment from Nazi sympathizers. Post-Anschluss, the situation was exacerbated by the downgrading of the UK Embassy to a consulate, with the result that the diplomatic bag from London reached Vienna only every fortnight. Fearing an influx of refugees, Britain initially tightened the rules. Unemployment in the UK had remained stubbornly high throughout the 1930s, and there was no appetite to absorb outsiders. A work permit could be obtained only if it could be demonstrated that no British worker would be harmed by the foreigner's arrival. But after the November pogrom, public opinion became more compassionate, and Britain, while shutting the door to Palestine, governed under a League of Nations mandate, eased its procedures at home. In a private letter, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain wrote, "No doubt Jews aren't a lovable people. I don't care about them myself, but that is not sufficient to explain the pogrom." By September 1939, there were up to 70,000 refugees in the UK from Nazi Germany, most on temporary transit visas. All had had to demonstrate they would not be a burden on the state. There were various routes in. One was through applying to work in domestic service, for the British middle and upper classes were struggling to find suitable staff to run their homes. In Vienna, Jewish men tried to boost their credentials by taking a class for prospective butlers or on cocktail mixing. Jewish women, like Rose Rand, signed up for cooking and cleaning lessons. For industrialists and professors, this felt demeaning. Likewise for those once comfortably off women, more accustomed to employing staff to wash, dust, and scrub than to doing it themselves, let alone for others. Some Jews coarsened their hands before meeting with British embassy officials in an attempt to convince them that they were not strangers to manual labor. The category domestic servants, most of them women, would, in the end, constitute a third of all refugees who came to Britain in the 1930s. The Kindertransport, in which Britain accepted 10,000 unaccompanied Jewish children, began in December 1938. The departure point from Vienna was West Station, the first train leaving at 11:45 p.m. on Friday, December 10th. Each child had one suitcase and a number around their neck. Anxious parents waved goodbye with their handkerchiefs as the trains set off. Most would never see their children again. Even before the post-Kristallnacht loosening of regulations, Britain had made an exception for eminent scholars, artists, and industrialists, yet there were still endless bureaucratic obstacles to overcome. Sigmund Freud, who had a love-hate relationship with his hometown, had been reluctant to leave. Now his decision was taken, he was told to sign a document stating he had not been ill-treated. Freud scrawled a remark on the papers, "I can heartily recommend the Gestapo to everyone." Fortunately for him, the comment appears to have been taken at face value, irony being yet another victim of Nazi rule. On the day of his departure, June 2, 1938, he dedicated one of his books, The Future of an Illusion, to Wittgenstein's sister. He seems, to use a Freudian phrase, to have been in denial. Mrs. Margaret Stoneborough, on the occasion of my temporary departure. One item the Nazis did not appropriate was the world's most famous couch. That was shipped to London, too. Bela Uhosh and Victor Kraft were to remain in Vienna. Uhosh was not Jewish. Kraft's wife, Johanna, had converted to Christianity but was of Jewish origin. Kraft lost his job, becoming an inner exile. Exactly why Johanna was not picked up by the Nazis is a mystery, but it may have been because the Kraft's daughter, Eva, was married to Walter Frodel, who held a prominent position under National Socialism in the museum and art world. One by one, other circle members managed to get out. Menger was already in the United States on a sabbatical. On March 23rd, he fired off a telegram to the Ministry of Education announcing that he was quitting his Viennese position at the university and remaining in the United States. His resignation was recorded on March 24th, the date the telegram arrived. A so-called Sippenforscher, or genealogist, would later make inquiries about Menger's family background. Kaufmann fled to New York via Paris and 10 days in London. In New York, he became an assistant professor at the New School for Social Research. Gustav Bergmann sent his wife and daughter ahead of him to England and followed them in October. He had applied for an immigration permit to the U.S. with the support of an academic friend at Princeton. On August 9, 1938, the Israelitische Kultusgemeinde, long recognized by the state as the official representative of Vienna's Jewish population and now compelled to do the Nazis' bidding, declared that he was a pure Jew. Like other Jews, he would have to pay hefty taxes to leave. Bergmann traveled via The Hague so that he could meet Neurath. "Don't worry," Neurath reassured him when Bergmann bewailed the state of the world. "In 200 years' time, Hitler will be just another mad dictator who lived at the time of Freud." Neurath, who had barely any savings of his own, offered Bergmann sufficient financial support to pay for the family's passage from the UK to the US. No, he did not want repayment, at least not in money. Instead, he asked Bergmann to write down his recollections of the circle. This Bergmann did, on shipboard, during the voyage to New York. In New York, he deployed his mathematical skills to scrape a living as a bookkeeper, but with Feigel's support and through an organization called the Committee in Aid of Displaced Scholars, he landed a job at the University of Iowa, where he would remain. The Rockefeller Foundation had established the Committee in Aid of Displaced Scholars and offered grants for any university taking on refugees. The adjustment for the Kaufmanns was even more marked. Although he had barely worked 4 hours a day at the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, devoting the rest of his time to scholarship, Felix Kaufmann had become a rich man. Now, though there was an income from the new school in New York to keep them going, the family's wealth was gone. Kaufmann adapted his book on the methodology of the social sciences for the English-speaking market and took solace in smoking. His policy of increasing his habit by 1 cigarette after the publication of each book had earned him a daily diet of 8 cigarettes. Some escape details are unclear, including the dates for Zilsel's departure from Austria. but he had been in London for some time when he wrote to Neurath from there in January 1939. His son Paul began attending an English school and stayed in the UK to finish his studies when Zilsil took a boat to the US on March 26th. In New York, he managed to pick up some work as a private tutor to an émigré he met on the journey over. In June 1939, he was awarded a Rockefeller Fellowship to research early modern science, giving him a degree of security for at least a year. Meanwhile, the Anschluss forced the Wittgensteins to confront an uncomfortable fact. They had little to no Jewish identity. Their lives had barely overlapped with the Viennese Jewish community. Insofar as they had a religious affiliation, it was to Christianity. But if, as was the case, 3 of their grandparents were ethnically Jewish, they themselves would be classified as Jews. Family members tried to reassure each other that they, the Wittgensteins, were safe. Surely they were too respected, too influential to be targeted. Privately, they were nervous. Ludwig Wittgenstein, now living in Cambridge, submitted his successful application to succeed to G.E. Moore's chair in philosophy and began the process of acquiring British citizenship. With the help of a solicitor recommended by John Maynard Keynes, he became a subject of the Crown on April 14, 1939. His 2 elder sisters, Hermina and Helena, were stubbornly determined to remain in Vienna. With the security of his new passport, Ludwig became personally involved in complex and protracted negotiations with the Nazi authorities to have one of his grandparents reclassified as a Gentile, thus earning his sisters mixed-race Mischlinge status. The tactic would cause a permanent breach among his siblings. Paul thought his sisters should leave and felt emotionally blackmailed into going along. Success in the negotiations hinged less on genealogical evidence and more on the price the Wittgensteins were in a position to pay. Eventually, the equivalent of 1.7 tons of gold was transferred to the Reichsbank. If ever there was a morally ambiguous transaction, this was it. Hermina and Helena lived out the war years untouched, while their money was enough to make a real difference to the Nazi war effort. The Wittgensteins were used to operating according to their own rules, but deals were not an option for other figures associated with the circle. Fortunately, as we shall see, there was a specific organization in London to which a few of them could turn for help. On September 30, 1938, the British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain returned to London after negotiating the Munich Agreement with Hitler. This allowed Germany to occupy a western part of Czechoslovakia, known as the Sudetenland, and declared that in future all differences would be resolved through peaceful means. Upon landing on British soil, Chamberlain proclaimed that he had secured peace for our time. In March 1939, the German army rolled into the remainder of Czechoslovakia. Even before the invasion, the Czechoslovak Nazis had been gaining in influence. In Prague, Philipp Frank had come under pressure, which he resisted, to apply Nazi race laws to the appointment of staff and the admission of students. In October 1938, as Germany took possession of the Sudetenland, Frank began a lecture tour in the U.S., speaking at a score of universities. In the fall of 1939, he was offered a job at Harvard as a research associate in physics and philosophy, which 2 years later would be converted into a part-time job as lecturer in physics and mathematics. It was hardly the status he had had in Prague. Harvard was absorbing other refugees from Europe and claimed they could not be more generous. Conscription during World War II cut student enrollment, putting additional pressure on universities. Still, though Frank would struggle financially, he was safe. The case of Kurt Gödel was always a bit different. He was not Jewish, so there was not the urgency to get out, nor had he been active in left-wing politics. Indeed, he was almost preternaturally indifferent to the political convulsions tearing Central Europe apart. Gustav Bergman recalled meeting Gödel for lunch not long after he had arrived in the United States in October 1938. "And what brings you to America, Herr Bergman?" Gödel innocently inquired. Gödel had been at the Institute for Advanced Study and only returned to Austria after the spring semester of 1939. Even at the time, this seemed to others a peculiar decision, and in hindsight, it seems even odder. But Gödel was planning to return to Princeton in the fall and foresaw no complications. In Vienna, however, he was asked to go for a physical examination to determine whether he was strong enough for military service. Gödel was convinced that he would be declared unfit and that, in his words, he would be sent back for good by the military authorities. Two developments complicated matters. The first was that the examination was delayed several times until after war broke out. The second, far more remarkable, was that Gödel passed. According to a Gödel biographer, John Dawson, it was a rude surprise. Yet, if the German authorities had refused to believe that Gödel's heart had been damaged by his childhood bout with rheumatic fever, it was most fortunate that they had also overlooked his episodes of mental instability. Had they taken notice of them, he might indeed have been sent back for good, perhaps to a concentration camp for mental defectives. In any case, now it would be tricky to gain permission to travel to the U.S. Meanwhile, his license to teach, Lehrbefugnis, had run out in April 1938. Clearly, his position was deeply unsettling, though not life-threatening. He applied for a particular position, Dozent neuer Ordnung, that, unlike the Privatdozent, came with a fee. This required an investigation by Nazi authorities. A report sent to the university concluded that Gödel could be recommended scientifically, but pointed out that the Jewish Professor Hahn had overseen his habilitation. It was noted that Gödel had always traveled in liberal Jewish circles, but to be fair, he could not entirely be blamed for this, since mathematics had been strongly Jewified. Since there was no evidence of Gödel's being anti-Nazi, the report reached a non-committal verdict. It could not explicitly approve his application, nor give solid grounds for rejecting it. For the time being, Gödel was in limbo, and Greater Germany was at war. 18. Miss Simpson's Children. Hitler is my best friend. He shakes the tree, and I collect the apples. Walter Cook, President of the Institute of Fine Arts, New York University. Her name was Miss Simpson to strangers, Esther Simpson to colleagues, Tess to her friends. The history books have been miserly in granting her the coverage her heroic efforts deserve. Something similar could also be said of the organization for which she worked, the Academic Assistance Council, AAC. She and it offered a life-saving opportunity to many refugee academics, 16 of whom went on to win the Nobel Prize. Among those helped by Tess Simpson and the AAC were several members of the Circle. Parentage of the AAC is contested. Credit must partly go to Leo Szilard, a dynamic Hungarian physicist who had left his Berlin University position when Hitler came to power. Among multiple accomplishments, he conceived the idea of a nuclear chain reaction, and later pushed for setting up the Manhattan Project, which built the atomic bomb. It was Szilard who first recognized the need for an organization to help threatened academics, mentioning the concept to Englishman William Beveridge. But many years on, due no doubt to nothing more sinister than a faulty memory, Beveridge gave a different account, erasing Szillard's role. He explained that the idea came to him as he was sitting in a Viennese coffee house in 1933 with fellow economist Ludwig von Mises, brother of Richard. The Nazis had been in power across the border for only a matter of weeks. Von Mises, wrote Beveridge, read out the names, published in the evening paper, of a dozen Jewish academics sacked under the new German government. Beveridge, who would transform Britain and its welfare system through the recommendations of his 1942 Beveridge Report, was a man with straightforward and usually unerring moral antennae. He was far from alone in being quick to identify the evils of Nazism, but he was rare in combining his powerfully felt judgments with a talent for mobilization and organization. As soon as he was back in the United Kingdom, Beveridge set to work. He raised some money by appealing to faculty members at the London School of Economics, many of whom donated generously. He also contacted other prominent academics at other universities. On May 22, 1933, a letter signed by some of the university sector's great and good was published in the establishment's newspaper, The Times. It announced the launch of the AAC, stating that its objective was to raise a fund to be used primarily, though not exclusively, in providing maintenance for displaced teachers and investigators, and finding them work in universities and scientific institutions. One of the signatories, and also one of the first to write a check in support, was John Maynard Keynes. Another was New Zealand-born physicist and Nobel Prize winner Ernest Rutherford, who, after some cajoling by Beveridge, became the AAC's president. Jewish figures were deliberately excluded from the executive committee out of concern that they might put off potential supporters. On October 3rd, Einstein helped raise more funds when he addressed a packed Albert Hall on the subject of science and civilization, urging the crowd to resist the powers that threatened intellectual and individual freedom. Beveridge was in no position to run the AAC on a day-to-day basis, though he evangelized for its mission in many talks delivered up and down the country. Instead, 2 full-time officials were appointed. One was the secretary, Walter Adams, a historian who would go on to become director of the London School of Economics, 1967 to 74. The second held the lowly status of assistant secretary, but for the AAC it was to prove an inspired appointment of lasting and growing importance, wrote Beveridge. Welcome aboard, Miss Simpson. Tess Simpson grew up in Leeds, in northern England, and won a scholarship to study modern languages at Leeds University, gaining a first-class degree before moving to Europe to practice her languages. She spent a period in Germany working as a governess for a rich but tedious family, then had a spell in Paris before accepting a job in 1928 at the International Fellowship of Reconciliation in Vienna, a body promoting reconciliation between former warring countries. She was in the Austrian capital until 1933. In her own words, she had a marvelous few years. She enjoyed walking in the woods, going to the theater and museums. Her favorite was Otto Neurath's, but mostly she indulged her lifelong passion, music. In Vienna, she would later recall, playing chamber music was taken so much for granted that it was like cleaning your teeth. She was a gifted violinist and regularly joined in chamber music ensembles. She played in one quartet with an uncle of Karl Popper's. Hannah Schiff, Popper's cousin, painted her portrait. To Neurath, she would write, "Vienna I happen to know better than any other city in the world." Simpson had recently moved to Geneva and taken a job at the World Alliance of YMCAs when she was offered a new position as Assistant Secretary of the Academic Assistance Council. The AAC initially operated out of 2 small rooms in the attic of a large house in Piccadilly in central London. In Switzerland, she was hardly well remunerated. Nonetheless, the AAC post at £2 a week represented a massive pay cut, but it would prove a life's calling. Simpson had that rare talent of being able to persuade people to do what she asked. She also had the most astounding reserves of energy, resilience, and patience. She worked preposterously hard, according to a colleague. In those days, she routinely finished at 10 p.m., when the gates out to the street were locked. Otherwise, she would have stayed later. After the Anschluss, she took no holiday for 13 years. While trying to patch back together the lives of those undone by Nazism, she had to deal with a mostly benign but frustratingly sluggish and often idiotic British bureaucracy. Although the AAC was always short of money, it had a little pot of funds to disperse, giving annual grants of £182 for single academics, £250 for married ones. But the more important function was to act as a conduit between displaced academics and the university sector, finding out which scholars had been replaced, what their expertise was, and whether there was a university with a matching department and a possible vacancy. The AAC's small sums of money could then leverage and lubricate a deal, providing the refugee academic the support to keep them going until a living wage came their way. In 1936, the organization was renamed the Society for the Protection of Science and Learning, SPSL. It was becoming transparent that for German Jewish academics, this was not a temporary crisis. The priority for the SPSL was to save threatened academics and to help resuscitate their careers. It was not the enrichment of British intellectual life, though that was a happy side effect. To this end, Adams and Simpson began to improve their links with American universities. Sometimes they would provide a grant to subsidize a lecture tour in the U.S. For some of the less prestigious academic institutions in the States, here was a chance to nab a thinker who might in normal circumstances be out of their league. After finishing their lecture tour, Simpson remembered, they invariably came back with a job in their pocket. Karl Popper had met Simpson while it was still the AAC. Invited to England to lecture by Susan Stebbing, he had chosen as his topic Tarski's theories about truth. He used these talks to improve his heavily accented and still faulty English. He arrived in late 1935, returned to Vienna for Christmas, and then spent the first half of 1936 back in London. Eyre looked after him as a hen looks after a chick. At the London School of Economics, he met Friedrich von Hayek, a fellow Viennese who had been lecturing in the UK since 1931. The patrician Viennese and the uppity bourgeois Viennese established an unlikely rapport. During that first trip, Popper was based in West London, in cramped, shoddy lodgings. In one letter, he complained that he lacked the space even to open his suitcase. His financial position was precarious. It was Hayek who told Popper about the AAC, which was just the sort of body that might help the young academic, but there were two complications. First, Popper was still a teacher, and the rules of the charity stated that it could only help academics who had been forced out of work. Second, Popper had yet to acquire an international reputation. At 34, he was a relatively young man. The SPSL had to check his credentials. The primary problem was resolved by Popper's resigning from his job. This decision had been building for a while. He had moved schools, and his duties now included teaching handicrafts and singing, cutting into time he wanted to devote to his research. In a letter to Professor Austin Duncan Jones, who had invited him to Birmingham to lecture as part of his 1935-36 UK tour, he explained how his position was becoming untenable, while sensitive enough not to equate the noxious atmosphere in Vienna with the even more toxic environment across the border in Germany. I don't feel myself able any longer to listen day by day to illusions and affronts concerning my Jewish origin, equally made by nearly all my colleagues and, under their influence, even by some pupils. Giving up his livelihood was, of course, a risk, but Popper had been emboldened by Felix Kaufmann. One of the wealthier members of the circle, Kaufmann was in London at the end of 1936, and while there, entered into negotiations on Popper's behalf, receiving word that once jobless, Popper would be in a strong position to access AAC support. As a Jew, Kaufmann might have been expected to focus his energies on securing his own future, but he was unusual within the circle in having chosen to work partially outside the world of teaching and research. As the general manager of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, he had won a lucrative contract to supply oil to the Austrian Federal Railways. His pay and status appears to have lulled him into the complacent belief that he would be fine. Kaufmann was only 5 years older than Popper, but Popper sent him an effusive letter to thank him for his role as middleman. "It is nothing new to me that you take care of me as only rarely a father does of his son. I shall never forget what you have done for me and the way you did it." Naturally, being Popper, he did in fact forget. Popper's tactic in confronting the second concern was to gather a list of glittering references. Indeed, so starry were the names he put down that the AAC-SPLC could have been forgiven for assuming it was some kind of elaborate hoax. Popper's supporters included Einstein, Bertrand Russell, G.E. Moore, and Niels Bohr, who wrote that Popper's unusual power of tackling general scientific problems with his thorough knowledge of the fundamental concepts of physics justifies the greatest expectations as regards his future scientific and pedagogic activity in this field. A letter to the AAC said there were half a dozen people who would be willing to contribute to a fund to help Popper if he were left destitute after leaving Austria. With these backers, it is not surprising that the AAC decided to offer him a 1-year grant, although the archive reveals that there were some reservations. After taking soundings, Duncan Jones had reported that not everyone was convinced that the young man had exceptional talent. In any case, once the grant was on the table, the next step was to identify an appropriate institutional base. The plan was for Popper to lecture in Cambridge, and after much to and fro and some anxious moments when paperwork went missing, the official invitation from Cambridge duly arrived. Popper was to give 8 lectures in all, beginning in 1937. The news came as a tremendous relief. Popper had secured an escape from the drudgery of high school teaching and, more critically, from rising right-wing extremism. In the end, however, he chose a different route. He had also applied for a job in Christchurch, New Zealand. When an offer eventually came through, he decided to take it. A permanent job in a less prestigious university was preferable to a temporary one in Cambridge. Perhaps he also thought that New Zealand was likely to be safer than Europe. He wrote to the SPSL, New Zealand, is not quite the moon, but after the moon, it is the furthest place on Earth." Popper's moonward move had welcome repercussions for Friedrich Weissmann, still very much on Earth, in Vienna. The grant that Popper had been planning to take up could now be allocated elsewhere, and the lectures that Popper was due to give in Cambridge could now be delivered by someone else. Popper had the unemployed Weissmann in mind. Felix Kaufmann, who had lobbied successfully for Popper, now stepped in to campaign for Weissmann, writing to the SPSL. But as Tess Simpson explained to Kaufmann in February 1937, the transfer of a grant from Popper to Weissmann was far from automatic. Weissmann was a tougher case than Popper, because he is not known in this country as well as Dr. Popper was, nor has he lectured here. There was the standard SPSL form to fill out. Weissmann had to declare his income, 6,720 shillings in the years 1932-33, of which 6,000 derived from private lessons and courses. Stating where in the world he would be prepared to go for work, he exhibited little flexibility. Next to tropical countries, he scrawled, "No, on account of the climate." And of course, he had to supply referees prepared to vouch for his intellectual distinction. These included 3 Vienna Circle stalwarts, Carnap, Feigl, and Menger. Carnap described him as one of the most excellent and promising students I ever had. The fact that he had not published much, wrote Carnap, was in part because he had always had to struggle to make a living. As well as being a first-rate philosopher, he was a first-rate teacher, too, said Carnap. It is deplorable that the anti-Semitism of the University of Vienna made his teaching there impossible after the assassination of Professor Schlick. Susan Stebbing also assured the SPSL that Weizmann was a brilliant philosopher. There is no Wittgenstein reference in the file, an augury of their relationship to come. Still, there were hiccups. G.E. Moore was concerned that Weizmann's English might not be up to scratch, and Simpson promised to look into this. When she established that it was, and Weizmann's letters are written in flawless English, a deal was brokered on much the same terms as had been agreed with Popper. Moore sent an official invitation from Cambridge, and the SPSL authorized a grant for a term at the rate of £182 a year. While Popper instinctively understood that the situation in Austria was capable of further deterioration, the apolitical Weizmann still hesitated. He pleaded for a postponement of the lectures until October 1937 to give him time to finish the book that he had begun many years earlier with Wittgenstein. He finally arrived in the UK on October 21, 1937. As usual, Tess Simpson had quietly and officially sorted out the mundane but essential details, booking a room for him to stay in London before he moved on to Cambridge, identifying someone who could help cash his checks until he had his own bank account, and so on. His lectures began in November 1937. A month later, the SPSL informed him that he would get a short extension on his grant, but urged him to seek a more stable academic position. He was a gloomy presence in Cambridge. Philosophers Moore and C.D. Broad professed not to want him to go, but there was no permanent vacancy in Cambridge itself. Having gotten to know him, they were happy to provide glowing testimonials. Moore wrote that Weizmann was exceptionally well qualified to occupy a chair of philosophy. Broad added, "We should all be very sorry, on selfish grounds, to lose Dr. Weizmann. But it is impossible in Cambridge, with our limited resources and the small number of students taking the subject, to provide any adequate permanent appointment for him. Therefore, we would be delighted if he were to be appointed to a permanent post worthy of his very great abilities." Weizmann had arrived in the UK alone, leaving his wife, Hermina, and baby son, Thomas. They were being supported financially by Felix Kaufmann. But after the Anschluss, Weizmann became desperate to get them out. He visited the SPSL several times to discuss their fate. Richard Braithwaite, another member of the Cambridge faculty, who was sympathetic to logical empiricism, came to the rescue. Braithwaite was married to Margaret Masterman, a clever, eccentric, imposing young woman, and an expert in computational linguistics. They had just had their first child, a boy. The Braithwaites offered Weizmann's wife a place to stay and a small wage in exchange for child care and help in the house, thus taking advantage of the relatively lax regulations for bringing in foreigners to work as domestic servants. There were still many hurdles to overcome. Mrs. Weizmann had to have her passport stamped at the British consulate in Vienna. That was easier said than done. She went there every day, queuing for hours, but was repeatedly told that there was no information about her case. The SPSL offered to pay the expense of cabling the consul, a proposal that was accepted by the government, even though its officials were to blame for the failure of communication. After the cable had been sent, the Foreign Office pursued the bill, 5 shillings on demand, demanding a crossed check or a crossed postal order for that sum. Perhaps during a time of heightened international upheaval, This penny pinching should be regarded as fiscally prudent. An alternative term is callous. Meanwhile, Weissman received a reassuring note from the Cambridge philosophy faculty on May 23, 1938. It stated that they could pay him a small sum, £75, for the next academic year if he failed to obtain work elsewhere. This was a vital source of money, but hardly enough to survive. A condition of Weissman's visa was that he not undertake any other paid work besides his Cambridge lecture duties, but an approach was made to the Home Office to ask whether he could receive a gratuity of £25 for extra informal teaching, and the Home Office raised no objection. Finally, his wife and child arrived in Dover on June 9, 1938. Weissman's permit to remain in the UK was extended first until June 30, 1939, and later to June 20, 1940. Even with the family safe, it was not a happy time for the Weissmans. Hermina was not cut out for child care. As for her husband, on the teaching front, he told Simpson that he felt overshadowed by Wittgenstein, who had made a generous offer to lecture for nothing, allowing funds to be released for Weissman. In the end, money was found for them both, but for the most part, Wittgenstein's presence was a personal disaster for his former disciple. Whatever their intellectual differences, they operated on roughly the same scholarly terrain, and it was excessive to have two people teaching similar topics. For that reason, faculty members were opposed to offering Weissman a permanent position. To make matters worse, Wittgenstein actively discouraged students from attending Weissman's seminars and lectures. Weissman grumbled that Wittgenstein ignored him in the street. The two men had once contemplated writing a joint book. For Weissman, the snubbing of his former philosophical guide and inspiration must have been acutely painful. Socially, Weissman found it tough to settle in. Simpson tried to encourage academics in her Cambridge network to make the Weissmans feel welcome, but their landlord, Braithwaite, was not overflowing with sympathy for his refugee. It was largely Weissman's own fault, he wrote. He knows lots of people, but does not take much initiative in arranging to meet them. Meanwhile, Gilbert Ryle and Isaiah Berlin were pushing his cause in Oxford, and when a vacancy came up at Magdalen College, Weissman immediately took it, even though it meant temporarily leaving his family. He was not offered a full salary, but his miserly Magdalen earnings were soon supplemented by a stipend from All Souls College, and when the SPSL lent him some more money, he was able to transport his family and possessions from Cambridge. But by then, war had broken out. 19. War. I faced one or two anxious moments last week. One naturally has something to worry about when one has a family of 600. Tess Simpson. I want to look like a lady, not like a factory worker. Rose Rand. In 1937, in The Hague, Otto Neurath's wife, Olga, died of complications from a kidney operation, and for a while he was inconsolable. It was the only time his assistant and mistress, Marie, had seen him cry. Meanwhile, any hopes he had of returning to Vienna were vanishing. After the Anschluss, his son Paul, who had remained in Austria, was arrested and sent to first Dachau and then Buchenwald concentration camps. Released in 1939, Paul managed to escape to Sweden. His father had had two close escapes in his life, fortunate to be released from a Bavarian prison cell in 1919, and to be out of the country when the Austro-Fascists came hunting for him in 1934. He was under no illusion about the likelihood of a third escape were he to be seized by the Nazis. When the Germans invaded Poland on September 1, 1939, following 2 days later by the British and French declarations of war, Neurath was at Harvard, attending the Fifth International Congress for the Unity of Science. It was there he would argue with his distant relative Horace Callan about whether the project to unify the sciences was driven by a fascistic impulse. Against advice, Neurath decided to return to The Hague, and he quickly gathered letters of recommendation to ease his passage through the British blockade back to Europe. He remained in the Netherlands until May the following year. On the evening of May 9, 1940, Otto and Marie were reading history books in the Royal Library in The Hague. They did not leave until closing time, 10 p.m. The next morning, the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, without warning or official declaration of hostilities, launched an attack on the Netherlands and Belgium and Luxembourg. On Tuesday, May 14th, at around lunchtime, Nazi bombers flattened the beautiful port city of Rotterdam, just 20 miles from The Hague. Late that afternoon, fearing that other cities would suffer the same fate, the Dutch announced their surrender. During those 4 days, Otto and Marie spent much of their time indoors, listening to the radio and playing chess. They felt the ground shake from the carpet bombing of Rotterdam. They packed a small suitcase and gathered up what money they possessed. When news of surrender was announced, Otto put on his coat and said, "Let's go." He left the draft of his book for the encyclopedia series in his apartment. Another casualty was the collected papers of the Harvard Conference, just about to go to press. With ammunition dumps exploding and oil dumps in flames, he and Marie made their way through the black smoke to The Hague's fishing port and beach resort, Scheveningen. It was a half-hour walk. "If we do not find a boat, I'm going on a piece of wood," Otto said. The beach was teeming with desperate people, mostly Jews, willing to hand over money, gold, jewelry, whatever was required to secure a passage out. Otto and Marie spotted a motorized lifeboat, Seaman's Hope, already full, including a Jewish couple they knew from Berlin. They jumped on, the last passengers aboard, bar one who was hauled in from the sea. The Seamannshoop had been commandeered by 4 Delft University students who had used a bayonet to break the padlock. They were desperate to escape the Netherlands to continue the fight against the Nazis. One marine engineering student, Harry Hack, had considerable sailing experience and was confident he could steer the boat to England. What he had not expected was the company of 42 other passengers. They had no suitcases or bags, just the clothes they were wearing, though someone had bought a few bottles of rum, and a few had poison to take in the event of capture. Many of the men were formally dressed, with hats, ironed white shirts, ties, and raincoats, as if they were heading for a night at the opera. One woman was pregnant. Most of the women sat on the side bench seats. The men stood, steadying themselves by holding on to the rail. Otto and Marie were at the back. The dangerously overweight vessel lurched away from the Dutch shores at dusk. We know the names of all those on board through the survival of a list compiled at sea, scrawled on the back of a chart of the Dutch coast. A little bracket was put around the names of Neurath and Reidemeister to indicate that, though unmarried, they were together. The weather was calm, but the engine struggled, and at least twice during the night there was a heated discussion among the passengers about whether they should turn back, with some arguing that it was too risky to continue. Otto may not have believed his chances of survival on the boat were high, but a return to the Netherlands meant certain death. They sailed all night. Otto asked the students what the price of the fare was and was told it was free. He later wrote to Carnap, claiming that he had begun to plan his future activities in the UK while on the boat. Meanwhile, HMS Venomous, a destroyer that had sailed from Dover in the south of England, was operating between the British and Dutch coasts, escorting minesweeping ships. At dawn, the ship's lookouts saw the packed Zeemanshoop with its raised Dutch flag and passengers making frantic distress signals. All 46 of them were hauled on board and given a mug of tea and bread and butter. A slightly more congested HMS Venomous docked at Dover that evening. The Dutch students were free to go. But if the greater German nationals, including Otto and Marie, were expecting a warm welcome, they were in for a cruel surprise. On British soil, they immediately fell into the category of enemy aliens. In the period before the outbreak of World War II, Jewish refugees in Britain had begun the slow process of rebuilding their lives. They had lost almost all their wealth and possessions. They were in a strange environment, and they had to adapt to a new language. In many cases, their professional qualifications were unrecognized. There was the non-stop worry about family members who still had not escaped. It was best not to talk about events on the continental mainland. Most British people could not really envisage them, and when they were told, they did not believe it. It was best just to get on with life. The German occupation of Poland changed things, of course, but not markedly. For the time being, there was little military activity in Britain, and the prevailing atmosphere was one of uneasy calm. There were around 70,000 German-speaking émigrés in the country who were now declared enemy aliens, obliged to register with the police, and prohibited from living in areas of military significance. Nonetheless, at least initially, the government took a relatively relaxed approach to these foreigners. Tribunals were set up to classify them into 3 categories, depending upon how much of a threat they were deemed to pose. Category A were considered sufficiently threatening to be detained. Category B had some restrictions placed on their movements. Category C were exempt from restrictions. Less than 1% were placed in Category A, while the vast majority, over 64,000, were Category C. The so-called phony war lasted until the early summer of 1940. With the German invasion and occupation of the Low Countries and then France in May 1940, the public mood immediately turned ugly. The press began to whip up fears of the enemy within. Act, 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 demanded the Daily Mail of the government. One of their leading commentators, Nazi sympathizer George Ward Price, had this advice for Jewish immigrants. They should be careful not to arouse the same resentment here as they have stirred up in so many countries. A British diplomat warned that the paltriest kitchen maid not only can be but generally is a menace to the safety of the country. Thousands of cooks and housemaids were dismissed. This all added to refugee anxiety. Stefan Zweig was living in Bath in the west of England when he heard the news that German troops were storming toward Paris. Britain, no doubt, would be Hitler's next target. "I have already prepared a certain file," Zweig wrote in his diary. Now the authorities reviewed its list of aliens to determine which among them were too dangerous to be at large. In the end, around 27,000 were arrested and dispatched to various detention centers, most destined for the Isle of Man off Britain's west coast. They had not proved difficult to locate. Their address details, after all, had all been registered with the police. But people joked that the most effective means to trawl for refugees was to carry out sweeps through the public libraries of northwest London. That was not where Otto Neurath and Marie Reidemeister were arrested. When they landed in darkness at Dover on May 15, 1940, the passengers of the Zeemanshoop were separated, causing some of them to become hysterical. They were medically examined and, in a crash course on British cuisine, fed an almost inedible meal of boiled potatoes and corned beef with sharp English mustard. Otto was bound for Pentonville Prison, and later to a race course, Kempton Park, where he slept on a mattress on the stone floor. Marie was removed to a Fulham institute she later described as a Dickensian poorhouse, where she slept on the floor. There was a woman walking with high heels, clack, clack, clack. I didn't sleep that night. From there, she was sent to Holloway Prison. There were minor humiliations aplenty. They had to keep the door open when they went to the toilet. From their respective London cells, Otto and Marie were dispatched to separate camps on the Isle of Man, Neurath near the capital, Douglas, Marie to a camp in the southwest. The detainee population was mixed. Not all the enemy aliens were Jewish or political refugees. A few were German citizens who, for one reason or another, were in the UK at the war's onset. Some were Hitler supporters. The British made no distinction between Jew and Nazi. The enemy aliens found themselves in the same detention center. For the Jewish inmates, that brought anguish. As one internee wrote in October 1941, this unfortunate setup creates a continual strain of nerves, hearing of fascist songs, exchange of fascist salutes. You will easily imagine what I feel when I see people smiling when the radio announces the executions in France and other countries under the fascist yoke. Some of the Jews had been in Dachau, so it was not their first time behind barbed wire. In a few camps, Aryan German groups were formed. Among the Jews, there were a number of suicides, including one man who had escaped alongside Otto on the Seemannshoop. Still, for all the traumas of detention, this was a relatively benign experience compared to what most detainees had been through before arriving in the UK. Otto received books, new shoes, and pajamas, and occasionally cakes. Marie said later that, having escaped the Gestapo, even in prison, I felt safe. The present author's great-grandfather kept a diary during his internship, recording the petty bureaucracy, the deprivations, the shortage of toilet paper, the depression and suicides, but also the vibrancy, the concerts, the lectures, one about the problem of infinity by a colleague of Einstein's, the businesses. The best shoe polisher was Viennese and attracted clients with his good jokes. There were daily football games. "Wake up, Germany," shouted the spectators in a Germany versus Austria match. During a game among Austrian prisoners, an English sentry with a gun twice kicked a ball that had landed behind the goalposts. This small act of decency made an enormous impression on a man who had experienced anti-Semitism Viennese style. Wittgenstein had acquired British citizenship in April 1939, and so was exempt from the new measures. Not so Weissman. On July 3, 1940, the Society for the Protection of Science and Learning was sent a letter from Hermina Weissman. "I should like to inform you that my husband, F. Weissman, has been interned as an enemy alien a week ago." It is hard to imagine anybody who posed less of a threat to the British state than this apolitical, introverted, mildly depressive 44-year-old Jewish philosopher. On July 22, the SPSL secretary Walter Adams commented with reference to the Weissman case, "The treatment of alien refugees in this country has been incredibly stupid, and the SPSL has had to devote a great deal of its energy lately to trying to correct some of the grosser stupidities." Hermina wrote to Tess Simpson in August that she was deeply depressed to be separated from her husband. At the Isle of Man, inmates made the best of their predicament, establishing an informal university. Classes were offered in a variety of subjects, from languages, math, and business to bacteriology and Chinese theater. There were, of course, philosophy lectures, including at least one delivered by Neurath in January 1941. We know from the camp newspapers that this was attended by more than 200 people, though the content remains a mystery. The German title roughly translates as "How do you make a tennis court durable?" Besides academic lectures, there were rich cultural offerings too, concerts, an art exhibition. Business ventures mushroomed, shoe polishers and hairdressers, some asking for money, others bartering their services for razor blades or cigarettes. At its peak in late summer of 1940, there were 14,000 detainees in the Isle of Man, including Walter Hollischer, the young communist with a special interest in Freud. But once the hysteria about the enemy aliens had died down, saner voices began to make themselves heard. The Bishop of Chichester, George Bell, in a speech to the House of Lords, pointed out the absurdity of paying to incarcerate people who were desperate to support the war effort against the Nazis. He had visited the Isle of Man and was astounded at the quantity as well as the quality of material available. Doctors, professors, scientists, inventors, chemists, industrialists, manufacturers, humanists, they all want to work for Britain, freedom, and justice. But what really swung public opinion was news in July 1940 of the sinking of Arandora Star by a German U-boat. As well as interning people in Britain, the authorities had forcibly exiled thousands of others, who were shipped off to Canada and Australia, perilous journeys through contested seas. The Arandora Star was bound for Canada and was full of Italians. Many were chefs and waiters who had worked in the restaurant business in the UK for years and had little or no interest in politics. Nearly 700 people died. Now the media changed tack, with several of the leading papers publishing scathing articles about the treatment of refugees. In the camps, there was some relaxation of the rules. On July 26, 1940, husbands and wives were allowed to meet to discuss whether they would be willing to travel abroad together, and thus Marie and Otto, though still not officially married, saw each other for the first time since they had been separated upon arrival in England. Such meetings became more regular. The rule was that a couple had to be married or engaged. Then, as Marie put it, everyone was engaged. Neurath's love letters to Marie during internment are all signed off with variations of his elephant theme. Images did not count toward the strict word limitation imposed on letters. After arriving in the UK, Marie and Otto had been permitted to make a phone call, and in this way were able to inform Susan Stebbing of their circumstances. Stebbing, another largely forgotten and unacknowledged heroine in this story, found a solicitor to act on their behalf. Otto's case was brought to the attention of the SPSL. At the SPSL, Tess Simpson now had a new cause. Of those detained, 560 were academics, almost all of whom she had helped to settle in the UK. She opened a file on each and every one of them and began to prepare the documentation to petition for their release. A turning point came when the government announced that those who posed no danger and had a vital contribution to make to the nation were free to go. And just as important, when a concession was wrung from the Home Secretary that this included contributions to science and learning. The process was protracted. Simpson needed references to vouch for each detainee. For Neurath, biologist Julian Huxley was obliging. He is most definitely anti-Nazi. I am sure that he could be very usefully employed by the Ministry of Information or other similar body on propaganda and information work. Others, like writer H.G. Wells, were less helpful. Wells saw no reason why Dr. Neurath should be made the subject of a special campaign for preferential treatment. Neurath did not help his cause. Patience was never one of his virtues, and at the same time as Simpson was plodding through the formal process, he was directly appealing to the Aliens Department. He explained that if released, he would not be a burden on the state, since both he and Marie would receive a salary from the American branch of his Isotype Institute. His isotype work could also render some useful service to this country by addressing various topical issues such as public health. These overlapping appeals confused matters. However, on September 20th, 1940, a letter of support for Neurath arrived from Princeton, and from an individual that even the British establishment could not ignore. Neurath, Einstein wrote, is very well known to me through his scientific work and through common friends who know him well personally. On the basis of my reliable information, I am gladly taking every responsibility for the political reliability of Professor Neurath. His release from internment would, in my opinion, be fully justified. Neurath's case was dragging on, but Tess Simpson was upbeat. The word of Professor Einstein will count a good deal. Professor Einstein has appealed only on behalf of a very few internees, so that this appeal should carry weight. Oxford University sent an invitation to Neurath to deliver a series of lectures on logical empiricism and the social sciences. Finally, on December 6, 1940, both Otto and Marie were allocated a January date to review their case in front of a tribunal. On February 7, 1941, Otto was told he was to be released. The following morning, he gathered his belongings and picked up a voucher to cover travel to his destination. The gates opened at 7 a.m. From the harbor, he embarked on a boat to Liverpool or Fleetwood before taking an onward train, destination Oxford. A fortnight later, he and Marie were married. As an unusual expression of gratitude, he sent Tess Simpson his next scholarly article, Universal Jargon and Terminology. It may not have been everyone's notion of the ideal present, but somehow, amid her ongoing campaign to have others released, she found time to read it. I see that you mention Karl Popper in your paper. We knew him before he went to New Zealand. As for the article, it is good to know that you are receiving the recognition in this country which you deserve, and I hope that it will help to make up for the disagreeable experience which you shared with almost all the refugees. In November 1941, he again wrote to Simpson. The irrepressible Neurath was already upbeat about the future. We are highly pleased by the atmosphere in England. We really have not the feeling to be in a foreign country. He himself did not live a life of moderation, but he had witnessed enough extremism to appreciate the orderly culture in Britain and its mostly moderate politics. It is impressive to listen to plain people here, how they avoid boasting and overstatements in daily matters. He had once described how he spoke broken English fluently, but now he began to collect English expressions. He particularly approved of the way fire watch leaders explained that during air raid attacks, people should stay calm and behave with the usual common sense. I like this type of habit much more than the continental one, with highest duty, national community, self-sacrifice, obedience, subordination, etc., eternal ideals. They had a nice home with a giant bath. This particularly pleased Otto, and he began to rebuild their library. With the help of Susan Stebbing, and just before Stebbing was diagnosed with the cancer that would kill her, Otto and Marie set up an isotype institute in Oxford in 1942 and soon had work commissioned. A distinguished documentary filmmaker, Paul Rotha, became an important client. Among Rotha's films was one about blood transfusion, in which he needed to explain blood groups. Then there was his Ministry of Information film, A Few Ounces a Day, to encourage British citizens to salvage items, tins, bulbs, boxes, wrappers, newspapers, which could be reused as raw material to rebuild ships. The film used an unbroken series of isotype images. A few ounces saved and collected from each household were transformed into a new ship, which then replaced a ship sunk by a torpedo. Neurath kept an ongoing correspondence with his old Circle colleagues. There was a terrible falling out with Carnap. Neurath objected to Carnap's 1942 book, Introduction to Semantics, which Carnap had sent him as a gift. Full of metaphysics, he carped ungratefully. Then, in 1943, Carnap, who co-edited the Encyclopedia series with Charles Morris, insisted on having a disclaimer inserted into Neurath's book for the Foundations of the Social Sciences series, saying he, Carnap, had not had time to edit it. This was true. To appease the publisher, the book's publication had been accelerated, and when he eventually read it, Carnap thought it slapdash. Indeed, he told Neurath that in places it was so unclear that I would not know whether I agree with you or not. Understandably, Neurath felt humiliated. There were recriminations and long rambling letters. Carnap called him Neurath the Volcanic. Their friendship never fully recovered. It reinforced Neurath's suspicion that his circle colleagues rated his organization skills above his philosophical. The rolling encyclopedia series Neurath regarded as a war effort, as we shall see, a phrase that would also be used by Popper. The publisher had received only 9 of the 20 volumes promised, and with printing costs rising, they threatened to break off the series. Neurath was unhappy. The war is going very well, and victory comes nearer every day. It would be like defeatism to suspend now anything. He would find another publisher unless they relented, he said. Naturally, they did. Only one member of the circle left his escape until after the war had begun. Even after the Anschluss, Gödel had naively returned to Vienna from Princeton. Now he approached the U.S. consul about applying for a visa. This, too, was problematic. The easiest type of visa to get was for academics teaching in U.S. colleges. Gödel was not, strictly speaking, teaching. So the head of the Institute for Advanced Study, Frank Idolata, wrote a supporting letter that flirted with the truth. The instruction here is on a very advanced level and is consequently less formal than in the ordinary university or graduate school. The visa process was protracted, and Gödel came to terms with the possibility that he would in fact have to remain in Austria. Then he suddenly became desperate to leave. His biographer, Dawson, traces this to an episode that also involved Gödel's wife. While walking with Adela one day in the vicinity of the university, Kurt was assaulted by a band of young Nazi rowdies. For whatever reason, whether he was mistaken for a Jew, recognized as one who had fraternized with Jewish colleagues, or was simply targeted as an intellectual, the youths seized him, struck him, and knocked off his glasses before Adela managed to drive them off with blows from her umbrella. Idolata wrote to the German embassy in Washington. Gödel was an Aryan, he pointed out. He was also exceptionally brilliant, so his case could be treated as an exception. Surely, he pleaded, Germany would acknowledge that the most important thing was that Gödel be permitted to continue his work rather than, say, go into the military. The visa arrived in January 1940. The war was now 4 months old. The way out was through Lithuania, Latvia, Russia, and then by the Trans-Siberian Railway to Manchuria and Japan. From there, it was a boat trip to San Francisco, then a long train trip to New York, and finally a short one to Princeton, New Jersey. All in all, the journey took about 2 grueling months. Gödel had married Adela Nimbursky in 1938. Despite vehement family disapproval, she was older than Kurt, a divorcee, and from a lower social rung. On the boat to America, Gödel and Adela, along with all the other passengers, were required to respond to a list of questions before disembarking on U.S. territory. One asked whether they, the passenger, had ever been a patient in a mental institution. Both Gödels answered no. This was not the time for total candor. They reached Princeton by March. There, Gödel soon made one firm friend, Albert Einstein, and the two men developed a routine. Each morning, Gödel would stop off at Einstein's house sometime between 10 and 11, and each afternoon they would walk home together. Einstein joked, "I go to my office just to have the privilege of being able to walk home with Kurt Gödel." Bertrand Russell visited Princeton in 1943, and he, Einstein, Gödel, and physicist Wolfgang Pauli, Viennese-born and a godson of Ernst Mach, who in 1945 would win the Nobel Prize for his contributions to quantum mechanics, met weekly. It was an Übermenschen discussion group that nonetheless left Russell dissatisfied. Although all three of them were Jews and exiles, and in intention cosmopolitan, I found they all had a German bias toward metaphysics. Gödel was not, of course, Jewish, but he was an immigrant Austrian academic. It was statistically reasonable to assume that he was. Carnap, too, had discussions with Russell during the war. In 1939, after 3 years in Chicago, Carnap moved to Harvard for 2 years. In 1940, Russell was invited to Harvard to deliver the William James Lectures. This came just a few months after the shameful New York Supreme Court ruling in which Russell was pronounced unfit to teach. He had been appointed to a chair of philosophy by New York's Board of Higher Education, prompting a public outcry led by New York's Episcopalian Bishop William Manning. The judge, John E. McGeehan, reached his ruling after reading several of Russell's books, including What I Believe and Marriage and Morals, and concluding that they were, among many other flaws, erotomaniac and atheistic. Russell's Harvard lectures were later published in An Inquiry into Meaning and Truth, allowing Russell to add one more qualification to his bulging curriculum vitae: judicially pronounced unworthy to be professor of philosophy at the College of the City of New York. After the legal circus in New York, the refined atmosphere of Cambridge, Massachusetts was a welcome contrast. As well as Russell and Carnap, there were Quine and von Mises, Tarski, and Feigl. Feigl was there on a Rockefeller Foundation grant. He would take up a chair at the University of Minnesota in 1940. Carnap suggested they meet regularly, which they did, usually at 6:30 p.m. on Thursdays. Echoes of Vienna passed. One circle member did not survive the war, Edgar Zilsel. After arriving in the U.S. in 1939, he had sought work and funding with the help of the transmigrated Frankfurt School. A Rockefeller Fellowship to research the origins of modern science helped support him for 2 years, and when the money ran out in 1941, he accepted a part-time teaching post at the all-female Hunter College in New York, and then in 1943, a job at another all-female institution, Mills College in Oakland, California. His mentally unstable wife had had several breakdowns and did not want to move with him to California, and his son by this time had gone to study in Wisconsin. While the other academics went home at night, he lived on campus and dined in the hall with the young female students. He felt humiliated and lonely. The best day for him was the regular gathering of academics at the History of Science Dinner Club. It was the sort of forum he was used to, a reminder of his Vienna days, with a group of like-minded thinkers congregating for intellectual stimulation. The club valued his contributions to debate. Still, these meetings were only monthly, providing insufficient social sustenance. On the night of March 11, 1944, 6 years to the day after Chancellor Kurt von Schönig announced the end of Austria as a sovereign state, Zilsel sat in his office and wrote 3 notes, one to the president of Mills, one to his son, and a third he left on his desk. "No fuss, please. Just inform Dr. French. Don't tell anybody else, please. Keep silent, please. Nobody must know of the suicide. Everybody must be told that I died through a traffic accident. No students must see the body. Please, please don't try to wake me up again. I am sorry to have inconvenienced you. Thank you." He had left some money with the note, which went on, "If the janitor finds me, he may keep the $10 bill as compensation for the shock." The Oakland Tribune ignored his pleas to keep the suicide a secret. The following day, in the Sunday edition, the paper carried news of his death. Having written the note, they said, Zilsel fashioned a pillow from Excelsior, wood shavings, and his jacket, took poison, and then reclined on the floor, awaiting death, his hands in his pockets. Zilsel was found by Dr. French, the dean of the faculty. None of the Circle or those associated with it saw action in World War II. Mostly too old, they nonetheless tried to do their bit. Wittgenstein volunteered to be a hospital orderly in Guy's Hospital, London, transferring drugs from the pharmacy to the wards. He then took a post as a laboratory assistant in the Royal Victoria Infirmary in Newcastle upon Tyne. Rose Rand also worked, but reluctantly. She had left her escape from Austria till desperately late, and the exact details of how she managed it are murky. It was almost certainly with the aid of Susan Stebbing in London. She arrived in the UK on June 11, 1939. One might have expected her principal emotion after escaping Austria to have been one of relief. But in a letter from Stebbing's address sent that same week, she described her misery. She was, she said, wholly unhappy. She always had a tendency to see the world through soot-tinted glasses, though her circumstances hardly merited a happy disposition. Poor in Vienna, she arrived in London poorer still, and had to earn her keep. The first work she found was in a home for hundreds of mentally handicapped children. She lasted only 3 months. She found it exhausting and was disdainful of her fellow nurses, simple peasant women. She tried her hand at several other jobs, hated them all, and complained none offered remuneration adequate for her needs. She was not shy in requesting help, but the well-meaning organizations she approached, the SPSL and the British Federation of University Women, BFUW, found her infuriating, immature, grasping, unreliable, proud, and exhaustingly persistent, this latter trait accounting for the fat files on her that now sit in the archives. The central problem for Rand was that while she cared about only one thing, the pursuit of her studies in logic, she could not land a university job. She applied for a grant from the SPSL and filled out the usual form, demonstrating more flexibility than Weissman. Where would she be prepared to go for work? Anywhere. How much longer could the means at her disposal be expected to last? I have no means. She had references from Circle colleagues Carnap, Zilsel, Kaufmann, and Kraft, who said that she was one of the best among the students of Professor Schlick. The head of the Putzel Clinic, Professor Putzel himself, rated her extraordinarily expert and well-trained in matters of psychology. Nonetheless, the SPSL determined that she was not a sufficiently worthy case to merit support. They reached the same verdict many times when repeated requests from Rand over the next few years forced them to review her situation. The BFUW regarded her as a very difficult, if not hopeless, case. She's definitely in need of psychological treatment, has no insight into her own problems, and is extremely difficult to handle. In February 1940, when Rand wrote to the SPSL for help in finding academic work, Simpson sent back an unusually tough reply. "There is no chance whatever of an academic position. I am afraid I can only advise you to register with the Labor Exchange." An irritant she may have been, and yet the relief organizations did what they could for her, sending her small grants and loans, with no expectation that these would be repaid. Unknown to Rand, this money had a surprising provenance. Between 1941 and 1943, Rand was in Cambridge, where the status of distinguished foreigner enabled her to attend classes and lectures. These included Wittgenstein's before he went to London. To sustain herself, Rand took a job as an inspector in a lathe factory, measuring small machinery parts. Wittgenstein advised her not to give it up, though she detested it. The job did not pay much, the fumes made her sick, and it entailed long hours, including night shifts. In a comment Simpson related to Wittgenstein, Rand moaned, "I want to look like a lady, not like a factory worker." Here, she and Wittgenstein had a fundamentally different outlook. He urged her to make use of her manual skills and not to think of working with her hands as shameful. In fact, Wittgenstein was the source of the money sent to Rand by the SPSL. Rand's relationship with Wittgenstein reveals a compassionate facet of his character that runs contrary to his self-absorbed and austere image. The SPSL archive holds a file of correspondence with him, running across a 5-year period from 1942. Although he, too, was unconvinced of Rand's intellectual merit, telling Simpson she wasn't any good as a philosopher, he shows a long-running concern for her well-being. His financial assistance began in the summer of 1941. Since both Simpson and Rand had relocated from London to Cambridge, Rand was able to stop in occasionally at the SPSL office. Her visits were not always announced and sometimes resented, though they allowed Simpson to keep Wittgenstein abreast of Rand's life and mood. Rand was depressed, Simpson explained in June 1942. Wittgenstein had earlier raised the idea of using the SPSL to channel funds to Rand, and he now began to give small donations, a practice which continued for several years. But he stressed his name must be kept out of the arrangement. It was very important that she shouldn't know that he was involved. Simpson's normal tolerance was tested to the limit by Rand, and she did little to encourage Wittgenstein's generosity. Indeed, she found Rand's continual supplications for money vexing, and some of her spending decisions inexcusable, given her precarious financial position and constant complaints. In particular, Simpson was appalled when Rand bought a tailor-made coat for £3. "I myself would not think of paying £3 for the making of a coat at the present time," she complained indignantly to Wittgenstein on January 18, 1943. And now Rand was asking for still more money. "Of course, I have to tell you of Miss Rand's request, but honestly, I can't support it." Wittgenstein wrote back on February 9th from Guy's Hospital. He agreed that it would be quite wrong for me to pay Miss Rand's tailor's bills. On the other hand, I'd like you to have some money from me for other purposes, so as soon as I can, I'll send £5. Simpson and Wittgenstein had developed an unlikely friendship. They discussed classical music together, particularly Brahms. Wittgenstein once queued for an hour in Cambridge to buy her a bun. In October 1943, Simpson sent a long letter to Wittgenstein, who was now in Newcastle, informing him that Rand had recently been committed to a psychiatric hospital after threatening to kill herself. Simpson entered negotiations for her release. As she told Wittgenstein, "There's a good distance between being queer, which Miss Rand certainly is, and insane, which I felt sure she was not." 2 years later, Wittgenstein reluctantly agreed to serve as her reference for a job she had applied for. His response to her request is interesting, not least because it shows the brutal truth-teller was on occasion prepared to withhold the truth. Whether there is any chance of your being any good as a lab assistant, I don't know. In fact, I doubt it, though I wouldn't tell them. Rand annoyed him by sending him books and chocolates as gifts, and he warned her not to do it again. "I will send any present back, however much trouble this may give me, so please stop sending me things." When the Unity of Science Congress took place at Harvard, Karl Popper was already ensconced in New Zealand. In Popper's archive, there is a revealing letter from Hempel's wife, Eva. She tells him about the Harvard Unity of Science Congress in September 1939 and how it was such a success, and everyone was there, Feigl, Zilsel, Carnap, etc., adding, In fact, almost all the remaining members of the Vienna Circle, except Weissman and you, if I dare include you under that heading. Popper may have regarded himself as a thinker apart. They saw him as one of them. Meanwhile, he was hard at work. His most significant piece to emerge from the war years was The Open Society and Its Enemies. The book was a monumental effort, which traveled through multiple drafts, diligently typed up by his loyal and long-suffering wife, Henny. All his life, Popper worked incredibly hard. He rarely took days off, weekends and holidays included. His self-imposed regime often made him ill, bringing him to the edge of physical and mental collapse. But at no period did he exert himself more than when in New Zealand. The Open Society nearly killed him, and so one should not deride his description of it as his war effort. His circumstances were made more trying by his remoteness. He felt cut off from debate. The university library held fewer books than his father's. Although it was written during the hottest period of conflict, in which millions were being slaughtered, the book would come to be seen as a Cold War text, in particular directed at the totalitarian regimes within the Soviet sphere of influence. Popper took aim at several philosophical colossi, Plato, Hegel, and Karl Marx. He attacked the notion that there was an inevitability to the unfolding of history, as Marx claimed, that history had, as it were, a direction. The belief that human society was governed by inexorable laws was pernicious, encouraging intolerance and the imposition of large-scale damaging solutions on society. Drawing on his work in the philosophy of science, he proclaimed the benefits of an open society. The real way for society to progress was through trial and error and piecemeal social engineering. Not every policy worked. Just as scientific theories could be falsified, so too state policies should be exposed when they fail. An open society was a prerequisite for social and economic progress, and there needed to be a legitimate, peaceful means of getting rid of unsuccessful governments. The issue of who gets to govern was secondary to how the government could be removed. Now regarded as a classic of political theory, written with rare passion and clarity, a phenomenal struggle was needed for the Open Society to secure a publisher. The wartime cost of paper did not help, and the Open Society was not a short book. Despite Popper's boast about his independence from and slaying of the Vienna Circle, it is worth mentioning that in a biographical note to publishers, and presumably believing it would boost his credentials, he claimed to have been a Circle member. With the assistance of friends, Popper's book eventually found a publishing home with Unwin and appeared in 1945. Popper was handed a copy when he stepped off the boat from New Zealand on January 6, 1946. He was in the UK to take up a job, for which Weissman had also competed, as reader in logic and scientific method at the London School of Economics. 20. Exile. Do have another piece of cake, please do, in remembrance of our journey through the Old and the New World. George Clare. Almost all the Jews still in Austria when World War II broke out, men, women, children, perished in the Holocaust. In all, 65,500, a third of the pre-war Jewish population, was murdered. Some were shot after being transferred to the ghettos of cities the Nazis occupied in the Soviet Union, like Riga and Vilnius. Others ended up in the camps whose names have become grimly familiar: Auschwitz, Buchenwald, Dachau, Mauthausen, Sobibor, Theresienstadt. The few Austrian Jews who survived the camps and returned were met with a frosty welcome. There were no kind words, only the typical explanation, "You people always come back." Unlike Germany, Austria opted not to engage in a wide-ranging and honest reckoning with its past. Instead, the people who embraced the Anschluss settled on the comforting narrative, and originally the formulation of the victorious Allies, that they had been the Nazis' first victim. Remarkably, not a single member of the Circle was a direct victim of the genocide. 3 non-Jewish philosophers, Viktor Kraft, Bela Juhosch, and Heinrich Neider, stayed in Austria and survived the war. By the time World War II broke out, with the exception of Gödel, who left in early 1940, all the others had gone. Whatever magic formula had transformed Vienna into a hub of intellectual and creative activity in the first half of the 20th century vanished too. Post-war, Vienna seemed much more provincial, a medium-sized capital of a minor country on a battered continent. Vienna would eventually regain its wealth, but never its energy. Post-war attempts to revive the fortunes of the Circle floundered, and anti-positivist feeling remained. Kraft became a full professor only in 1950, retiring 2 years later. He established the Kraft Circle, which met for a few years before his retirement. It made little impact, although it was attended by one brilliant student, Viennese-born Paul Feyerabend, who would become an influential philosopher of science. Kraft wrote a book about the Vienna Circle, in which he foolishly called Schlick's murderer, the paranoid psychopath Johann Nelbuck, a paranoid psychopath. Nelbuck sued him, and Kraft, all too aware of what Nelbuck was capable, settled out of court. On February 3, 1954, Nelbuck died peacefully in Vienna. To be in exile is typically to dream of going home, but not where the wrench has been so painful and humiliating as to make a return almost unimaginable. Walter Hollitscher was the only one to go back. A few others, like Menger, did ponder a post-war career in Vienna, but for most, Austria was associated with memories they were eager to forget. They had been stripped of their nationality and livelihood. Their friends and family members had perished. Living in Vienna would necessarily entail coexistence with neighbors and colleagues who had held Nazi sympathies. "Would you ever consider returning to Vienna?" asked Carnap of Popper shortly after the end of World War II. He received an emphatic response, "No, never." Popper had lost 16 relatives in the Holocaust. His Aunt Henny, for example, had been deported to Theresienstadt on May 25, 1943, from an old age home. Even Gödel, who had fewer grievances than the others, wrote in a letter just after the war, "I feel very well in this country and would also not return to Vienna if some offer were made to me. Leaving aside all personal connections, I find this country and the people here 10 times more congenial than our own." The real question they faced was less whether they should go back permanently, and more whether they should go back at all. Menger wrote that it took until the early 1960s before he overcame his aversion to visiting Austria. One of Bergman's students recalled a conversation at the University of Iowa between Bergman and a colleague who happened to mention he was flying to Vienna, and Gustav said, "When you get there and get off the plane, kiss the ground for me, and then spit on it." Inevitably, the unforgiving attitude flummoxed many citizens of their adopted countries. Partly this was grounded in a failure of imagination. Even in Britain, the target of German warplanes, where thousands of buildings lay in rubble, the wider population could not or did not want to grasp the nature of what refugees had been through. In Last Waltz in Vienna, novelist George Clare, who had been in Vienna in the Anschluss and later witnessed Kristallnacht, recalled describing events to his kind British friends. "It must have been quite terrible for you," they said. "Do have another piece of cake, George, please do." In any case, a new chapter had begun, and these immigrants were keen to settle down. Nowadays, we are used to first-generation immigrants retaining their mother tongue. Indeed, it would seem bizarre for a recently arrived Mexican couple in Texas or a newly arrived Bengali family in East London to communicate in English in the privacy of their homes. A remarkable aspect of the post-Austrian lives of the Circle was how swiftly they accommodated themselves to English, exemplifying a general pattern among refugees from the Nazi era. They were soon speaking English at home and to each other. As early as 1942, Popper and Carnap were writing to each other in English. They retained thick accents and had trouble enunciating various English language sounds, but with only a few exceptions, Rose Rand was one, they mastered the grammar quickly, and most of them developed an elegant, diplomatic writing style. Some even grew to love it with the zeal of the convert. "No German reader minds polysyllables," Popper wrote. "In English, one has to learn to be repelled by them." Bergman declined even to speak German. Hempel told his daughter that his dreams were in English. The embrace of the language was partly dictated by their situation. They moved into English-speaking academic environments. Failing to learn English was not an option. But there were deeper reasons. They felt considerable societal pressure to integrate. That was the spirit of the times, and during the war, speaking German in public was frowned upon. They also felt immense gratitude to the country that had provided them with sanctuary, and adopting the language was a powerful illustration of their commitment to their new home. Perhaps most important, communicating in English represented a psychological break with the past, a way of marking a fresh start. So assimilation was the norm, and the aim was to integrate as rapidly and wholeheartedly as possible. Old identities were discarded. Karl Hempel spent his formative decades in Germany, yet his daughter would say, "My father did not feel German. He considered himself an American without qualification." They were Americans of a particular type, of course, combining a strong sense of patriotism with an international outlook, a cosmopolitan sensibility. There were prosaic reasons for laying down roots. Post-war, the United States had emerged as the unrivaled leader of the democratic world, affluent, and eager to snap up academics as the university sector expanded. Many Circle members and associates were carving out stellar careers. They acquired citizenship in their new home, be it the U.S. or the U.K., as soon as they were eligible. Popper became a naturalized Briton in the year he took up his London School of Economics post, 1946. The most surreal episode, about which it is a scandal that no play has yet been written, involved Kurt Gödel. There was a U.S. citizenship test to be taken, for which Gödel studied. Being Gödel, he was alive to internal constitutional inconsistencies, and he became especially agitated by one putative problem, which he claimed left the back door wide open to dictatorship. Fearing that Gödel would air his concern and complicate matters, his closest friends, Oscar Morgenstern and Albert Einstein, decided it would be wise to accompany him. Einstein had already been through the same process with the same presiding judge. On the car journey down, the physicist and mathematician tried to persuade the logician not to mention the flaw, and then distracted him with stories. The plan failed. When questions about the Constitution began, Gödel could not restrain himself. It may have been Einstein's presence that prompted the judge to interrupt. "You needn't go into that." Gödel became a not incomplete American. Naturally, there were aspects of the old country that the immigrants missed, including the desserts, the Sachertorte, Kaiserschmarren, and Apfelstrudel. They missed the vibrancy and intimacy of the coffee houses. Philipp Frank was not alone in trying to recreate the atmosphere of the Viennese coffee house. He would often limp over to a particular corner, some called it Frank's Corner, of the Hayes Bickford cafeteria in Harvard Square, where he would read the newspaper and welcome any colleague or student who wished to join him. Several Circle figures set up Circle-style discussion groups. Menger formed a mathematical colloquium. Carnap with Charles Morris ran the Chicago Circle, which met on Saturdays. There were also alien features of their new culture, to which he and some others could never reconcile themselves. In Vienna, professors had been gods. The informality of American culture in particular felt uncomfortable, even objectionable. In German, the Du and Sie form was just one way of identifying dear friends, while keeping acquaintances and strangers at a suitable distance. Bergman hated how he was routinely addressed by his first name by those he did not consider to be close. Nor did he ever quite manage the shift from Central European restraint to American hyperbole. Bergman's highest praise was to declare someone not completely stupid. Ina Carnap complained that her husband did not receive sufficient respect and that some quite young boys in the department deemed themselves a bit too equal for my taste. The land of the free fell short of utopia in more serious ways, too. Olga Tauski moved from the UK to the US after World War II and ended up teaching at the California Institute of Technology, Caltech. But attitudes toward women were no more progressive than in Austria, and this held back her career. Furthermore, neither the United States nor Britain were strangers to anti-Semitism. When Feigl applied for his job in Iowa, a question was raised as to whether or not he was a Jew. Many of the elite colleges operated a quota system to control the intake of Jewish students. It was deemed undesirable to have too many. Still, polling in Britain showed that anti-Semitism existed throughout the class system. It was common for clubs and societies to have a policy of excluding Jews. At University High Table, you did not need to listen too attentively to hear sotto voce racist asides. On the whole, however, the degree of anti-Semitism was not such as to arouse grumbles from the refugees. If anything, they were thankful that it was so restrained. As one Jewish British-born historian put it, of course they had seen the real thing and knew how to differentiate between that and golf club snobbery. In the U.S., too, there was no comparison between the minor bigotry refugees encountered and the full-blown Austrian variety. In response to the question about Feigl's Jewishness, a future colleague responded, "I am sure I don't know, but if he is, there is nothing disturbing about it." There were enough employers who took the same stance. Nonetheless, it was to be expected that the Jews would retain a degree of wariness, sometimes bordering on paranoia. "I am konfessionslos, without religious faith," said Bergman, "but when they come to round up the Jews, I will be a Jew." Jewish or not Jewish, they were foreigners. In the U.S., with the onset of the Cold War, anti-communism became a far more potent force than anti-Semitism, although anti-Semitism was one of the anti-communist ingredients. A combination of a foreign accent and vaguely left-leaning politics were sufficient in post-war America to arouse the interest of the FBI. The leftists who came under suspicion included Philipp Frank. Somehow, the crime-fighting organization had caught on to some entirely bogus claim that he had come to the U.S. to organize high-level Communist Party activities. This was passed up to the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, in August 1952. Further investigations revealed the damning evidence that Frank's biography of his friend Einstein, which he had written in the U.S. to supplement his low salary, had received a glowing review in the Daily Worker, a communist newspaper, and that he knew one or two communist sympathizers. The FBI was told by one informant that Frank was a muddle-headed intellectual who could be a communist because he is Jewish and the Jews have a penchant for communism. At some stage, 2 FBI men visited him at his home. To show that he was no Russian spy, Frank went to his bookshelf, took out a copy of Lenin's Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, and showed them the passage in which he was personally attacked. The 2 FBI men practically saluted him and left speedily and satisfied. Frank was not unique among Circle figures in drawing the attention of the FBI. Others mentioned in FBI notes included Carnap and Tarski. As early as 1935, when Carnap was about to travel to the U.S. for a lecture tour, Ernest Nagel had passed on a warning from philosopher Sidney Hook. Tell Carnap that universities throughout the U.S. are becoming politically more reactionary daily, and to exclude from his prospectus anything which some dumb conservative who feel these things might regard as cultural Bolshevism. Carnap never attempted to disguise his leftist leanings. In the 1950s, he declined a visiting professorship in California, as well as invitations to lecture there, in protest at the state's demand that academics sign an oath of loyalty. He supported the civil rights movement and openly called for clemency toward Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, who were executed in 1953 after being convicted of spying for the USSR. He also trumpeted various international causes. Behind his back, the FBI sought out friends and colleagues. They discovered nothing that was sufficiently incriminating to take the investigation further, in the main because there was nothing to discover. In this febrile atmosphere, the question of whether science, the scientific philosophy of positivism, and politics were linked was bound to be revisited. Perhaps self-preservation motivated the stress that some placed on drawing a sharp distinction between the two. Feigl wrote that science cannot, by its very nature, provide a reason for our fundamental obligations or for the supreme goals of life. Scientific truth is ethically neutral, and criticizing a genuine scientific outlook in philosophy for these limitations would be like reproaching a weaving loom for its incapacity to produce music. So much for the general themes that bound their experiences together. What of their individual stories? V.E. Victory in Europe Day was May 8, 1945. Half a year later, Neurath was dead, though in that short period he had been typically Stakhanovite. An enticing job offer had turned up from an unexpected place. The small town of Bilston, population 31,000, in the county of Staffordshire, intended to demolish its slums, containing thousands of houses, and replace them with modern homes. Neurath was approached to help shape the project, to advise on what would work for people, and to educate the residents with his famous isotypes about healthy living in their new accommodations. Among other concerns, council officials were worried that those who had no experience of inside bathrooms might use them to store coal. From Vienna, Neurath was familiar with these condescending bureaucratic anxieties. He assured the local officials that if people put coal in their bath, it would only be for a rational reason. Perhaps there was nowhere else to stockpile fuel. Take away the rationale, and the vast majority of people would behave hygienically and socially. It was the first appointment of its kind in the country. Neurath was heralded in the local press as a sociologist of happiness. Already he was fizzing with ideas. He wanted mixed housing. It was vital, he thought, that families and single people, as well as rich and poor, were accommodated in the same areas. He also wanted to ensure that elderly people were not hived off to one part of town, but integrated with everyone else, although in ground-floor flats. This would keep them active and in touch with their families and the community. It would prevent them from feeling depressed and isolated. Some of Neurath's creative proposals now seem prosaic. Others never took off. Neurath wanted to create silence rooms, close to bus stops and shopping venues, where those who wished to do so could sit or rest. He recommended room libraries, a room on each street to house books, which would be cheap to run because they were to be operated by volunteers. He did not think many books would be stolen, and if a few were, replacing them would be only a fraction of the cost of salaried assistants. Another proposal required an initial outlay, but he thought it would pay off in the long term. a free vacuum cleaner for each household. Neurath visited Bilston several times. A contemporary press article about his involvement explains that Neurath's plans were driven by the belief that people, if given the chance, will exhibit the good in the ordinary man and not the bad, or, as this cheerful Viennese doctor puts it, you cannot organize kindness, but you can organize the conditions for it. Lessons learned in the Austrian capital were now being applied to a small town in Staffordshire. Neurath delivered a talk on the BBC Overseas Service, now the BBC World Service, entitled Vienna Comes to Bilston. On December 13, 1945, Neurath celebrated his 63rd birthday. Just over a week later, on December 22nd, he and Marie spent a pleasant morning in Oxford, browsing in Blackwell's, the city's landmark bookshop, and in the afternoon meeting Sha Hung, the Chinese philosopher who had attended circle meetings for several years in the 1930s. They discussed co-authoring a book about Moritz Schlick. Then there was supper with friends and a walk up the steep slope home. Sometime after, Neurath retired to his office to write and read about Goethe. He showed his wife some letters he had written that humorously mimicked Goethe. The next time she looked up, Neurath had his head on his desk. A Goethe volume was to his side. Of all the people to have lived through the tumultuous first half of the 20th century, Neurath was about the least likely to have died peacefully in his home. That, at least, represented some achievement. The general rule was that circle figures who struggled in Vienna were also the ones who found difficulty adapting to exile. Weissman and Rand, both of whom found refuge in the UK, were cases in point. Weissman's Oxford appointment was in the philosophy of mathematics and science. He did not draw big or indeed medium-sized lecture crowds. One of those who saw him in action was Anthony Kenny, who himself became a distinguished philosopher. He was rather a pathetic figure. There were very few of us in attendance, 4 or 5, I would say, and we kept on going as the term progressed, not because we found his classes interesting or useful, but because we felt it would be horrible for him if we all left and he had no audience. He was not regarded as approachable. With his waistcoat and mustache, he resembled an old English gentleman, although, despite his decent English, he retained a thick accent, about which he was acutely self-conscious, and appeared as Austrian as one could possibly be. English idiom baffled him, and he would always have on him a notebook to write down new examples he encountered. The students would sometimes retire to the pub after his class, but Weissman never joined them. It was not the University of Vienna way. It certainly was not Weissman's way. Around town, Weissman cut a forlorn figure. He at least had an income and status, being attached to first New College, Oxford, then to Wadham. Nonetheless, he felt underappreciated, convinced that his salary was lower than that paid to British-born colleagues, whom he contrasted unfavorably with his former Viennese colleagues. Oxford was not immune from the austerity of the post-war years afflicting the rest of the country. Weissman found the city cold and damp and grim, and the social niceties of high table impossible to navigate. He made few friends. He wrote to Popper one January to say that he had been suffering from Christmas depression. I wished only that I were dead. His personal life was beset by tragedy. His wife gassed herself in 1943. His son, Thomas, took his life in the same way when he was a 16-year-old schoolboy in 1956. The relationship between father and son had been fraught. Throughout, Weissman toiled away on the work that he had begun years earlier in Vienna. In lectures, Wittgenstein was barely mentioned by name. Weissman came to believe that Wittgenstein was the greatest disappointment of his life. One philosopher observed that when Wittgenstein died in 1951, It was as though Weissman was released from a tyrant. He began to find his own unique philosophical voice. His wonderfully lucid principles of linguistic philosophy appeared only posthumously, and with the original Schlick introduction stressing its debt to Wittgenstein. The book accomplished the near impossible, elucidating ideas inspired by Wittgenstein, but in a way that could be easily understood. Weissman himself died in 1959. Gilbert Ryle delivered the graveside address and celebrated Weissman's seriousness. He cut himself loose from the comfortable half-truths in which our minds love to repose. Rose Rand's story was no less wretched. She was still in Britain at the war's end, still living hand to mouth, the constant shortage of money being a consuming leitmotif of her life. She drew for support on her network of old Viennese colleagues. They, to varying degrees, sympathized with her and tried to help, although they had reservations about both her character and her talent. One of the branches of the newly formed United Nations, UNESCO, was seeking translators, and Rand decided to apply. Popper was happy to provide a reference, and on March 1, 1947, he wrote to Carnap for his endorsement, too. The damning reply, 2 months later, from the well-meaning and normally obliging German, reflected the ambiguity many felt about Rand. The case of Miss Rand is really a difficult one. I have tried for years to help her and have written to various organizations and persons about her. However, in the present case, I did not think that I could recommend her with a good conscience. I think that the people needed by UNESCO are those which have administrative and organization abilities, or are good as translators for various languages, or at least are skillful typists. It is clear that Miss Rand does not fill any of these requirements. Although she knows several languages, she cannot even now, after years in England, write a simple letter in correct English. Her real abilities are, as you know, in the field of philosophy. But even here, I do not estimate her capabilities as high as she does herself. The job did not materialize. But in September 1947, Rand applied for and was offered another job, giving evening courses in psychology and German at Luton Technical College to the north of London. Popper continued to look out for her, helping to secure a small grant, and in 1950, to get her recognized student status from Oxford University and the right to attend lectures. He implored her to live as economically as possible. Much to their irritation, Rand's appeals to hard-up refugee organizations persisted. A letter about her in the British Federation of University Women Archive from March 8, 1949, summed up their attitude. Rand is described as one of our black sheep, utterly unable to adapt herself to anything and anybody, and possessed by her very specialized subject, some kind of mathematical philosophy. Besides, her personality is objectionable. We have only helped her because we felt sorry for her and gave it up at the end, as she would have been on our hands forever. Rand had, for years, been contemplating a move to the U.S., where most of the circle had settled, and where she thought there might be more academic opportunities. In 1948, Gustav Bergman, now in Iowa, promised he could provide her with the affidavit demanded by the U.S. immigration authorities, though in the end this fell through when it became clear that Rand was presuming that Bergman would also put her up. Eventually, however, she obtained a visa and crossed the Atlantic in 1954. She was to survive by teaching elementary math and logic and taking research associate positions at various universities, including the University of Chicago and the University of Notre Dame. She would eventually make Princeton her home, eking out a living with small grants for translating the work of Polish logicians. She contemplated writing a book on the circle, but it never materialized. Over the years, her old Viennese colleagues, Carnap, Feigl, Frank, Hempel, and others, continued to assist her financially, though normally found excuses not to put her up. "Because of my continued illness, your visit would be inconvenient," wrote Carnap on May 13, 1960. Rand died on July 28, 1980, as poor and unfulfilled as ever. Carnap had mixed feelings about his adopted home. He arrived in the U.S. with a starry reputation, logical empiricism's most prominent proponent. He was delighted that modern logic, unlike, say, in Germany, was regarded as something worthy of philosophical development and examination. But he never felt fully at ease. During the course of his career, he had moved from Germany to Vienna to Prague to Chicago, and each step had taken him further from the culture in which he had been raised. What is more, at the University of Chicago, there were a few metaphysicians, such as Mortimer Adler, who were scornful of logical empiricism and with whom he had to battle. Carnap was particularly scathing of one lecture delivered by Adler, in which he claimed he could show that man was not descended from subhuman animals purely through metaphysical principles, ignoring any scientific evidence. There were also health problems. He suffered terrible back pain and had bouts of depression, as did his wife, Ina, who killed herself in 1964. A decade earlier, in 1954, Carnap left the University of Chicago to join the philosophy department of UCLA, taking over from Hans Reichenbach. Age 63, he was now a grand old man of philosophy. In the U.S., he devoted much of his intellectual energy to issues around probability, confirmation, and so-called inductive logic. His ambition was to create a logic that mapped the relationship between statements and evidence. The underlying point was to provide a mathematical account of the reliability of a scientific theory, so that the claim, backed by confirming evidence, that water boiled at 100 degrees centigrade could be compared and expressed in mathematical, logical terms to the claim that it boiled at 90 degrees. These were statements, as Carnap would put it, not within science, but of science. That is, they were analytic statements about the logic and methodology of science. There was also a second major project. Before moving to the West Coast, Carnap had been approached by P.A. Schlick, who edited a series called The Library of Living Philosophers about some of the world's most important philosophers. Schlick asked Carnap whether he would be willing to feature in the series, and Carnap agreed. It required Carnap to produce an intellectual biography, a component of each book in the Schlick series, and to respond to various critical essays about his work written by contemporary philosophers. The process of commissioning and responding to the essays proved to be protracted. Carnap hated working on it because it distracted him from thinking about induction. For heaven's sake, he wrote in a letter to Hempel and Feigl, a logician should not be asked to write a history or an autobiography unless he is a genius like Russell. After several years, when the manuscript was finally complete, Schlick informed Carnap that there would be a further delay because it was in a queue, and they first had to publish another volume in the series on Cambridge philosopher C.D. Broad. Carnap had come to see his volume as the last major endeavor of his life, and he became embroiled in an uncharacteristic and bitter row. On February 27, 1959, he typed a furious letter to Schlick. "If this is to be the library of living philosophers, then let's have the volume while I am still alive." Schlick responded in wounded tones a week later. "I must confess, after my own patience with you over a period of between 4 and 5 years, your last letter surprised me more than it hurt me." Gödel had had his first major mental collapse in 1931, and in Austria began to develop paranoid fantasies that people were out to poison him. These were given fuller expression in the United States, when, for periods, he ceased to eat altogether. Chronic digestive problems emerged in 1946. He was hospitalized in 1951 with an ulcer and was extremely sick again in 1954 and again in 1974. In 1951, J. Robert Oppenheimer, now director of the Institute for Advanced Study, telephoned Gödel's doctor to inform him that he had in his charge the greatest logician since the days of Aristotle. Gödel did not seek out doctors of his own accord. They too, he believed, were out to get him. He took his own temperature several times a day. Theoretical physicist Freeman Dyson remembered once having to open a boxed present for him because he was scared it contained poison gas. Toward the end of his life, he refused to let nurses into his home. His health was not helped by the fact that he rarely took exercise. As his condition deteriorated, he cut back on travel. In 1964, he refused an offer from Popper to attend a British Philosophy of Science conference because the trip was too daunting. Meanwhile, he labored away on his own work, publishing a few articles. However, his most original days were behind him in Vienna. There, he had been an obscure young mathematician. As so often, fame and status were slow to fasten on to accomplishment. But in the U.S., he received the recognition he deserved. He was promoted to professor in 1953, given the newly endowed Einstein Award, and awarded honorary doctorates from Yale and Harvard. Einstein's death in 1955 was a severe blow to Gödel, and it was followed a year later by the passing of another Institute for Advanced Study titan, John von Neumann. Gödel became more and more reclusive, preferring to interact with people, if at all, by phone. He had terrible nightmares of being trapped in Vienna. He still had Adela for support, but like Popper's wife, Henny, she never accommodated herself to exile. Poorly educated, she felt out of sorts in Princeton, the subject of snobbish contempt from fellow Mitteleuropean academics who viewed her as coarse and mocked her taste in furniture. She must have felt like Einstein's wife, who told Philipp Frank, "When he, Einstein, commits a breach of etiquette, it is said that he does so because he is a man of genius. In my case, however, it is attributed to a lack of culture." In late 1977, when Adela returned home in an ambulance after herself being in hospital for an operation, she found her husband almost wasted away and even more paranoid. He was taken to hospital, but could not be saved. He died on January 14th, the death certificate giving the cause as malnutrition and inanition caused by personality disturbance. Gödel, Rand, and Weissman were unhappy, but unrepresentative tales. On the whole, the ledger of happiness over suffering for circle figures came out in the black. They arrived with a reputation in the philosophical world for being brash, evangelical, and not consumed by self-doubt. It was a pleasant surprise when they turned out to be, in most cases, kindly and supportive. Feigl was particularly popular. "I suppose I half expected Herbert to be a fire-breathing atheistic rebel," wrote one of his younger colleagues, who confesses to have initially been in awe of him. But Feigl, it transpired, was very approachable, Herbert to everyone. Toward the end of his career, he could be seen each day walking across the philosophy department to the faculty club, where he would take a midday nap. Menger was another beloved figure. In researching this book, I put out appeals for memories of the circle from former students. Menger's students from the Illinois Institute of Technology responded in large numbers. He clearly aroused tremendous respect and affection. A great teacher, inspiring, a true gentleman, without question the professor I'll remember as long as I live. His appeal lay in his ability to demystify complex mathematical formulas and render them accessible. In his courses on curve theory or calculus, He operated on multiple sliding blackboards, furiously covering them one by one with chalk, talking enthusiastically and loudly all the while in his thick accent. Slightly tubby, with a wild tuft of white hair, Menger wore dark double-breasted suits, but still appeared disheveled, sometimes inadvertently leaving his fly undone. From his Vienna days, there are no references to Menger being scatterbrained, but many American students fondly recalled his absent-mindedness, the time he kept walking back and forth over his jacket which had slipped off the back of the chair, the time he opened the desk to discover a long-lost raincoat, the chaos of his office, piled high with correspondence and journals, though Menger himself could always draw a map with coordinates to locate a much-needed article. Carl Hempel moved from the University of Chicago to New York, to Yale, to Princeton, to Pittsburgh, and back to Princeton. His wife Ava died in 1944, shortly after childbirth, leaving him with a baby son. He later married again, Diane Perlow. Hempel drummed home to his students the message that they were to pose two key questions in the face of statements put before them. First, what do you mean? Second, how do you know? Although kind and gentle, and with a reputation as a lover of truth, perfectly willing to change his mind, he shocked writer and philosopher Rebecca Goldstein because he said things in the service of simplicity that weren't, strictly speaking, true, and that I knew for a fact he didn't believe. That, by the way, is how I experienced it, in capital letters. When she confronted him about this, he explained that when students were first introduced to difficult ideas, it was best not to confuse them with subtleties. On the 100th anniversary of Carl Hempel's birth, the city where he had been born, Oranienburg, named a street Carl Gustav Hempel Strasse in his honor. His son found out about this only by chance. I like to think my father would have been pleased, but it's hard to be sure. Gustav Bergman also prospered, though he divided opinion. Rude, arrogant, insecure, and argumentative, Bergman was acutely sensitive about status and thought his talents received insufficient recognition. His insecurities once led him to turn down a blown-up signed photo of Einstein, offered by the physicist himself, a decision he would come to regret. He was proud, however, of having assigned an original copy of Gödel's Incompleteness paper. He was a memorable professor and an eccentric showman. In seminars, he was known to lie down on a central table with a cigar in his mouth, spin around, and blow smoke at the person whose turn it was to speak. That would force students to participate. Because he was so intimidating, those who were not his favorites were disinclined to volunteer questions. But he was a dedicated teacher, perhaps a bit too dedicated for some, who became accustomed to his ringing them up late at night when an idea grabbed him. Karl Popper carried on working prodigiously hard. He chose places to live that were out of London and a deterrent to visitors, operating, in the words of one biographer, in legendary seclusion. Of the figures linked to the circle, no reputational stock rose higher and more rapidly than Popper's. He had been only on the fringes of academic life in Austria. Now he was celebrated. This did not make him any less complex to deal with. Herbert Feigl was one of those who made the journey to visit him in his small Buckinghamshire village, 30 miles west of London. Feigl reported back to Carnap, Frank, Hempel, and others that Popper was more autistic than ever and megalomaniac. Carl Hempel met him in London, but preferred to read his work rather than talk to him about it. On the whole, I had a sense that it was difficult to discuss with him, that he was too easily hurt, and felt this was somehow a personal attack if one took a critical view. Henny missed Vienna and suffered from depression. But Popper finally had security and status. He was appointed to a full professor at the London School of Economics in 1949 and remained there until his retirement. At the LSE, Popper ran a seminar that he believed was an open forum for debate, but which one American observer likened to the House of Un-American Activities Committee at the height of the anti-communist witch hunts. He would belittle students and colleagues alike, demand that those who had the temerity to argue with him admit their error and concede defeat. He remained throughout his life marvelously argumentative. An early notorious episode occurred in October 1946. Popper had only recently arrived in the UK, but the Open Society had already gained a heavyweight reputation, and he was invited to address the Moral Sciences Club, the Cambridge University Philosophy Society, then dominated by his nemesis, Wittgenstein. He had still never met Wittgenstein, despite their shared Viennese background, but he nursed a deep animus toward him. Wittgenstein's latest ideas were not yet in book form; they would be published posthumously, but they had circulated in notes taken by his student disciples. The centrality of language to philosophy and the notion that philosophical confusion could be dissolved by attending more closely to the varieties of ordinary linguistic usage were nostrums with which Popper had no patience. Popper was asked by the club's secretary to bring up a philosophical puzzle. Wittgenstein's approach clearly lay behind the wording. Popper believed there were philosophical problems, not, as he saw it, petty linguistic squabbles. The situation was complicated by the presence, too, of Bertrand Russell, whom Popper revered and wished to impress. Popper began his talk, which he titled, "Are There Philosophical Problems?" What happened next is open to dispute and the subject of a brilliant and epic book. Popper offered various examples of philosophical problems, to which Wittgenstein kept objecting. At some stage, Wittgenstein, now extremely agitated, picked up a fireside poker and demanded an example of a moral rule. Popper replied not to threaten visiting lecturers with pokers, whereupon Wittgenstein threw down the poker and stormed out of the room, leaving Popper victorious on the field of battle. At least that is how Popper related the episode, although one witness accused him of lying. And it seems probable that in his desire to show how he bested his opponent, he misremembered the sequence of events. There were to be numerous other illustrations of Popper's lust for battle. He continued to snipe at Carnap about his inductive logic project. Carnap wrote to Popper in 1959 in a none too subtle appeal for debate to be conducted on civil terms. I am now advanced in years, and I think it best from now on to avoid as far as possible any polemic with opponents. It did no good. Popper took on Carnap in a London symposium on logic in 1965. Quine was also present and witnessed two of Popper's leading disciples soften up their opponent in the early sessions. I sensed that he was deploying his henchmen, Imre Lakatos and John Watkins, with military precision as the three of them undertook preliminary skirmishes. Carnap remained cool in the face of Popper's ferocity. Vienna had been the start of the conversation, not its end. The fundamental issue of which questions were to count as being subject to empirical inquiry continued to preoccupy Popper and the old circle members. Criteria were fought over and refined. Meanwhile, Popper was harvesting academic garlands. In 1949-50, he delivered the prestigious William James Lectures in Harvard, then gave another lecture at Princeton, attended by Bohr and Einstein, who stayed afterward for hours to discuss its content. Feigl arranged for Popper to spend time at his center in Minnesota, although Popper haggled so hard about the pay and conditions that the exasperated Feigl may have regretted his original offer. Popper's accolades included many honorary doctorates. He was admired by world leaders, from German chancellors Helmut Schmidt and Helmut Kohl to the Dalai Lama and the Japanese emperor. In the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, His championing of the open society made him something of an intellectual pin-up. He was particularly venerated by dissident Václav Havel, who would become president of Czechoslovakia. It was said, too, that he was one of Margaret Thatcher's favorite philosophers, her other favorite being his Viennese friend Friedrich von Hayek. In 1965, Karl Popper became Sir Karl. Like Carnap and later Ayer, Popper had bestowed on him the tribute of a volume in the Library of Living Philosophers. Popper, Carnap, Feigl, Gödel, and Menger would all receive honorary degrees. There was to be no honorary doctorate for Ludwig Wittgenstein. The idea of preening around in a ceremonial gown would have appalled him. He continued teaching in Cambridge until 1947, his ideas and thoughts pouring out. Students would attend his intense, austere seminars, watching the professors struggle, the perfect manifestation of the agony of genius. Many students became disciples who, like Weissman in Vienna, subconsciously came to mimic his mannerisms. With two sisters still living in Vienna, Wittgenstein did return to visit. He spent 4 months there from December 1949 to March 1950, but he was already seriously ill from the pancreatic cancer from which he died in 1951, a few days after his 62nd birthday. "Tell them I've had a wonderful life," were his final words. His disciples had already fanned some of his ideas into the wider philosophical atmosphere, but only after his death did the Wittgenstein industry really begin to flourish. All the philosophy books that bear his name, bar the Tractatus, emerged posthumously. The Philosophical Investigations, arguably the greatest work of philosophy of the 20th century, was published in 1953. Along with many others, such as Settle and Remarks on the Foundation of Mathematics and Uncertainty, it has spawned a vast secondary literature. In death, Wittgenstein achieved what no other circle figure managed: cult status well beyond the confines of academic philosophy, becoming the subject of novels, poetry, plays, painting, music, sculpture, and films. Popper was to survive Wittgenstein by another 4 decades. Weissman died in 1959, Frank in 1966, Carnap in 1970, Bela Juhosch in 1971, Kraft in 1975, Gödel in 1978, Rand in 1980, Tarski in 1983, Menger in 1985, Bergman in 1987, Feigl in 1988, Ayer in 1989, Taussky in 1995, and Hempel in 1997. Many of the circle remained in contact until the end, though as they were scattered across the United States and the UK, it was impossible to reproduce the intimate conditions which had made debate in Vienna so fertile. But their network remained useful. They could help each other with their careers, support each other on grant applications. There were conferences and reunions, at some of which grudges could be sustained and hostilities renewed. Carnap still refused to talk philosophy in the evening. For him, it was like a heavy meal, which, if consumed too late, would inhibit sleep. The correspondence between circle figures is conspicuous for its absence of nostalgia. There are few repeated anecdotes of the good old days in Vienna. There is, nonetheless, something touching about their interactions, long-standing comrades aging together. We hear about their divorces and their children, their holidays and seminars, their articles and books. Inevitably, with the passage of time, there are reports about physical decline. As well as Carnap's back pain, Feigl developed a painful muscular problem and grumbled about his Swiss cheese memory. Popper had so many complaints, it was a wonder he was able to function at all. With time, attitudes to Vienna began to mellow. Austria began to reclaim the intellectual and cultural haute monde of its heritage. Popper was a case in point. The city of Vienna awarded Popper a prize in 1965, there were events to mark his 80th birthday in 1982, and in 1986 he received the Grand Decoration of Honor in Gold for services to the Republic of Austria. Popper considered returning to live in Austria after his retirement from the LSE in 1969, but told Hayek that he and Henny had decided against it because of anti-Semitism. When he died, his cremated ashes, as per his instructions, were placed in an urn in Henny's Viennese grave. The city from which the Circle members fled has been reclaiming it. There's a Kurt Gödel Research Center, and most important, a Vienna Circle Institute, which was founded in 1991 to document and develop the Circle's work. Popper's bust is now in the courtyard of the University of Vienna. There's a Karl Popper Strasse and a Dr. Otto Neurath Gasse. Tram D, on which Schlick commuted to the university, still follows the same route. The beginning and end of his journey on June 22, 1936, are marked by plaques, one on the outside of 68 Prinz Eugen Strasse, the other at the spot at which he was shot. 21. Legacy. I suppose the greatest defect of logical positivism is that nearly all of it was false. A.J. Ayer. The institutional branches of the Circle did not prosper abroad. Erkenntnis ceased publication after the Nazi invasion of the Low Countries in 1940, although it was resurrected in the mid-1970s and continues to this day. The Encyclopedia Project stuttered on. The University of Chicago Press had been promised 20 books. The last one reached them in 1970. Neurath's original ambition to produce another 100 volumes never materialized. 2 years after the 1939 International Congress for the Unity of Science at Harvard, another gathering, the sixth of its kind, was held at the University of Chicago, institutional home of Carnap and Morris. It would be the last. In the midst of war, there were other priorities, and in the absence of Neurath, there was no one with the energy to keep the enterprise afloat. The Institute for the Unity of Science was resurrected in Boston with some short-term funding from the Rockefeller Foundation and with Philip Frank as president, but it never took root and the grant money dried up. In fact, with Circle members now dispersed around the country, several hubs in the philosophy of science emerged. As well as Harvard-Boston, there was the University of Pittsburgh and clusters of expertise in New York and Chicago. Perhaps the most important successor to the Circle was the Minnesota Center for the Philosophy of Science, which Feigl founded. Carnap, Hempel, and other important philosophers of science would gather there for discussions 2 or 3 times a year. The Vienna Circle no longer had a presence in Vienna, yet, ironically, for a period, its reputation in the English-speaking world continued to rise. That despite the fact that some of the best-known Vienna texts were still unavailable in English. Carnap's The Logical Structure of the World was translated into English only in 1967, while Popper's The Logic of Scientific Discovery did not appear until 1959. The zeal of some of the new arrivals and their firmly held conviction that the Circle approach held the key to philosophy must have been persuasive. Several of our group, wrote Feigl, arrived in the United States in a spirit of conquest. Born in Europe, logical empiricism became integrated into Anglo-American philosophy. Undoubtedly, the text that did most to popularize the Circle, a crude synthesis of its thinking, was A.J. Ayer's Language, Truth, and Logic. Initially published in 1936, it was only in 1946, after a republication, that it became a surprise bestseller. It is easy to see why. It was bold and brash and lucid, offering an escape hatch for knotty philosophical problems. The traditional disputes of philosophers, it begins, are, for the most part, as unwarranted as they are unfruitful. But it horrified some of the stuffy old guard, and Eyre was not offered a coveted Oxford job, having to settle for University College London instead. Elsewhere, disciples pushed a positivist agenda in some unlikely and far-flung places, such as Finland, Argentina, and through Dr. Xia Hong in China, although he had to keep his empiricist head down during the Cultural Revolution. Quite quickly, however, logical empiricism fell out of favor. One student who left philosophy in the late 1950s to do military service, returning to it only in 1960, described his shock at the change in the intellectual climate. No one, except undergraduates, were still defending the verification theory of meaning. It was as if a Catholic had gone on an extended cruise and returned to find the Pope and the Curia no longer believed in the Nicene Creed. One issue was that the circle in exile no longer retained even the veneer of unity. Although there had always been splits and vehement disagreements within the circle, to the outside world it had had the appearance of a movement with a more or less agreed approach to the problems of philosophy. The cracks in that facade were now visible to all. Physically separated, the circle also grew philosophically apart. Gödel was an example. He had sat in on circle meetings silently disagreeing, in particular with the claim that mathematics and logic should be understood as tautologies. Now he became more willing to let his opposition be known. He credited the circle with his interest in the foundations of his subject, but in one letter in 1946 he commented on an article about Schlick in which his name was absent. "You need not wonder that I am not considered in it. I was indeed not a specially active member of the Schlick circle, and in many respects even in direct opposition to its principal views." In fact, there were few purists left. Bergman became an apostate and even published a collection of critical essays, The Metaphysics of Logical Positivism. The book made the normally phlegmatic Carnap, a loyalist to the project, furious. The flow of ideas from the philosopher who had done so much to inspire the circle, Ludwig Wittgenstein, did not slacken until the onset of his illness. He would jot thoughts down and then rearrange them in some sort of order, though not in any traditional way. He illuminated questions by approaching them from multiple angles, swooping over and around puzzles, examining them from one side then another. As already described, many of Wittgenstein's earlier positions were inverted, including the notion that language and thought mirrored the world. The emphasis on the analysis of language now shifted. Natural language was in decent working order, and we should stick with the surface and not try to seek hidden depths. We should remind ourselves how we use words. We erred when we used language in unfamiliar ways. Language inveigled us, especially when it went on holiday, when, as it were, we took it to places to which it did not belong. Philosophy is a struggle against the bewitchment of our understanding by means of language. Acknowledging the variety of ways in which language is actually used led Wittgenstein to abandon the idea that words could have meaning only if there were necessary and sufficient conditions attached to their application. Take the concept of a game. The temptation is to assume that all games must have something in common, and that it is this common element that enables us to apply the term game ourselves and to understand the term when others use it. But upon reflection, we realize that there is no one characteristic shared by each and every game. After all, some games use a racket or bat, but not all. Some do not require any kind of ball. Some games involve teams, others are contests between individuals, still others are or can be played alone. Some games are played outdoors, others indoors. Some games are primarily tests of physicality, others test mental agility, and so on. Of course, there are overlapping similarities among games. but there are no necessary and sufficient conditions. Just pay attention to how the term game is used in ordinary language. Games are what Wittgenstein called family resemblance concepts. They are like families in which some members of the family have a snub nose, others a domed forehead, others frizzy blonde hair. There is no single characteristic possessed by all members of the family. The focus on ordinary language, with all its idiosyncrasies and inconsistencies, inspired a whole new school of philosophy, though in Oxford, not Cambridge. In Oxford, Weissmann, who had been so appallingly treated by Wittgenstein, spread a mixed gospel, combining elements from traditional Viennese logical empiricism with ordinary language philosophy. A 1947 lecture was entitled "The Limits of Positivism." A former student remembers the first class he attended with Weissmann when the lecturer pulled out a tiny red notebook and announced, "In this book, there are 50 philosophical problems which can be solved in 2 hours." They seemed like major philosophical conundrums. In fact, they were mere linguistic confusions. He now scoffed at the claim that logical, formal languages could illuminate philosophy. Ayer said of Weissmann, "He developed a penchant for the branch of linguistic philosophy which consisted in the study of ordinary English usage, undeterred by his own difficulties with the English language." An important journal article, Verifiability, published in 1945, pointed out the difficulty of fixing definitions indefinitely. Since we cannot foresee every way in which ordinary expressions will be used in the future, definitions are bound to be open to change. This was an assault on the idea of analyticity to rival Wittgenstein's family resemblance concepts. W.V.O. Quine would seek to undermine the analytic-synthetic distinction from another direction. Nearly 2 decades after he visited the Circle, Quine published a hugely influential article. Two Dogmas of Empiricism, 1951, challenged 2 basic premises of logical empiricism. One was that meaningful statements get their meaning by some sort of logical translation from immediate experience, in effect an attack on Schlick's, though not Neurath's, notion of protocol sentences. The other was a blow to an equally fundamental axiom of logical empiricism, the notion that there was a sharp and clear line separating the analytic from the synthetic. British philosopher Tim Crane illustrates the Quine objection with a question and answer. Do you know what an umiak is? No? Well, it's a flat-bottomed Inuit canoe. So have I told you something about the word, or have I told you something about the world? I think you've learned something about both. Take another example. There are disputes that arise, sometimes for tax reasons, about which category a particular product belongs to. Famously, there was a legal dispute in Britain about whether a Jaffa cake, a sponge structure topped by orange jelly and a cap of chocolate, was a cake or a biscuit. A Jaffa cake has cake-like qualities and biscuit-like qualities. The ruling that it was a cake was not based solely on an investigation into the structure and ingredients of the product, nor solely on a conceptual analysis of cake and biscuit. It required a combination of empirical and conceptual inquiry. If there was no sharp difference between the analytic and the synthetic, then the logic of Quine's position was that, in principle, every statement could come to be rejected. Some statements were obviously more fragile than others, yet nothing was entirely safe. No single statement had rock-bottom certainty, an echo of Neurath's boat. For many years, the Quinean blow against the analytic-synthetic distinction was held to have been decisive. More recently, attempts have been made to resuscitate it and to argue that Carnap has been misunderstood. Carnap, it said, never meant to claim that the analytic-synthetic distinction was cleanly applicable to natural languages like English. Rather, the distinction could operate in a formal artificial language, where it was useful in clarifying disputes about contested concepts. By the 1960s, logical empiricism had begun to be assailed on all sides, including, indeed especially, from circle members and associates, so much so that many of its central tenets no longer seemed defensible. Then there is the principle of verification, which the circle had struggled to make watertight. A satisfactory account of the principle, which excludes ethics, aesthetics, and metaphysical assertions, but includes scientific theories about non-observable entities, continues to prove elusive. All attempts to tighten the principle have let in either too little or too much. It is also self-undermining, for the principle itself seems neither analytically true nor verifiable. Beyond the debates over the verification principle are debates over confirmation. If we accept the logical empiricist claim that for a statement to be cognitively meaningful, it has to be verifiable or testable, there arises the further debate about whether it makes sense to talk of the degree to which a statement has been verified or confirmed. Can there be quantitative measures to ascertain the degree of certainty about a scientific claim? A scientific theory is tested by experimentation and by showing that it produces the predicted result. Intuitively, it would seem as if a theory that had been tested 1,000 times should surely be considered more robust than one that had been tested only once. But Carl Hempel spotted a puzzle. Take the hypothesis, all ravens are black. If you look out the window and see a black raven, it seems fair to consider that an observation notched up in favor of the theory, a bit of confirming evidence. But logically, the statement, all ravens are black, is equivalent to the statement, anything that is non-black is not a raven. Does that mean that when you look out of your window and see a red apple or green grass, that you are providing confirmation for the hypothesis, all ravens are black? That does not smell right. All attempts to provide unassailable definitions of verification and confirmation inevitably seemed to throw up snags and paradoxes. In the 1930s, the Circle members would never have guessed that the philosopher in their area who would have gone on to become the most well-known beyond the confines of philosophy would be Karl Popper. This was, in part, through Popper's outliving almost all of them, thus enabling him to press home the distortion, unchallenged, that he had slain the Circle. But even Popper's reputation has waxed and waned. His ideas in the philosophy of science found more support among scientists than among philosophers, where, according to one leading philosopher of science, his standing has sunk to rock bottom. His out-and-out skepticism, his claim that we have no reason to believe that an experiment repeated for the 1,000th time will produce the same result as the previous 999 times, is regarded as either banal or ludicrous. If the inductive method helps us to build bridges that do not collapse, cure diseases, land humans on the moon, then why worry about it? And the idea that it is never rational to use induction seems crazy. Nobody properly acquainted with the evidence doubts that cigarettes cause lung cancer or that matter is made of atoms, writes philosopher David Papineau. The fact that smoking causes cancer is surely a fact, he says, not merely a provisional hypothesis awaiting possible falsification. Just as the verification principle proved difficult to pin down, so the falsifiability criterion, aimed at distinguishing science from non-science, turned out not to be as straightforward as it initially appeared. On its own, it does not tell us how to select between conflicting theories that have not yet been falsified. That matter has provoked a lively debate. Or take, for example, the old lady at the circus who peers into her crystal ball and foresees that you will have 4 children and an adventurous career in a foreign country. She is making testable predictions. but neither you nor she really believes that her trade has anything to do with science. And if the claim, all swans are white, is falsifiable by the discovery of one black swan, what about the proposition, some swans are black? No number of sightings of white swans would falsify that. Popper tried to address some of the criticisms of the falsifiability criterion, as did some of his disciples, but he ran into the dilemma familiar to those who advanced the verification principle. Either the simple and elegant falsifiability criterion had to be rejected, or else it had to be modified, thus compromising its simplicity and elegance. Recall that Neurath back in the 1930s had pointed out that, in practice, scientific theories were not discarded after merely one falsification. A similar thought was picked up by Thomas Kuhn, a new star of the philosophy of science. Kuhn is sometimes represented as having made a handbrake U-turn in the philosophy of science, so it is worth noting, first, that Neurath had foreshadowed some of his intellectual moves, and second, that Kuhn's famous book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, 1962, appeared in the International Encyclopedia of Unified Science series, edited by Carnap and Morris. The Structure of Scientific Revolutions took a sociological approach to the evolution of science. The picture the logical empiricists painted of scientific practice and progress bore no relation to reality, Kuhn argued. Scientific knowledge did not advance gradually and in a linear way, and scientists did not ditch their theories when they seemed to be at odds with experimental results. Historically, that is not how breakthroughs occur. So how does science work? In normal times, according to Kuhn, if an experiment fails to satisfy a theory, the scientist will usually try to resolve the problem, to explain away the apparent anomaly. Sometimes, for example, a question mark might be raised not about the result, but about the competence of the scientist or the conditions under which the experiment was held. The theory itself is not regarded as having been falsified. It is only when problem piles up on problem, anomaly upon anomaly, that the pressure builds, eventually engendering a violent intellectual spasm, a revolutionary change, in which the original scientific framework is overturned, replaced by a new framework that appears to resolve the tensions. Kuhn called these periods paradigm shifts. Then the cycle begins all over again. What once seemed revolutionary now becomes obvious orthodoxy. With a paradigm shift, our assumptions, techniques, problems, even the meaning of fundamental concepts can undergo revision. Terms like mass, understood in one way during the Newtonian paradigm, come to be understood in a different way. What is more, since these paradigms operate with distinctive concepts and on different foundations, it is senseless to compare one paradigm with another. The same standards cannot be applied to adjudicate between different paradigms. The Structure of Scientific Revolutions sold 1 million copies, and paradigm shift entered the vernacular, becoming familiar in the jargon of management consultants, advertising executives, civil servants, and other purveyors of policy and strategy. Kuhn supplanted Popper as the philosopher du jour, cited most often by both specialists and non-specialists. His book retains its influence today, although heavily critiqued. The notion of a paradigm is vague, and Kuhn's project was charged with being postmodernist, detached from notions of immutable objective truth, evidenced by his claim that some paradigms are incommensurable. That is to say, there is no common standard by which they can be judged. The incommensurability assertion infuriated Popper. If a new view could not be said to be an improvement, then, he thundered, we had sunk into an abyss of relativism. But while Popper's philosophy of science has taken a battering, the standing of the open society has been more enduring. For some time after the Berlin Wall came down and political commentators had proclaimed the end of history, His advocacy of the open society seemed an irrelevance, redundant. The only sentence I regret from a previous co-authored book, Wittgenstein's Poker, was in the final chapter, in which Popper's ideas on openness were described as received wisdom. That now looks naive. The forces of intolerance have re-emerged, not least in the form of strident nationalism and fundamentalist religion. Facing division within and assault from outside, logical empiricism hit a reputational crisis. By 1963, a British philosopher felt justified in writing, "There are no more logical positivists left." In an encyclopedia of philosophy, another philosopher pronounced logical positivism to be dead, or as dead as a philosophical movement ever becomes. A.J. Ayer was asked in a television interview, 1978, what he regarded as the main shortcomings of logical positivism. "I suppose the greatest defect is that nearly all of it was false," he replied. Many philosophers criticize logical empiricism for being anemic. The idea that logic and science can capture all that can be usefully or meaningfully articulated they regard as crude. It became standard to view the Vienna Circle as a long philosophical cul-de-sac. Or, to change the metaphor, an elaborate sandcastle, fleetingly impressive, but then leaving no trace after it is washed away. The standard picture is unjust. First, some of the work of individual members and associates has had important indirect impact. Gödel was never involved with designing computers, but his work in symbolic logic helped in the development of computers. The influence of Neurath's isotype is disputed, but he has a parental claim to the everyday iconography that we now take for granted: the male-female symbols on toilet doors, the standardization of road signs internationally. Menger's mathematical treatment of ethics was a seed from which the former member of his mathematical colloquium, Oscar Morgenstern, developed game theory, now so central to a host of disciplines, especially economics. The standard picture also misrepresents the movement, whose disagreements in exile tend to be exaggerated. The philosophical glue between them became weaker but did not become entirely unstuck. Although their outlooks may have diverged, most of them continued to engage with the same subject matter, the essence and role of philosophy and the nature and foundations of science. In a cringe-inducing metaphor, Frank told his students that new scientific theories replaced old ones as a woman replaced a dress, wanting the new one to fit better and particularly well over certain areas. Even Quine, who became an important critic of the Circle, retained his empiricist instincts and his hostility to traditional metaphysics. On the whole, their message to their students remained steady, that science was good and metaphysics was bad. As Neurath put it to Feigl in 1938, "What we have in common will remain. As products of their time, the differences will fade." Nothing fortified old bonds more than mention of Heidegger's name. "One has to read Heidegger in the original to see what a swindler he was," said Popper. "His philosophy was empty verbiage put together in statements which are absolutely empty." On this, even Carnap, not Popper's biggest fan, concurred. Carnap's agreement to participate in the Schoep series had been conditional upon there not being a volume dedicated to Heidegger. "I appeal to the philosophers of all countries to unite and never again mention Heidegger or talk to another philosopher who defends Heidegger," said Popper. This man was a devil. I mean, he behaved like a devil to his beloved teacher, and he has a devilish influence on Germany. Bergman's students learned not even to mention Heidegger because of the vehemence of the outburst his name would provoke. Menger would put on a pompous voice and quote Heidegger with scorn. It was clear that he regarded this as pretentious nonsense. The Circle and their descendants thus retained a broad unity about the purpose of philosophy and a clear vision of their targets. Although the logical empiricists were once forced out of Austria, they were later welcomed home. In 1991, the Vienna Circle Institute was founded as a society, and then in 2011 absorbed into the University of Vienna. It aims to document the Circle's work, and through books, conferences, exhibitions, and seminars, to promote a continuation of the logical empiricist project. In spite of running into intellectual hurdles and roadblocks, a more sympathetic and, I think, accurate interpretation of this project would credit it with being right in outlook, even if incorrect in detail. It is worth noting that after A.J. Ayer delivered his famous throwaway remark about nearly all of logical positivism being false, made, one suspects, principally for comic effect, he immediately qualified the statement by saying the thinking was true in spirit. Much of that spirit lives on. To this day, logic remains an important tool in the philosopher's toolbox. Indeed, there is now a renewed interest among formal philosophers in Carnap, who is regarded as something of a hero, though the distinguished philosopher David Chalmers says his general approach has been more influential than the details. There is still an ambition, perhaps expressed with more modesty, to place philosophy on a similar standing to science, acknowledging that philosophy is different but has a relationship with science. The direction of travel remains. A precise meaning of physicalism has never been fixed, but a variation of physicalism or materialism is the dominant strand in today's philosophy. That is, most philosophers insist that all facts must ultimately be grounded in physical facts. In that sense, colors and consciousness, though they may not initially seem physical, can nonetheless be accounted for in physicalist terms. There is no difference between brain states and mind states. Beliefs and desires and emotions are all reducible in some way to brain states. After he arrived in the U.S., Feigl was instrumental in formulating this physicalist position on the mind. The philosophy of science has itself been established as a particular subgenre of philosophy, and one shaped by the Circle. New debates have emerged, such as the focus on what is to count as a scientific explanation, inspired by the work in particular of Hempel. What, for example, counts as an explanation to the question, why do some men go bald? Or how does an explanation differ from, say, a description? What makes a scientific explanation distinct from another form of explanation? What is the link between an explanation and prediction? Can we provide logically necessary and sufficient conditions for a scientific explanation that do not stray into metaphysics? Beyond this, there is the way the Circle shaped the practice of philosophy, particularly Anglo-American philosophy. It is easy to overstate the gap between analytic and continental philosophy, but by any reasonable understanding of analytic philosophy, the Circle is part of its DNA. Analytic philosophy has gone in various directions that the Circle would not approve, but the self-identifying merits of analytic philosophy are its meticulous attention to logic and language, and the pursuit of clarity, the contempt for grandiosity, and the calling out of nonsense. There is a suspicion of arguments that rely on feel or intuition over substance. The Circle was not unique in promoting these intellectual virtues, but they helped foster a climate in which they are now so much taken for granted that they are virtually invisible. In that sense, success of the Circle ideas lies in their apparent absence. Dramatis Personae. Alfred A.J. Ayer, October 29, 1910 to June 27, 1989. English philosopher who spent time in Vienna and whose polemical best-selling book Language, Truth, and Logic popularized the Circle's ideas in Britain. He once protected model Naomi Campbell from the unwanted attentions of world heavyweight boxing champion Mike Tyson. Gustav Bergman, May 4, 1906 to April 21, 1987. Member of the Vienna Circle who spent his post-war career at the University of Iowa, where he distanced himself from logical empiricism. He had a considerable gift for disagreement. Rudolf Carnap, May 18, 1891 to September 14, 1970. German-born, a key Circle member, and perhaps the most technically gifted. He moved from Vienna to Prague to Chicago and finally to California. Albert Einstein, March 14, 1879 to April 18, 1955. Hero of the logical empiricists, acquainted with several in the Circle, and himself well-disposed toward philosophy. Herbert Feigl, December 14, 1902 to June 1, 1988, of Jewish origin. Acknowledgement of how this affected his career prospects led to his being the first member of the Circle to emigrate. Albert Blumberg, his co-author for a 1931 paper, is credited with first using the expression logical positivism. Philipp Frank, March 20, 1884 to July 21, 1966. Physicist, friend and biographer of Einstein. In his 20s, he moved from Vienna to Prague, then immigrated to the United States. Kurt Gödel, April 28, 1906 to January 14, 1978. Widely recognized as the most important logician of the 20th century, famous above all for his two incompleteness theorems. From Vienna, he went to Princeton, where he would accompany his friend Einstein on a daily walk. Psychologically fragile, with a streak of paranoia, and convinced that his food was poisoned, he died of starvation. Hans Hahn, September 27, 1879 to July 24, 1934. Mathematician, played a crucial role in the Circle's formation, was instrumental in bringing Schlick to Vienna, and was a supervisor to several Circle members. His friends called him Hähnchen, Little Rooster. Olga Hahn Neurath, July 20, 1882 to July 20, 1937. Mathematician and expert in Boolean algebra. Blind since the age of 22, smoked cigars, the sister of Hans Hahn and the second wife of Otto Neurath. Martin Heidegger, September 26, 1889 to May 26, 1976. German philosopher, anti-Semite. Genius or charlatan, depending on your point of view. To the Circle, he was the latter. Karl Peter Hempel, January 8, 1905 to November 9, 1997. Based in Berlin, but spent time in the Austrian capital. Known, among other things, for a logical conundrum involving black ravens. Walter Hollischer, May 16, 1911 to July 6, 1986. Born in Vienna, he studied philosophy, biology, and medicine at the University of Vienna. Schlick was his Ph.D. supervisor. He was a communist Marxist. After the war, he returned to Vienna, the only member of the Circle to do so. Freud was a particular interest. Bela Juhosh, November 22, 1901 to May 27, 1971. Came from a noble Hungarian family and studied under Schlick. Along with Victor Kraft, he remained in Vienna during World War II. Felix Kaufmann, July 4, 1895 to December 23, 1949. studied philosophy and jurisprudence at the University of Vienna, and became a Privatdozent in 1922. He then moved into commerce. He helped several members of the circle to leave Vienna and then himself escaped to the United States, where he taught at the New School in New York. Victor Kraft, July 4, 1880 to January 3, 1975. Lived in Austria during the war, despite having a Jewish wife. He restarted a circle in Vienna after the war, the Kraft Circle. Ernst Mach, February 18, 1838 to February 19, 1916. Physicist and philosopher whose ideas profoundly influenced the Vienna Circle. The society that was the public face of the circle was named after Mach. Carl Menger, January 13, 1902 to October 5, 1985. Son of economist Carl Menger. Carl was a mathematician who participated in the circle but also had his own mathematics circle. After Austria, he went to Notre Dame, but spent most of his post-Austrian career at the Illinois Institute of Technology, where he was much beloved. Charles Morris, May 23, 1901 to January 15, 1979. American philosopher, taught at the University of Chicago for 27 years from 1931. He met the Vienna Circle on a sabbatical in 1934 and subsequently helped organize the Unity of Science Congress at Harvard. He encouraged several circle members to emigrate to the United States. Along with Neurath and Carnap, he was the editor of the Encyclopedia of Unified Science. Otto Neurath, December 10, 1882 to December 22, 1945. Polymath with a particular expertise in economics and sociology. Neurath was the driving force behind the circle's organizational activities. An enormous man with an outsized personality, he signed his letters with a picture of an elephant. Karl Popper, July 28, 1902 to September 17, 1994. Described as the official opposition to the circle, a label he was proud to embrace. He spent World War II in New Zealand and his post-war career at the London School of Economics, once called Margaret Thatcher's favorite philosopher for his championing of the open society. He preferred having disciples to being a disciple, though he revered Bertrand Russell. Willard Van Orman Quine, June 25, 1908 to December 25, 2000. American logician and philosopher who spent a few months with the circle. He later became a leading critic of some of its core ideas. He and Carnap were close friends and exchanged hundreds of letters. Frank Ramsey, February 22, 1903 to January 19, 1930. Precociously talented British philosopher, died at age 26. He translated Wittgenstein's Tractatus. He traveled to Vienna in the 1920s to be psychoanalyzed after suffering mental anguish from a thwarted love affair. He is now recognized as having made seminal contributions in many areas, from math and logic to economics and probability. Rose Rand, June 14, 1903 to July 28, 1980. Troubled Polish-born mathematician and logician. For a period in the 1930s, she took the minutes at circle gatherings. She lived a life of struggle, regarded by many of those who tried to help her as a hopeless case. Hans Reichenbach, September 26, 1891 to April 9, 1953. Founded the Society for Empirical Philosophy in Berlin, the sister organization to the Vienna Circle. He and Carnap became co-editors of Erkenntnis, made important contributions to probability theory. When Hitler came to power, he took a teaching job in Istanbul, then immigrated to the United States to teach at the University of California, Los Angeles in 1938. Kurt Reidemeister, October 13, 1893 to July 8, 1971. German-born mathematician, though in Vienna for only 3 years, he was important in persuading the Circle to focus on the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, brother of Marie. Marie Reidemeister, May 27, 1898 to October 10, 1986, worked on Otto Neurath's isotype project, Kurt's sister and Otto's mistress before becoming his third wife. Moritz Schlick, April 14, 1882 to June 22, 1936. The unassuming leader of the Vienna Circle, a German-born physicist from a patrician background. He was murdered at the University of Vienna by a former student. Esther Simpson, July 31, 1903 to November 19, 1996. Initially Assistant Secretary to the Academic Assistants Council, helping around 1,500 academics sacked by the Nazis flee from their homeland, 16 of whom went on to win Nobel Prizes. She also secured the release of over 500 of them after they were detained by the British authorities as enemy aliens. A talented linguist and violinist, Wittgenstein bought her a bun. Susan Stebbing, December 2, 1885 to September 11, 1943. Played a major, if still largely unacknowledged, part in importing the ideas of the Vienna Circle into the UK, one of the co-founders of a respected philosophy journal, Analysis. Alfred Tarski, January 14, 1901 to October 26, 1983. Polish-born logician, mathematician, philanderer. Friedrich Weissmann, March 21, 1896 to November 4, 1959. Austrian philosopher, Russian father, German mother, disciple of Wittgenstein, and brilliant expositor of his work. Never quite fulfilled his potential, in part because he lacked self-confidence. Both his wife and son killed themselves. He died in Oxford, England. Ludwig Wittgenstein, April 26, 1889 to April 29, 1951. Architect, engineer, gardener, hospital porter, teacher, and, in the opinion of many philosophers, the greatest philosopher of the 20th century. His book, the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, inspired the Vienna Circle, but the Philosophical Investigations, published posthumously in 1953, represents a repudiation of many of his early ideas. Edgar Zilsel, August 11, 1891 to March 11, 1944. One of the most left-wing members of the Circle, who advocated and supported adult education. He killed himself in the United States in 1944. Chronology. 1895. Ernst Mach becomes the first professor of philosophy of the inductive sciences at the University of Vienna. 1901. Bertrand Russell discovers what has become known as Russell's paradox. 1903. Publication of Bertrand Russell's The Principles of Mathematics. 1905. Publication in the journal Mind of Bertrand Russell's essay on denoting. 1907-10. A prototype of the Vienna Circle, regular meetings between Frank, Hahn, Neurath, and, according to some contested reports, von Mises. 1908. Architect Adolf Loos publishes modernist book Ornament and Crime. 1911. Hahn accepts job at the University of Czernowitz. 1914-18. World War I. Several future Circle members see action. Wittgenstein fights on Eastern Front, Carnap on the Western, Hahn shot and injured on the Italian front. 1916. November 21st. Emperor Franz Joseph I dies. 1917. Publication of Schlick's Space and Time in Contemporary Physics. Hahn takes a job in Bonn. 1918. Completion of Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. Publication of Schlick's General Theory of Knowledge. November 3rd. Wittgenstein taken prisoner of war. November 11th. 6 centuries of Habsburg rule come to an end. 1919. Neurath serves as minister in the brief socialist government of Bavaria. He's briefly imprisoned, then returns to Vienna. Socialists win election to take control of Vienna municipality. 1921. Hans Hahn, the mathematician, becomes a professor at the University of Vienna. January. Einstein delivers a public lecture in Vienna to a packed audience. 1922. Schlick takes up the chair in Vienna once occupied by Mach. Publication of Hugo Bettauer's book, The City Without Jews. Publication of English version of Tractatus. June. The krona, already devalued, collapses from 52,000 to the pound to 125,000. 1923. Vienna Circle formed. Founding members Frank, Hahn, Schlick. September. Ramsay visits Wittgenstein in Puchberg and passes through Vienna. 1924. Ramsay spends 6 months in Vienna. Gödel matriculates from the University of Vienna. 1925–27. Vienna Circle discusses the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. 1925. January 1st. Opening of Neurath's Museum of Society and Economy in Vienna. March 10th. Hugo Bettauer, author of The City Without Jews, is shot. He dies of his wounds 2 weeks later. Autumn. Johann Nelbuck enrolls in Moritz Schlick's class. 1926. May 3rd. Carnap arrives in Vienna as Privatdozent and joins the Vienna Circle. Gödel joins Vienna Circle. Tractatus read aloud sentence by sentence from 1925 to 1927. 1927. Wittgenstein meets Schlick and conversations begin with Weissmann. February 27th. Berlin Society for Empirical Philosophy set up. Heidegger publishes his great work, Being and Time. June 17th. Carnap meets Wittgenstein for the first time at Schlick's home. July 15th. Firing on demonstrators in Vienna results in over 80 dead. Autumn. Menger arrives in Vienna and joins Circle. 1928. Carnap publishes Der logische Aufbau der Welt. March 10th. Wittgenstein attends lecture by Dutch mathematician L.E.J. Brouwer. Menger becomes associate professor in math and forms his mathematical colloquium. November. Public launch of the Ernst Mach Society, Verein Ernst Mach. Neurath, Carnap, Hahn, and Schlick all become officials. 1929. Wittgenstein returns to Cambridge. Schlick offered a job in Bonn, which he turns down. He spends a brief time at Stanford. When he returns, he is handed the Circle Manifesto dedicated to him, the scientific conception of the world. Feigl publishes his first book, Theory and Experience in Physics. July 3rd to 10th. Feigl lectures at the Bauhaus. July 24th. Heidegger gives inaugural lecture, What is Metaphysics?, as professor of philosophy at the University of Freiburg. Hempel arrives in Vienna, leaves 1930. September 13th to 15th. Prague Conference on the Epistemology of the Exact Sciences. Manifesto gets public outing. October. Wall Street crash. 1930. January 2nd. Wittgenstein mentions verification in conversation with Schlick and Weissman. January 20th. Ramsey dies of hepatitis. February. Tarski delivers lectures in Vienna and becomes a regular visitor. Publication of Schlick's Problems of Ethics, Fragen der Ethik. Feigl studies at Harvard on a scholarship and meets Quine. August 26th. Gödel tells Carnap about his incompleteness theorems during a discussion at the Café Reichsrat. September. Major gathering in Königsberg. Gödel indicates in conference that he has a proof for incompleteness of arithmetic, one of most important moments in the history of logic. He's basically ignored. Vienna Circle takes over a journal which they renamed Erkenntnis for the publication of its ideas. Weissman introduces verifiability criterion. December 9th. Wittgenstein meets Weissman and repudiates his initial book project. 1931. January 31st. Carnap has fever. A vision comes to him in the night, which forms the basis of the logical syntax of language. Carnap moves to Prague. Article introducing term logical positivism by Feigl and Blumberg appears in American Journal of Philosophy. Neurath publishes Empirische Soziologie. 1932. May 6th. Wittgenstein writes letter to Schlick complaining that Carnap has plagiarized him. W.V.O. Quine arrives in Vienna. May 20th. Dollfuss sworn in as Austrian Chancellor. November. Rose Rand starts a colored spreadsheet cataloging the philosophical opinions of some circle members. 1933. January 30th. Hitler becomes German Chancellor. February. Quine leaves for Prague. March 7th. Dollfuss announces he will govern Austria without a parliament. A.J. Ayer attends the circle. March 22nd. Susan Stebbing delivers a British Academy lecture on logical positivism. In the same year, she is appointed professor, the first female professor of philosophy. April 11th. Nazis close down Bauhaus. May. Hans Reichenbach resigned from his professorship in Berlin. September. Gödel leaves for nearly a year in Princeton. First edition of Analysis published in the UK. 1934. February 12th. Civil war erupts in Austria. February 23rd. Ernst Mach Society disbanded. February 24th. The Viennese police commissioner summons Schlick to answer questions about the Ernst Mach Society. February. Police raid Neurath's office. He's in Moscow and decides not to return to Austria, traveling to The Hague instead. March 6th. Ernst Mach Society dissolved by government in a police action. The charge was that it had been politically engaged on the side of the Social Democrats. July 24th. Hans Hahn dies. July 25th. Dollfuss assassinated by Nazis. The new chancellor is Kurt Schönig. Popper's Logik der Forschung, The Logic of Scientific Discovery, published. Carnap publishes Logical Syntax of Language. October. Carnap invited by Susan Stebbing to lecture at the University of London. Unity of Science movement launched. Showdown between the Vienna Circle and nationalists at the International Philosophy Congress in Prague. Hempel leaves Germany for Brussels. 1935. Tarski visits Vienna again. Unity of Science Congress meets for first time at the Sorbonne in Paris. October 3rd. Italy invades Abyssinia. December. Orr-Laval Pact exposed. 1936. January. Ayer publishes Language, Truth, and Logic. February 10th. Weissman told he is to lose job as librarian. March 7th. German troops move into the Rhineland. June 12th. Death of Karl Kraus. June 21st to 26th. Unity of Science Congress meets in Copenhagen in the home of Niels Bohr. June 22nd. Moritz Schlick murdered by Hans Nelbuck. Meetings of Vienna Circle discontinued. July 11th. Agreement between Schlick and Hitler recognizing the full sovereignty of the federal state of Austria. Carnap moves to Chicago, begins teaching in October. July 18th. Outbreak of Spanish Civil War. Gödel spends several months in a sanatorium, suffering from nerves. Neurath visits New York to spread the word about the scientific world conception. November 1st. Announcement that Germany and Italy have signed a Rome-Berlin axis. Popper resigns his teaching post. 1937, January. Wittgenstein reads a confession to various friends in England. May 24th to 26th. Trial of Hans Nelbuck. July 19th to 31st. Congress meets in Paris. July 20th. Olga Hahn Neurath dies. Menger emigrates to the U.S., Notre Dame. Weissman leaves for the U.K. Frank goes to Harvard. Popper takes up post as lecturer in Canterbury, New Zealand. Nelbuck put on trial in early 1937 and sentenced to 10 years in jail. 1938, March 11th. Schlick broadcasts his resignation. God protect Austria, he says. March 14th. Hitler arrives in Vienna. Anschluss. March 23rd. Menger quits his university post. April 10th. 99.7% of Austrians vote in favor of Anschluss. April 23rd. Gödel's Lehrbefugnis, authorization to teach, officially lapses. Nelbuck released from prison after serving only 2 years of his 10-year sentence. May. Nuremberg race laws introduced in Austria. July 14th to 19th. Fourth International Unity of Science Congress held at Cambridge. Publication of International Encyclopedia of Unified Science. September. 10,000 Jews leave Vienna. October. Frank arrives in the U.S. November 9th. Kristallnacht. 1939. April 14th. Wittgenstein becomes British. September 3rd. Start of World War II. August to September. Zilsel to the U.S. Tarski goes to the U.S. for the Unity of Science Congress in Harvard. This saves his life. Carnap goes to Harvard as a visiting professor. Russell, Carnap, and Tarski are there together. Otto Neurath publishes his classic isotype work, Modern Man in the Making. 1940, January. Gödel leaves for the U.S. through Russia on the Trans-Siberian Express. Erkenntnis ceases publication. July 2nd. Arundora Star torpedoed off coast of Ireland. Hundreds of internees lose their lives. Feigl accepts a position at the University of Minnesota, where he will remain for the rest of his life. 1941. February 8th. Neurath released from the Isle of Man. February 26th. Neurath and Marie Reidemeister marry, Neurath's third marriage. September 2nd to 6th. Sixth and final Congress meets in Chicago. 1943. September 11th. Susan Stebbing dies. September. Rose Rand suffers nervous breakdown. Neurath publishes Foundations of the Social Sciences. Nelbuck received a conditional release by Nazi government in 1938. His sentence is commuted in 1943. 1944. March 11th. Zilsel kills himself. If the janitor finds me, he may keep the $10 bill as compensation for the shock. 1945. May 8th. VE Day. August 14th. VJ Day, Bringing World War II to an End. Popper publishes The Open Society and Its Enemies. Hempel publishes Studies in the Logic of Confirmation. December 22nd. Neurath dies. 1946, January. Popper arrives in the UK to start a job at the LSE. October 25th. Popper waves a poker, or possibly not, at Wittgenstein at the Moral Sciences Club in Cambridge. 1947. Philipp Frank publishes his biography of Einstein. 1949. December 23rd. Felix Kaufmann dies in New York. 1951. March 4th. Gödel jointly wins Einstein Award. April 29th. Wittgenstein dies. Quine publishes his paper Two Dogmas of Empiricism. 1952. August 13th. Hoover writes to Pentagon about rumor Frank is a spy. 1953. Posthumous publication of Wittgenstein's Philosophical Investigations. Feigl founds the Minnesota Center for the Philosophy of Science. April 9th. Reichenbach dies. 1954. February 4th. Schlick's murderer, Johann Nelbuck, dies in Vienna. Rand moves to the U.S. Carnap moves from Chicago to UCLA. 1955. Goodman publishes Fact, Fiction, and Forecast. 1959. November 4th. Weissman dies. 1960. Publication of Quine's Word and Object. 1962. Publication of Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions. 1965. Popper Colloquium in London. Popper, Carnap, Quine, Tarski present. The city of Vienna awards Popper the Geisteswissenschaften Prize. Posthumous publication of Weissman's Principles of Linguistic Philosophy. 1966. July 21st. Frank dies. 1967. Bergman publishes The Metaphysics of Logical Positivism. 1970. September 14th. Carnap dies. 1971. May 27th. Juhosch dies. 1978. January 14th. Gödel dies. 1980. July 28th. Rand dies. 1981. April 21st. Bergman dies. 1983. October 26th. Tarski dies. 1985. October 5th. Menger dies. 1988. June 1st. Feigl dies. 1989. June 27th. Ayer dies. 1994. September 17th. Popper dies. This concludes The Murder of Professor Schlick by David Edmonds, narrated by Rick Adamson. Copyright 2020 by Princeton University Press. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with David Edmonds, care of David Higham Associates, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.